What if Harry was adopted by Deathstroke and trained as the ultimate assassin at age 5? A Harry Potter x DC crossover fanfic chapter won the contract. The envelope arrived in Marseille on the 2nd of June, 1986. Slade Wilson did not open envelopes. He had a man for that, a man named William Randolph Wintergreen, who had served under him in Korea and had not so much as raised an eyebrow at any of the things the world had asked Slade Wilson to do in the 4 decades since. Wintergreen opened the envelope at a small white table in a courtyard restaurant 2 blocks from the harbor. He read the single sheet of paper inside it. Then he refolded the paper, replaced it in the envelope, and waited. Slade was eating an omelet. He had not eaten one in 9 years. He found that he had been missing them. Well, Slade said without looking up. It is unusual, Wintergreen said. How unusual? Sufficient that you may wish to read it. Slade set down the fork. He did not look annoyed. He very rarely looked annoyed. He had a face that had been beaten and stitched and burned and frozen too many times to bother with the small grammar of human expression. The eye that remained, the right one, the one he had been born with, looked at Wintergreen with the flat, appraising patience of a man waiting for the punchline to a joke he would not laugh at. Wintergreen passed the envelope across the table. Slade read the page. He read it once, the way a craftsman reads a blueprint, taking in the whole shape of it, and then he read it again, slower, the way he had read intelligence dispatches in Bien Hoa in 1969, line by line, checking each clause against the previous one for the discrepancy that betrays a lie. There was no discrepancy. The page was very short. The page said, "Eliminate the boy who lived, $1 million. Confirmation of death required, timing discretionary. Number 4 Privet Drive, Little Winging, Surrey, England. The boy is 5 years old." There was no signature. There was an account number, Channel Isles, the digits arranged with the particular spacing of a particular bank Slade had used 5 times in the last decade. The paper smelled faintly of mildew and faintly of something else that Slade could not immediately identify. He held it under his nose for a moment longer than was necessary and decided after a second pass that it was the smell of old beeswax. He thought of a candle burning down to its stub in a closed room. "A child," he said. "Yes. A British child. Yes. 5 years old. Yes." Slade set the page down on the table between them beside the small dish of butter and the small basket of bread. He looked at the page. He looked at the harbor. "The boy who lived," he said. The phrase fit awkwardly in his mouth. He turned it over. He turned it over again. Title, honorific. They are calling him something. He was not asking a question. He was telling himself the shape of an unknown variable. "It would appear so," Wintergreen said. "Have you heard the phrase before? Number in any context? None. Religious? Possibly. I will inquire." "Inquire quietly," Slade said. He picked up the fork. He returned to the omelet. The harbor smelled of brine and diesel. A gull screamed and the screaming carried, the way sound carries over water, and Slade thought briefly of a small boy he had once known, a boy whose voice had carried through a house in Burbank a long time ago. And then he stopped thinking about that because thinking about it served no purpose, and Slade Wilson was a man who did not do things that served no purpose. He finished the omelet. He paid the bill. He set down a tip more generous than the bill, because Wintergreen liked the waitress and would be back without him, and Slade did not see the point of leaving small wreckage behind a man whose loyalty he wished to preserve. They walked along the harbor. The sun was very high. Slade wore a flat cap and a long coat that was not heavy enough to be hot in the sun and not light enough to suggest a man who needed nothing under it. Under it he had 2 knives and a pistol and a hairline scar on his left side that ached when the wind came from the north. The wind was from the north. "What is it that you intend to do?" Wintergreen asked. He was not, properly speaking, asking. He was being polite. He had served under Slade Wilson for 31 years, and he no more required Slade's intentions in advance than the tide required the moon's permission to come in. He asked because he was Wintergreen, and because asking was a courtesy, and because Slade Wilson valued courtesy in his lieutenant in inverse proportion to his disdain for it in himself. "I am going to England," Slade said. "Yes, I am going to look at this child. Yes, I am going to consider what is to be done. Yes, you will arrange the passage." "It is arranged. There is a flight from Marseille to Heathrow at 4. A hire car will be waiting at Heathrow. The hire car has a Surrey address registered to a Mr. Reeves who does not exist. There is a flat in Tilehurst. The flat is on a quiet street. The flat has a clear sightline to the back garden of the property in Privet Drive. You have been busy. I anticipated. You always anticipated. It is the only useful disposition," Wintergreen said. Slade nodded. They walked. The water slapped the wall of the harbor. A small boat went out with 1 man in it and a great deal of blue netting piled in its stern. The man in the boat had a face like a brick. He did not look at Slade or at Wintergreen. He had the careful blindness of men who have learned that some pieces of weather are best ignored on principle. The Dursleys, Slade said. He had read the page once. He had it in his head. What? Number 4 Privet Drive. Surname? I do not know. I had not yet inquired. I will. Do. Wintergreen turned and walked back toward the rented car. Slade watched him go. Wintergreen walked very straight. He had walked very straight when Slade had first met him on the 2nd of August, 1955, in a transit barracks outside Pusan, and he had walked very straight ever since. And Slade had once said to a Yugoslav arms dealer in 1971 that William Randolph Wintergreen had the spine of an Anglican parson and the morals of a Glaswegian dockhand, and the arms dealer had laughed. And a month later he had been killed by William Randolph Wintergreen in the lobby of a hotel in Trieste, and Slade had thought the joke retrospectively more apt than he had at the time. He stood by the harbor a little longer. He thought about a 5-year-old child. He thought about it the way he thought about most things, as a problem to be assessed, a target to be located, a payoff to be weighed against an exposure. $1 million was a respectable fee. It was not a remarkable fee. It was in fact somewhat low for a job that involved a transcontinental flight, surveillance of a fixed civilian residence, and a wet finish on a minor. Slade had taken jobs at lower rates. He had taken them in the same way he took his coffee, without comment and without sugar. The fact that he had not taken this one yet was a thing he noticed about himself, and he did not yet know what to make of the noticing. He turned and went to the car. The flat in Tilehurst was clean. Wintergreen had stocked it. There was tinned soup in the cupboard and a bottle of Glenmorangie in the cabinet and a folded map of Surrey on the small kitchen table, and a pair of Zeiss binoculars on the windowsill of the front bedroom, and a Steyr SSG-69 in a hard case under the bed, and a Browning High Power in a hard case on top of the bed. There was a kettle and a teapot and 4 cups, 3 white and 1 with a chip in the lip. There were, beside the chipped cup, 2 packets of Lapsang Souchong tea, because Slade liked Lapsang Souchong when he was working and disliked it when he was not, and Wintergreen had known so for many years. Slade did not unpack. He did not put on the kettle. He opened the binoculars and went to the window. The window faced east. Number 4 Privet Drive sat at a small angle 120 meters away. It had a square of lawn at the front, a tidy hedge, a row of bedding plants in colors Slade could not identify because he did not care for the names of flowers. It had a side gate of white painted wood. It had a back garden walled in red brick with a single beech tree of moderate maturity at the right-hand corner. It had a black BMW saloon in the driveway. The BMW was the only thing on the entire visible length of the road that suggested a man who wished to be seen as more than he was. Slade noted it. He sat in a wooden chair by the window. He did not put the binoculars to his eye yet. He looked at the house the way he might have looked at a target on a range from a great distance, taking in the shape of it before deciding where to place the bullet. He had not yet decided where to place the bullet. A woman came out of the front door. She was tall and bony, and her face was set into the lines of a face that has been disappointed by a great many small things over a great many years. She had hair the color of wet straw. She wore an apron. She held a cup. She emptied the cup onto the bedding plants and turned and went back inside, and the door shut and a curtain twitched in the front room. Slade did not move. A man came out of the front door 15 minutes later. He was very large. He was very pink. He had a mustache the color of a stranded fish. He wore a brown suit and carried a briefcase that looked too small for his hand. He got into the BMW. He started the BMW. He drove away. The BMW made a sound on starting that suggested its owner did not understand how engines worked and disliked anyone who did. Slade noted that too. Slade waited. The morning passed. Slade did not eat. He had cleared the morning to look, and he had a long view, and a long view requires no nourishment, only patience. At 11 o'clock, a child came into the back garden. The child was not the right child. The child was very large, disproportionate, almost cartoonish, like a small barrel set on legs too short for it. The child held a plastic toy, and the toy was a model of a fighter aircraft, and the child was making the noises that small boys make when they are running with toy aircraft, which are the noises of inadequate machines being asked by inadequate operators to do impossible things, and the child was running, and the child was screaming. And the back garden of Number 4 Privet Drive in Little Winging contained for the next 40 minutes the noise of a small bull turned loose in a flower bed and pretending to be a Spitfire. Slade watched. He did not watch this child with much interest. He watched him because everything was data, and a half-hour of disorder in a target environment was 40 more minutes of pattern. The thin woman came out at 12 o'clock with a small plate. The plate had a sandwich on it. The plate had a glass of milk on it. The plate had a small biscuit on it. She handed the plate to the running boy and said something Slade could not hear, and the running boy did not say thank you, and the thin woman watched him eat with the expression of a thin woman in love with the eating of a fat boy, which is to say with adoration that would have alarmed a clinical observer, and Slade had once been a clinical observer, and Slade was not alarmed because he had stopped being alarmed by anything in 1968. The plate emptied. The boy went back to running. The thin woman went inside. A small skinny figure came around the side of the house at 12:15. Slade lifted the binoculars to his eye. The boy was small. He was not, Slade thought, undersized by accident. He was undersized by underfeeding. He had black hair that stood up at the back of his head in a manner that suggested it had never been properly cut. He had eyes that were too large for his face and too green for the day. He wore a sweater that came down to his knees and a pair of trousers held up with what appeared to be a length of garden twine. He held in his arms a basket of wet washing, and he was carrying the basket of wet washing across the lawn toward a line strung between two posts, and the basket was approximately 1/3 his size, and he was struggling with it, but he was not, Slade noted, making any sound at all. A 5-year-old child carrying a half his own weight in damp laundry, in silence in the middle of a back garden in Surrey at 12:15 on a Tuesday afternoon, was a sight that did not interrupt Slade Wilson's pulse. Many things had failed to interrupt Slade Wilson's pulse. But Slade Wilson lowered the binoculars very slightly and looked at the boy with his own eye, the one that had been born with him, and then he lifted the binoculars again. The boy hung the washing. He hung it slowly. He hung it carefully. He had a way of pinning the wet sheets that suggested he had done it before. He matched edges. He distributed weight. He did not let the sheets touch the ground. Slade had supervised the training of 15-year-old commandos who could not hang wash with that kind of efficient concentration. The fat boy ran past, swinging the toy aircraft, and clipped the laundry basket. The basket overturned. The fat boy laughed. The fat boy ran on. He had not done it accidentally. Slade, who read accidents very precisely and was rarely fooled by them, saw the deliberate shoulder, the deliberate angle, the deliberate three-quarter turn, the slight delay before the laughter. The fat boy had set up the laundry basket as a target and had hit it, and had then proceeded to enjoy his hit in the way of an apprentice tormentor practicing a trade. The fat boy was, at 5 years old, already in the early stages of becoming someone Slade Wilson had been paid to kill any number of times. The small black-haired boy picked up the basket. He picked up each sheet. He shook the sheets out where they had landed. He pinned them again. The pinning was the second time slightly faster than the first. He had Slade saw been given the second time as a problem and was now solving it as a problem. He had not cried. He had not called out. He had not even looked at the fat boy. Slade lowered the binoculars. He sat in the chair. He did not move for 13 minutes. He watched the back garden in his head. He turned over what he had seen in the way of a man turning over a coin to inspect the inscription on the reverse face. A 5-year-old who did not cry when sabotaged. A 5-year-old who solved a setback twice as fast the second time. A 5-year-old whom someone had put $1 million on to die. Slade Wilson had been an instructor of soldiers for many years. He had instructed children who had been pressed into uniform far too early in a great many places that the world preferred not to look at. He had a developed and unfashionable habit of looking very precisely at children of war, because the careful observation of children of war was the only way a man in his line of work could remain in possession of any moral hygiene at all. Slade Wilson had moral hygiene the way other men had a fastidious approach to dental care. He did not announce it, and he kept it intact mostly out of distaste at the alternative. He saw in the small black-haired boy the gait of a child who had been kept short on food. He saw the bruise on the inside of the left wrist where the sleeve had ridden up at the second pinning. He saw the small involuntary flinch when the fat boy had cried out from somewhere off-screen. He saw the way the boy had angled his body very slightly, to keep his back toward the house and the line of sight from the back door at all times, even while bending for the laundry. He saw in short a 5-year-old who had been trained, not by an instructor, and not for any good purpose, but trained to be a small and silent thing in proximity to a large and unsafe one. Slade Wilson had been a soldier of fortune for 33 years, and a hostile contractor for 22, and an instructor of other hostile contractors for 15, and the world had presented him with a very large number of children, and he had developed, as a man in his work might develop, certain priors. One of his priors was that there were two kinds of children who carried wet laundry across a back garden in silence. The first kind had a mother who had asked them to. The second kind did not. He set the binoculars on the windowsill. He thought about the boy. He thought, in particular, about a thing the boy had done at the second pinning, when the fat boy had passed back along the line and crowed something Slade could not hear from 120 meters, but could read from the small jerk of the shoulder of the fat boy, and the slight smile that had widened on the fat boy's mouth. The black-haired boy had bent to the basket again, and the black-haired boy in bending had for an eighth of a second no more turned his head toward the back door of the house. And Slade had read the turn of the head as a soldier reads a man flinching at a sound he had been expecting, which is to say with sympathy and rage in equal measures, the rage being kept in reserve and the sympathy being kept in something with a tighter lid. The black-haired boy had been listening. The black-haired boy had been listening for something coming through that back door. Slade did not believe on principle in justice as a structural concept of the universe. The universe, in Slade Wilson's experience, did not pay debts. The universe simply ran. Justice, where it occurred, was the artifact of an attentive party with the will and the means to apply force in the appropriate direction. The universe, for example, had not punished the man who had given the order that had cost Slade Wilson his left eye, and Slade Wilson had personally seen to it that the universe was assisted in this matter, and the universe had subsequently looked the other way without comment. The universe was, in Slade Wilson's view, less a court than a long, quiet hall full of doors, and one took one's grievances door by door, and one knocked, and the doors that opened were the only doors that mattered, and the doors that did not open were better treated as walls. He sat for a long time. He sat until the back garden of Number 4 Privet Drive was empty. He sat until the fat boy had been called inside for tea. He sat until the long English afternoon had begun its slow lean toward evening. He sat until the kitchen light came on at the back of the house, and the kitchen light cast a yellow rectangle on the lawn, and the rectangle was crossed once by the silhouette of the thin woman, and once by the silhouette of the fat boy, and not at all by the silhouette of the small black-haired boy. He sat until the sun went down. He thought about Joseph. He had not allowed himself to think about Joseph in the daylight in 4 years. He had a great many ways of arranging his time so as not to. He had a small written schedule he kept in his head, a list of training drills he could perform mentally, of contracts he could review, of arms catalogs he could memorize page by page, that he ran through whenever the thought of Joseph approached, and the schedule was a good one, and the schedule had served him well, and the schedule had over 4 years reduced the daily appearance of the thought of Joseph from a steady tide to an occasional swell. He thought about Joseph anyway. Joseph had been 8. Joseph had been 8 years old and small for his age, and his throat had been cut by a man hired to harm Slade, and Joseph had survived. But he had survived without his voice, and the loss of Joseph's voice had been the central organizing fact of the next 2 years of Slade Wilson's life. And at the end of those 2 years, Adeline had taken aim at her husband's right eye and very nearly removed it. And only the smallest fraction of an inch and the smallest fraction of a second had kept her from leaving Slade Wilson with no eyes at all. And Slade Wilson had not blamed her for the attempt, and had not blamed her for the leaving, and had not blamed her, even now, for any of it. He had blamed himself. He had blamed himself in particular for not having seen, for not having read the room, for having brought the family of an enhanced super-soldier mercenary into the same air as people who knew he was an enhanced super-soldier mercenary. He had been at peak of his powers in those years, and his powers had been tactical, and he had failed tactically. He had failed to defend an 8-year-old. He had spent the years since reminding himself at intervals that he was the kind of man who failed to defend an 8-year-old. He had used the reminding for various purposes. He had used it mainly as a kind of corrective lens, by which the world appeared in sharper focus when he had begun to soften it. He thought about Joseph for an hour and a half. He drank no whiskey while he thought. He did not put on the lamp. He sat in the dark by the window, and the small black-haired boy in Number 4 Privet Drive did not come back into the garden, and the kitchen light went out, and the front room light came on, and Slade Wilson sat and thought. At 10:15 he stood. His knees did not crack. They had not cracked in 17 years. The Myricure serum saw to it. He went into the small kitchen of the flat in Tilehurst. He took down the kettle. He filled the kettle. He set the kettle to boil. He took down the chipped cup. He put 2 spoonfuls of lapsang souchong into the chipped cup and let the water stand for 30 seconds off the boil before he poured. He drank the tea standing up at the window. He watched Number 4 Privet Drive. He did not yet know what he was going to do. He knew only that the contract was now interesting to him for reasons that had nothing to do with $1 million, and that the absence of those reasons would have made the contract, by morning, ordinary. The first day of the surveillance was the day Slade saw the boy carry the washing. The second day of the surveillance was the day Slade saw the boy fed. He saw in particular what the boy was given to eat. The boy was given 2 slices of bread. The bread was the bread that remains in the loaf when the loaf has been opened for 3 or 4 days and is no longer the bread the rest of the family elects to eat at the same meal. The bread was not buttered. The bread was set on a plate. The plate was placed on the small table in the kitchen, and the boy was set down in front of the plate, and the boy ate. The boy did not complain about the bread. The boy ate the bread in small bites and chewed each small bite a very long time before swallowing, which Slade, who had eaten field rations under conditions in which the next meal was not guaranteed, recognized as the chewing of a child who had learned to extract every available molecule of nutrition from inadequate quantity. At the same meal, the fat boy was given a breaded chicken cutlet, a heap of boiled potatoes, a pat of butter on the potatoes, a small dish of peas, a glass of orange squash, and a wedge of cake. The thin woman cut the cake for the fat boy. The thin woman did not look at the small black-haired boy while she cut the cake for the fat boy. The fat boy ate the cake with his mouth open. The fat boy did not finish the cake. The cake remained on the plate. The thin woman scraped the cake into the bin. The thin woman did so without looking at the small black-haired boy. Slade lowered the binoculars and went into the kitchen of the flat in Tilehurst and ate 3 biscuits standing up over the sink. He did not need the biscuits. He had not allowed himself to need anything from a kitchen in 11 years, and he was unsentimental about food as a category of intervention. He ate the biscuits because his hands were doing something his discipline had not yet caught up to, and his discipline, when it caught up, had the small and useful task of noticing what his hands had done. He noticed. He returned to the window. In the afternoon of the second day, Slade observed the boy at the back garden a second time. The boy was on his knees pulling weeds out of a flower bed. The boy was being supervised this time by the thin woman from a kitchen window. The boy worked through the small bed at the right-hand edge of the lawn, and he weeded it with the same patient efficiency with which he had pinned the laundry. And Slade thought about what it took for a 5-year-old to develop patient efficiency, and Slade did not enjoy his thinking. In the evening of the second day, the small black-haired boy went into a cupboard. Slade did not see this directly. He could not see directly into the front hall of Number 4 Privet Drive. But he could see, through the gap in the curtain of the front room, the small set of stairs that led up to the first floor of the house. And beneath those stairs there was a panel, and the panel was a door. And at 7:20 on the evening of the second day, the panel opened, and the small black-haired boy was put inside it, and the panel was closed, and a metal latch was set in place, and the latch went up to a height which Slade, who had taken the trouble of comparing the latch's height to the height of the thin woman's hand for purposes of confirmation, observed to be precisely beyond the height which a 5-year-old child could reach from the inside. The boy was kept in a cupboard under the stairs of a house in Surrey at 7:20 in the evening, behind a latch he could not open. Slade put down the binoculars. He took up the binoculars again. He observed the cupboard for 1 hour and 48 minutes. The latch did not move. He observed the cupboard intermittently for the rest of the evening. The latch did not move. The lights in Number 4 Privet Drive went out at 10:15. The latch did not move. Slade kept watch. Slade kept watch for the rest of the night. The latch did not move. Slade kept watch through the dawn. The latch did not move until 6:09 in the morning, when the thin woman descended the stairs in a nightdress and opened the latch and let the small black-haired boy out of the cupboard under the stairs of a house in Surrey. And the small black-haired boy did not cry. And the small black-haired boy did not run. And the small black-haired boy went into the kitchen at the thin woman's gesture and began to put plates on the table, because that was the thing that the small black-haired boy did. At 6:15 in the morning, after a night under the stairs, Slade Wilson did not blink for 45 seconds. He set the binoculars on the windowsill. He picked up the kettle. He set the kettle to boil. He stood at the kitchen sink and looked at the wall, and the wall said nothing to him because walls don't say things, and Slade Wilson did not require walls to say things. He drew air in through his nose. He drew air in through his nose for a count of 4. He held it for a count of 7. He let it out through his mouth for a count of 8. He had been taught this technique in 1959 by a Navy corpsman at a hospital in Tokyo, and he had used it many times to bring an elevated pulse back to baseline. And his pulse was elevated now very slightly, the way a glass of water trembles when a truck drives by. And the count of 4 and the count of 7 and the count of 8 brought it back down again, the way the count of 4 and the count of 7 and the count of 8 had always brought it back down again. And Slade Wilson resumed his sense of the room. He poured the tea. He drank the tea. He thought about Joseph. He let himself think about Joseph this time without working to stop. He let himself think about Joseph in the daylight. He let himself think about an 8-year-old boy without a voice and an 8-year-old boy in a cupboard under the stairs. And he let himself entertain the proposition that those 2 children had nothing to do with each other, and the proposition would not hold. And the proposition collapsed under examination, and Slade let it collapse without complaint. He went back to the window. The 3rd day of the surveillance was the day Vernon Dursley beat his nephew. It happened at 7 in the evening. It happened in the front room. Slade, for reasons of professional habit, and for reasons of having corrected, that afternoon, a slight oversight in his angle of observation, had repositioned a small mirror on the windowsill of the front bedroom of the flat in Tilehurst. and the mirror increased the visible interior of Number 4 Privet Drive by a margin of approximately 14%, and in the new 14%, illuminated by the frontroom lamp and visible through the frontroom window of Number 4 Privet Drive. Slade Wilson saw in the precise center of his field of view Vernon Dursley take the small black-haired boy by the upper arm and lift him off the carpet and strike him across the face with the back of his open right hand. The blow knocked the boy backward and down. The boy did not cry out. The boy did not raise his hands. The boy and Slade saw this without surprise, went limp on the instant, the way an experienced creature goes limp under the weight of a larger predator that has already decided to bite because the only useful thing left is to consume less of the predator's attention. Vernon Dursley shouted. Slade could not hear the shouting. Slade did not need to hear the shouting. Slade had heard the shouting many times over many years in many languages, and Slade had developed a personal indifference to the specific content of a man's shouting at a child. The content was always the same. The content was, "I am terrified of you." The content was, "I am paying you for what you are." The content was, "I am very small and so I have decided that you are smaller." The content was, in short, a confession dressed up as an accusation, and Slade, who had spent his life listening to confessions of every available kind, was not in need of further versions. Vernon Dursley kicked the boy. The kick connected with the boy's ribs. The kick was, Slade observed, with the diagnostic eye of a man trained in the precise expenditure of violence, neither efficient nor sufficient. It was the kick of an amateur who was hurting a child to feel large rather than to enforce any practical outcome. And the kick was therefore designed to be repeated, and the kick was therefore designed to be the first of a sequence rather than the last of one. The kick was repeated. It was repeated 3 times. The boy curled. Vernon kicked again. The thin woman stood in the doorway of the front room and watched. The thin woman did not intervene. The thin woman did not look as though she were going to intervene at any near or distant point in the available future of her marriage or her domestic arrangement. Slade Wilson laid the binoculars on the sill. He did not blink. He pressed the heels of his hands into the windowsill, and the windowsill was painted wood, and the paint was old and chipped, and his hands made small marks in the paint, and his hands did not shake, and his hands did not tremble, and his hands did not do any of the small theatrical things that hands do in cinema when their owners are deciding to do a thing. He simply decided to do the thing. He decided it in approximately the same way he decided the bullets drop at 600 meters. Not as an act of will, but as a result of calculation. He had at his disposal a contract for the sum of $1 million, and the contract specified the death of a 5-year-old boy, and the contract had not specified the boy's father, and the contract had not specified the boy's aunt, and the contract had not specified the boy's cousin. The contract specified the boy. The contract specified the boy because presumably the issuer of the contract was indifferent to the persons of the boy's father and the boy's aunt and the boy's cousin. The contract was therefore, in the strict sense, not interested in those persons in either direction. The deaths of those persons could be accomplished without violating any of the formal terms of the contract. This was, technically, a separate matter. The first matter, the contract proper, was the matter of whether or not Slade Wilson was going to kill a 5-year-old boy. Slade Wilson considered the contract. Slade Wilson considered the issuer of the contract. Slade Wilson considered the issuer's evident proposition, which was that the boy was the kind of asset whose elimination was worth $1 million to a party willing to pay it via a Channel Isles account. He considered, in his head, the small list of parties who would value a 5-year-old's elimination at that price, and the list was not as long as one might suppose, and the list contained one party that had recently been the subject of 3 separate intelligence community footnotes in 3 separate post-action briefings Slade had read in the spring, all of which had mentioned, with varying degrees of polite British skepticism, the possibility of an internal British anomaly involving. And here the documents had used the careful word, paranormal asset management, and Slade, who had been a clinical observer of paranormal asset management since 1972, and who had personally tested the limits of paranormal asset management in 3 jurisdictions, had filed the footnotes and noticed, as he filed them, that the footnotes had an internal coherence that suggested a single distressed and unpleasant source. He considered all of that for 9 seconds. He considered, after the 9 seconds, that he did not care. He did not care who had taken the contract out. He did not care what the contract was for. He did not care what kind of asset the small black-haired boy in Number 4 Privet Drive was. He cared about the fact that the small black-haired boy was a 5-year-old in a cupboard under the stairs in Surrey on a Tuesday in June. And he cared about the fact that the small black-haired boy could pin a sheet and weed a bed, and chew a slice of stale bread without making a sound. And he cared about the fact that the small black-haired boy had reminded Slade Wilson, across 120 meters of suburban Surrey, of a boy without a voice in California in 1982. Slade Wilson ripped the contract. He ripped the contract by which it was meant. He tore the page in half and then in quarters and then in eighths, very neatly and very methodically, the way a clerk dispatches an outdated form. He put the eighths into the small ashtray on the windowsill. He drew a Zippo lighter from the inside pocket of his coat. He set the eighths on fire. He watched the eighths burn until the eighths were ash and the ash was cool, and then he tipped the cool ash out of the ashtray onto the windowsill and rubbed it gently into the painted wood with the pad of his thumb. And the cool ash and the chipped paint, and the small marks his hands had made earlier became a single small smear that no one would later observe and no one would later identify, and no one would ever take any notice of for the remainder of the natural existence of the small painted windowsill in the front bedroom of the flat in Tilehurst. He took down the long black canvas bag that contained the Steyr SSG-69 from beneath the bed. He did not open the bag. He set it on the bed. He went to the cupboard. He took down a second bag. He took down a third. The second bag contained a set of professional tools. The third bag contained a number of items in clean white plastic packets, including a roll of polyethylene sheeting, a roll of duct tape, a pair of cotton gloves, a pair of nitrile gloves, a flask of bleach, and a small canister of accelerant. He laid the bags side by side on the bed. He inspected each item. He inspected each item the way he had inspected each item before each operation in which a similar set of items had been required, which is to say, with the careful and unhurried attention of a man for whom the inspection of small items was a kind of small prayer. He removed nothing. He needed nothing else. The flat was equipped. The night was beginning. He returned to the window. The front room of Number 4 Privet Drive was dark now. He had not noticed the lights going off. He had been preoccupied for perhaps 60 seconds. He picked up the binoculars. He looked. The kitchen light came on briefly and was extinguished. The hall light came on. The hall light was extinguished. A bedroom light came on upstairs. The bedroom light remained on for 9 minutes. The bedroom light went out. Another bedroom light came on across the landing. That light went out also at 11 minutes past 9. The front of Number 4 Privet Drive was dark by 20 past 9 in the evening. The latch on the cupboard under the stairs had been closed at 8:46, which Slade had noted, and would not be opened until 5:55 in the morning, which Slade also had reason to expect on the basis of 3 days of pattern, although tonight, Slade thought without smiling, would not, strictly speaking, be subject to the morning pattern. He sat in the wooden chair by the window. He waited until 12:15. He stood. He did not put on a coat. He had been wearing it. He picked up the second bag of tools and the third bag of items in a small black case. He left the Steyr where it was. He did not need a rifle. A rifle was for a problem that wanted to remain at distance. This problem wanted to be close. It was 1:15 in the morning when Slade Wilson opened the back door of Number 4 Privet Drive. He had not had to force it. He had picked it in 7 seconds with a tension wrench and a single hook. The door was a 6-pin Yale, and Slade Wilson had been picking 6-pin Yales since 1956. The door swung inward without complaint. He did not enter immediately. He stood in the threshold and listened. The house breathed. 2 adults upstairs, 1 large child in the small bedroom over the front hall, 3 sets of respiration. He could hear them all. The Myra-Cure serum had refined his hearing along with everything else, but he had refined hearing before the Myra-Cure had refined it further, because hearing was one of the trained things, and not all of the trained things had been chemistry. The trained things were the things he had paid for first. He took off his shoes. He set them outside the back door, neatly, soles down. He stepped into the kitchen in his stockinged feet. The lino was cold. The lino had been mopped recently. The lino smelled faintly of lemon. He inhaled and held the inhalation and noted by the depth of the smell that the mopping had been done that day rather than the day before. He moved through the kitchen. He moved through the hall. He stood at the foot of the stairs and listened, and the latch of the cupboard under the stairs lay precisely at the height his memory had given it, and he reached for the latch and he opened it. He opened it slowly. He opened it so that the small click of the latch would not carry. He set the door very gently against the wall of the cupboard. He looked inside. The small black-haired boy was awake. The small black-haired boy was sitting up. The small black-haired boy had heard the click, and the small black-haired boy had not moved. And the small black-haired boy had a face that, in the residual orange of a streetlight through the small landing window above, was very calm and very still and very intelligent. And Slade Wilson, who had assessed combatants under fire, assessed the boy on the instant. This was not a child who would scream. This was a child who would wait. Slade put a finger to his own lips. The boy looked at him. Slade said very quietly in a voice barely above breath, "I am going to take you out of this house. You will not make a sound." The boy looked at him. The boy did not nod. The boy did not shake his head. The boy held perfectly still, and Slade, who was reading the boy's face with all of the attention he had ever paid to anything, read the proposition that was passing through the boy's mind, which was, "This man is taking me somewhere, and the somewhere may be a place that does not contain Vernon Dursley, and any such place will be preferable." The proposition was a small, dark, efficient proposition. It was not the proposition of a child who had been brought up to suppose that adults were instruments of safety. It was the proposition of a child who had been brought up to assess relative risk. Slade Wilson regarded the proposition with respect. Held out his hand. The boy took his hand. The boy's hand was very thin and very cold. Slade lifted the boy out of the cupboard. The boy weighed less than he should have. The boy weighed, Slade thought, perhaps a third less than he should have at his age. He set the boy on his feet beside him in the hall. He shut the cupboard. He set the latch back to its closed position with the small back pressure of his thumb. The latch clicked. It clicked at the same volume as it had clicked when he had opened it. He stood very still. The breathing on the floor above did not change. He guided the boy with his hand on the boy's shoulder back through the hall, back through the kitchen, out the back door. He picked up his shoes. He set them on the small step. He did not put them on yet. He carried them. He guided the boy across the back garden. He guided the boy to the side gate. The side gate had been oiled the day before by Slade himself at 3:15 in the morning with a small can of 3-in-1. The side gate opened in silence. He guided the boy through the side gate. He guided the boy down the short alley. He guided the boy to the corner. He guided the boy to a small dark Rover that Wintergreen had parked there 3 hours earlier with the keys behind the wheel arch. He set the boy on the passenger seat. He shut the door. He went around to the driver's side. He put on his shoes. He got in. He started the engine. The engine started without complaint. The engine ran very quietly. Slade had asked Wintergreen for the kind of car a man might drive past a curbside neighbor at 1 in the morning without producing a single thought in the neighbor's head, and Wintergreen had provided it. Slade looked at the boy. The boy looked at him. "What is your name?" Slade said. The boy said in a voice that had not yet been used that day, "Harry." "Harry what?" "Harry Potter." Slade Wilson held very still. He had not flinched at very many things in his life. He did not flinch now. He simply held still for 2 seconds. The contract had specified the boy who lived. Now Slade had a name. Now he had 2 names. He had Harry and he had Potter, and he had, somewhere in the architecture of his trained memory, a thing he had read once in a folio of unverified anomalies that had crossed his desk in the spring of 1982, in which the surname Potter had been associated in 2 parenthetical sentences with an event so unusual that the writer of the folio had described it in language that had read at the time like satire. It had not been satire. Slade Wilson filed this information. He filed it under Investigates. "All right, Harry Potter," he said. He put the car into gear. "We will be going for a drive now. The drive will be long. You are tired. You are going to sleep. You are going to wake up somewhere clean. You are not going to be hurt. Do you understand?" "Yes, good. Where are we going?" "To a friend of mine, then on somewhere else." "Are you a policeman?" "Number, are you a friend of my Uncle Vernon's?" "Number, are you a friend of my mother's?" Slade Wilson did not answer for the length of 2 seconds. "No," he said, "I am not." "I am a friend of yours, beginning tonight." He pulled away from the curb. The road was empty. Little Winging at 1:23 in the morning was a place of pavements and gate posts and street lamps and nothing else. The Rover went down Privet Drive and turned right at Magnolia Crescent and went on toward the A23, and the A23 went toward the M25, and the M25 went on toward Heathrow, and Slade Wilson drove with one hand on the wheel and his other arm extended after a few minutes, so that the small black-haired boy could pull himself across the gear column and lean against Slade's coat. The boy did not ask permission. The boy had been 5 years old for 72 days, and the boy had been a 5-year-old in possession of any human warmth on perhaps 3 of those 72, and the boy did the calculation of risk and reward and warmth and stranger, and decided on the calculation that this stranger's coat was the safest object in the world. The boy fell asleep within 4 minutes. Slade Wilson drove. At 2:20 in the morning, he reached into the inside pocket of his coat and he took out a small 2-way radio and he depressed the call key once and a voice on the other end said, "Confirmed." "I have him," Slade said. "And the residence?" Slade Wilson glanced down at the small black head pressed against his coat. He glanced back to the road. "The residence," he said, "will be handled professionally." It was Wintergreen who handled the residence. It was not for sentiment. Wintergreen was incapable of sentiment in the operational sense. Wintergreen handled the residence because the boy was already asleep against Slade's coat, and Slade had elected to keep driving without interruption to Heathrow. And Wintergreen had been waiting for the assignment for the better part of 2 days. And Wintergreen's assignment was an assignment for which Wintergreen, who had a quiet and unpresuming face and the polite uniform of a gas inspector with a clipboard, was particularly well suited. The Dursleys died of a gas leak. The gas leak began, according to the eventual coroner's verdict, in the kitchen of Number 4 Privet Drive at some point between 2 and 3 in the morning on the night of the 4th of June, 1986. The leak was traced to a faulty seal on the gas main entry, which had, the report noted with the slightly puzzled tone of a coroner who had not seen a fault of quite that pattern before, failed in 2 places simultaneously. The Dursleys, all 3 of them, had been overcome in their sleep. The bodies had not shown any sign of distress. The fire that had subsequently consumed the back kitchen and the dining room had been the consequence, the report noted, of a downstairs hallway light being switched on at approximately 10 past 5 in the morning by a paperboy who had, fortunately for the paperboy, knocked rather than entered. The paperboy had been quoted, in the local Surrey paper, as saying that he had smelled gas at the front door and had run for the neighbor, and that the neighbor had called the fire brigade, and that he had thought the whole time that there was nothing he could do because the boy who lived in the cupboard under the stairs would already be dead, and he had cried about it, and the local Surrey paper had quoted the paperboy's tears with the polite restraint of the local Surrey paper, and only 1 or 2 readers. And none of them in any position to do anything about it had thought to wonder where, precisely, the boy who had been kept in the cupboard under the stairs had ended up, since the fire had taken the cupboard along with everything else. The boy who had been kept in the cupboard under the stairs of Number 4 Privet Drive was, at the moment the paperboy was crying into a local Surrey newspaper, asleep on a bed in a converted farmhouse on a small private property outside Veer in Zeeland in the southwestern Netherlands, registered to a holding company called Mara Consulting BV, the directors of which were 2 men named Beekman and Vermeer who had never existed and would never be photographed. He was wrapped in 2 blankets. He had been bathed, he had been fed. He was sleeping with one hand curled under his cheek and the other lying open on the bedspread, as if he had fallen asleep mid-sentence and forgotten to close it. Slade Wilson stood in the doorway. He stood there with the quietness of a man who had been a guest in many doorways. He looked at the boy. He did not know yet how he was going to raise a child. He did not know yet how he was going to instruct one in the things he had to instruct him in. He did not know yet who exactly would prove to want the boy dead, and in what numbers and with what resources and through which channels. He knew, however, that he had taken receipt of 1 Harry Potter, and that the matter would be handled, by Slade Wilson, who had handled all of his matters, and that there were certain corollaries that followed from this. The first corollary was that the boy would be safe. The second corollary was that anyone seeking to alter the first corollary would in due course regret it. The third corollary was that Slade Wilson, who had decided, in the course of a single day of surveillance of a back garden in Surrey, that this boy would not die at 5, had now incurred the long obligation of seeing to it that this boy would not die at 6 or at 7 or at 15 or at the hour and on the day a hostile party had appointed. He intended in the long obligation to be thorough. He closed the door very quietly. He went downstairs. He picked up the telephone. He dialed a number in Geneva. He dialed a number in Bahrain. He dialed a number in Karachi. He gave to each of 3 discreet voices an instruction to begin assembling over the next 2 weeks the components of a particular kind of training regime, not for an asset and not for a recruit and not for a recipient, but for a child. He used with each of the 3 voices the same single word at the end of each call. The word was son. He put the telephone down. He stood in the kitchen of the farmhouse outside Veer with the kettle going on the hob, and he watched it come to the boil, and he thought about Joseph, and he poured the tea, and he drank it, and he did not all that night sleep at all. Chapter 2. The farmhouse. The first thing Harry Potter remembered from his new life was the smell of bread. The smell came up the stairs at 6 in the morning of the 5th of June, 1986. It came under a door that did not have a latch on the outside. It came across a wooden floor that he had not seen the night before in the dark. It came to a bed in which he had slept for what he later understood to have been 11 straight hours, which was twice the duration he had slept in any single sitting in his 5 years of recollection. And the smell, yeasty, slow, faintly sweet, had been working at the small mechanisms of his hunger for some time before his hunger had been able to draw him fully into wakefulness. He sat up. He did not get out of the bed. He had been taught not to get out of any bed by the simple grammar of his uncle's wrath, without first listening to the house to see what kind of morning it intended to be. He listened. The house was quiet. The house was not silent. There was someone moving in the kitchen downstairs, the faint clatter of a pan, the small click of a kettle starting, but the house had no shouting in it, and the house had no heavy footfall, and the house had most remarkably no sense in it that something on the floor above was going to come down any moment and require the floor below to be quieter. Harry put one foot on the wooden floor. It was warm. The wooden floor was warm under his foot. He had been raised on lino, bone-cold lino that took heat from the air and gave none back, and the proposition that a floor could be warm was a small proposition he had to assemble in his head, and it took him a moment, and when it was assembled he set his other foot down also, and he stood, and the room he had slept in resolved itself around him. It was a small room. It had a window. The window faced a field. The field had cows in it. The cows were black and white and were standing very still in the middle distance, the way cows do at 6 in the morning before they have decided what kind of cows they are going to be that day. Beyond the cows there was a line of poplars, and beyond the poplars there was a low gray ridge, and beyond the ridge there was the sky, which was the very pale blue that the sky is in the lowlands at the very beginning of June. The room had a desk. The desk had a small lamp on it. The desk had, and Harry looked at this for a long time because he had not previously seen the like, a stack of books beside the lamp. He could not yet read any of the titles. He could see the colors of the books. They were a kind of dark green and a kind of red and a kind of brown. They were grown-up books. They had been placed there for somebody. He looked at the chair by the desk. The chair had clothes on it. The clothes were folded. They were small. They were folded in the size and shape and tidiness of clothes that had been folded for somebody his size, which was a thing nobody had done in his memory. Harry approached the chair. He picked up the top item. It was a shirt. It was navy blue and it was made of cotton. It was clean. He put it down again. He picked up the next item. It was a pair of trousers. They were brown and they were the right length. He put them down again. He picked up the next item. It was a pair of socks. They were white and they were soft, and they had, Harry observed, with the level diagnostic attention of a 5-year-old who had spent the whole of his life underclothed, no holes in them at all. He held the socks for a long time. He set them down. He stood in the small warm room in the small clean farmhouse outside Veer in Zeeland in the southwestern Netherlands at 6:30 in the morning of the 5th of June, 1986, and he looked at a pair of socks without holes, and the proposition that those socks had been folded for him, and laid on the chair for him by a stranger who had taken him out of a cupboard at 1 in the morning, began to register in the deeper layers of his mind, and he found that he had to sit down on the bed. Because something in him was doing something he did not have a name for and which his legs were unable to support, he sat for some time. At 6:45 he heard a footstep on the stairs. The footstep was deliberate. The footstep was not loud. The footstep had been calibrated, Harry would later understand, by a man who had been training himself for 37 years to give other men reliable warning of his approach. The footstep stopped outside the door. There was a pause. There was a soft knock. Yes, Harry said, because he had been taught to answer when spoken to, but he had not been taught what to say in the absence of a question, and yes was the safest word he knew. The door opened. A man came in. Harry knew the man. The man had been the man from the cupboard, and the man from the car, and the man whose coat had smelled in the long Heathrow night, faintly of tobacco and faintly of gun oil and faintly of a cologne that Harry did not know was called Penhaligon's English Fern. The man was wearing different clothes now. He was wearing a clean white shirt and dark trousers and a dark waistcoat. He had a black patch over his left eye. His right eye was very pale and very steady. He did not smile. He looked at Harry. He looked at the chair with the folded clothes. He looked at the bed. He looked back at Harry. "You slept," he said. "Yes." "How long?" "I don't know. 11 hours. "Oh, are you hungry?" "Yes." "Get dressed. Come downstairs." He did not wait for an answer. He turned and went out and closed the door behind him with the same care he had taken in opening it. Harry stood. He went to the chair. He undressed out of the pajamas he had been put into the night before, which had also been clean, also new, also his size, and which had been laid out on the bed. And he put on the navy shirt and the brown trousers and the socks without holes in them. And he found a pair of small shoes by the door which were the right size for his feet, and he put those on too, and he went downstairs. The kitchen of the farmhouse was bright. It had a long pine table. It had a stove with a kettle on it. It had a window. The window was open. The smell of bread came from the oven against the far wall, and the man with the patch was standing at the oven, and the man with the patch was, Harry observed with bewilderment, taking a loaf out of the oven with a tea towel wrapped around his hand. There was another man at the table. The other man was older. The other man had iron gray hair brushed neatly back from his temples, and he wore round wire glasses, and he had a face like a kind country doctor of 40 years ago. He was reading a folded newspaper. He looked up when Harry entered. He stood. He inclined his head slightly. He said in an accent that Harry would later be told was the accent of a man who had been born in Hampshire and had stopped pretending so. "Good morning. You will be Harry." "Yes, I am William Wintergreen." "Hello, sit down, we are making breakfast." Harry sat. There was a plate at the place at the table where Wintergreen had gestured. The plate was empty. He looked at the plate. He folded his hands in his lap. The man with the patch came over with the loaf on a wooden board. He set the board in the middle of the table. He took a long knife from a hook on the wall and he cut the loaf, and the loaf was hot, and the steam came off the cut faces of the slices, and the smell of the bread filled the kitchen, and Harry's hunger registered for the first time in his life as a thing that was about to be addressed rather than a thing that was about to be endured. The man with the patch put 2 slices on Harry's plate. He put a small white dish of butter beside them. He put a knife on the side of the plate. He sat down across from Harry. He looked at Harry for a long moment. "You will eat slowly," he said. "Your stomach is not used to being fed properly. If you eat fast, you will be sick. We do not want you to be sick. We want you to be fed. Eat slowly. Take small bites. Stop when you are full. There will be more bread tomorrow. There will be more bread the day after." He pushed the butter dish a half-inch closer to Harry. "Eat," he said. Harry took the knife. He picked up a slice of the bread. He put butter on the bread. He had never put butter on bread because nobody had ever offered him butter for bread, and he had, at his uncle's house, observed butter being applied to other people's bread, but had not been permitted to apply any to his own. He spread the butter the way he had seen Aunt Petunia spread the butter, in a thin, even layer that covered the bread from edge to edge. He took a bite, he chewed, he swallowed. He did not cry. He did not cry because crying had not been a useful thing in his prior life and he had no habit of it. He simply sat, he chewed. He took a second bite, he chewed. He took a third bite, he chewed. He continued for some time and the bread on the plate decreased, and the second slice was buttered when the first had been finished. And at the end of the second slice he stopped because his stomach was full, fuller than it had ever been at one sitting, and the man with the patch had told him to stop when he was full, and he was full. He set the knife down. The man with the patch nodded. "Good," he said. He stood. He went to the stove. He poured tea from a brown pot into 2 cups. He brought one of the cups to Harry. The tea was milky. It had sugar in it. Harry knew this because he had once been required to make a cup of tea for Aunt Petunia with milk and sugar, and to deliver it to her on a small tray, and he had been told the correct ratio of sugar at considerable volume, and the cup in front of him was that ratio. He drank the tea. The man with the patch sat across from him again. The other man, Wintergreen, refolded his newspaper and laid it flat on the table. "Harry," said the man with the patch. He said it the way one says a name that one is going to need to use for many years. "My name is Slade Wilson. You can call me Slade. You can also call me Sir. Either is fine. Mr. Wintergreen here is my friend. He has been my friend for 31 years. He will be your friend also. He is the only other person besides me who is allowed in this house. There is no one else here. There will be no one else here for a long time. Do you understand? Yes, you are going to live here. For now, you may live other places later. You will be safe everywhere you live. I will see to it. Mr. Wintergreen will see to it. Are you afraid?" Harry considered the question. He considered it slowly, because he had not been asked many questions in his life, and he had not been asked any that had taken his interior state as their subject, and the experience of being asked was unfamiliar to him in a way that he could not have articulated, but which he registered in the precise calm focus of the small green eyes as the experience of having been respected. "Yes," he said. "Of what?" "That you are going to put me back." Slade Wilson said nothing for a moment. "Listen to me very carefully," he said. "I am not going to put you back. I am not capable of putting you back. The house I took you from is not a house anymore. The people in it are not in it. You are never going back to Privet Drive because Privet Drive is no longer a place. There is no Vernon Dursley. There is no Petunia Dursley. There is no Dudley Dursley. They are not coming for you because they are not coming anywhere ever again. Do you understand?" Harry took this information in. He took it in over the course of perhaps 4 seconds. He took it in with the same dispassionate attention with which he had been taking in everything in this kitchen since coming down the stairs. And he did not, Slade saw, react with any expression on his face for the first 2 seconds at all. And then in the 3rd second something passed across the small face that was not relief and was not grief, but was a kind of recalibration of the available world, in which a category of fear that had occupied a measurable portion of the boy's interior had been struck out, and the space it had taken up had been left, briefly, as a small, clean blankness. The 4th second the boy spent inhabiting the blankness. In the 5th second he said, "Oh." That was all he said. Slade Wilson watched him. "Are you sad?" Slade said. Harry considered the question. "No," he said. "Are you afraid?" "Yes." "Of what now?" "Of you," Harry said. Slade nodded. "That is appropriate," he said. "I am a dangerous man. I would tell you not to be afraid of me, but I would prefer that you be the kind of person who is appropriately afraid of dangerous men for as long as it serves you. The fear will be useful to us both. But I would also like to tell you something true." "Are you ready to hear something true?" "Yes. I will not hurt you. I will not let anyone else hurt you. I will not hurt you even if you do something I do not want you to do. I will not hurt you even if you make me angry. I will not hurt you even if I am angry at other people and you are the only person available. I will not hurt you ever. Do you understand?" Harry looked at him. "Yes," he said. He did not believe Slade Wilson. He was a 5-year-old who had survived 3 years of Vernon Dursley by not believing adult promises about not hurting him. But he registered with the careful neutral attention that had been his strongest survival skill that this man was making the promise. He filed the promise under provisional. He filed it with the small black paper category of information he intended to verify against the data of the next weeks. Slade saw the filing. He read it on the small, steady face. He approved. Good, he said. He drank his tea. He set the cup down. Now we are going to do some other things this morning. We are going to take you to a doctor. The doctor is a friend of Mr. Wintergreen's. The doctor will look at you. The doctor will tell us how badly your uncle hurt you. The doctor will fix whatever needs to be fixed. After the doctor, we will come back here and we will have lunch. Then we will go for a walk. Then you will read something with Mr. Wintergreen. Then we will have supper. Then you will sleep again. Tomorrow we will begin some work. Today is for getting started. Do you understand? Yes. You may ask any question you want about anything at any time. You will not be punished for asking a question. You will not be punished for asking a question that I do not like. Do you understand? Yes. Do you have any questions now? Harry held still for a moment. He had in fact 20 or 30 questions, and they were arrayed in his head in a loose alphabet of unanswered curiosity, and the one that floated to the top was not the most important and was not the most useful and was not the one he had intended to ask first. It was just the one that arrived first. Who are you? He said. Slade Wilson considered the question. I am a man, he said, who was given a job that I did not take. I was given the job of hurting you. I came to England to look at you. I looked at you for 3 days. I decided not to do the job. I decided instead to take you out of the house I was supposed to take you out of, but to take you out alive. I am taking you home with me because I do not have any children of my own anymore. I had a son. He is grown now and he lives far away. I have not been a father in some time. I would like to try to be a father again. I am not asking you to call me father. I am telling you what I am going to be doing. Do you understand? Yes. What else? Harry hesitated. The next question was harder. He looked at his lap. He looked back up at the man with the patch. Are you a magic person? Harry said. Slade Wilson held very still. It was the question he had been hoping the boy would not ask first, because the question had, Slade reasoned, in the small fractional moment he had to react, at least 3 useful possible readings, each of which implied a different prior history in the boy, and the prior history mattered, and the answer mattered. And the boy had asked the question with the quiet of a child who had been told certain things by his uncle which he had been told were dirty things to say, and which had nevertheless made themselves known to him by other means. No, Slade said carefully. I am not a magic person. I do not know any magic. Mr. Wintergreen does not know any magic either. We are ordinary men. Why do you ask? Because, Harry said with the small precision of a child reciting a fact. Aunt Petunia said my mother was a magic person, and Aunt Petunia said magic people are not normal, and Uncle Vernon hit me when I made the cupboard light come on. Slade Wilson did not move. Wintergreen did not move. There passed across Slade Wilson's face, for the duration of perhaps a quarter of a second, which is the duration that a man who has trained himself for 37 years to control his face can be observed to permit a thought to register on it, a kind of slow consolidating recognition. He had read the folio of unverified anomalies in 1982. He had filed the surname Potter. He had filed the parenthetical sentence. He had filed it under a category labeled in his head paranormal. He had not yet, he understood very clearly in the small quarter-second, been engaging with the full implications of the file. He had been treating the boy's circumstances as a hostage rescue problem and the boy as a hostage rescue subject, and his decision regarding the contract as a decision regarding a hostage rescue. The decision regarding the contract had been the right decision. The decision had been the right decision in any case. But the additional file, the magic file, the Potter file, the parenthetical sentence file, was a thing that had now been activated in front of him by the boy himself, and the activation reconfigured the operational environment. The activation reconfigured it considerably. The activation meant, among other things, that the contract had not been a routine contract. The activation meant, among other things, that the issuer of the contract had not been a routine issuer. The activation meant that there were almost certainly other parties. Parties Slade Wilson had not yet identified. Parties whose existence Slade Wilson had filed under unconfirmed in 1982, who would have an interest in the location of one Harry Potter, and whose interest would not necessarily be benign, and whose techniques for ascertaining the location of any object of their interest would not necessarily be techniques Slade Wilson was equipped to detect with the methods he routinely employed. He absorbed all of this in the quarter of a second. He did not show any of it. He said in the same voice he had been using all morning, "What did the cupboard light do, Harry?" "It came on, by itself." "Yes, how?" "I don't know, it was dark. I wanted it not to be dark. The bulb was broken. Aunt Petunia broke it because I had been bad. Then it came on. Uncle Vernon heard me say it had come on. He hit me." "How many times has this happened?" "The light, or anything like the light," Harry thought. "The teacher's hair turned blue. Once, I think I did that. Dudley couldn't reach me on top of the school roof. I don't know how I got on the roof. The garden snake at the zoo got out and Dudley fell in the tank. That was last year. I didn't mean to do any of them. You did not mean to. Number, did you want any of them to happen, even a little when they happened? Harry considered this. Yes, he said. Slade Wilson nodded. He picked up his tea. He drank. He set it down. All right, he said. Listen to me, Harry. Everything that you just told me is normal. Everything that you just told me is fine. Everything that you just told me is not bad. Your aunt was wrong. Your uncle was wrong. They were wrong about it being bad, and they were wrong to punish you for it. We will discuss it more later. For now, I want you to know two things. The first is that I do not care that you can make lights come on by wanting them on. The second is that anyone who has hit you for making lights come on by wanting them on was a stupid man, and stupidity has now been removed from your life. Do you understand? Yes, Mr. Wintergreen. Yes. Have we a working incandescent bulb in this house? Several. Excellent. Bring one to the table, please. Wintergreen rose. He went to a cupboard near the back door. He returned with a small clear glass bulb, the kind that goes in a desk lamp. He placed it on the table in front of Harry. This is a bulb, Slade said. It is not in a fixture. It is not connected to electricity. It cannot light up. Do you agree? Yes. Make it light up. Harry looked at him. Make it light up, Harry. I'll get in trouble. You will not. I am asking you to. Try. Harry looked at the bulb. He looked at Slade. He looked at the bulb again. He thought about wanting the bulb to be light. He thought about wanting it the way he had thought about wanting the cupboard light to come on in the dark of the cupboard at 1:30 in the morning of a winter night in 1985, when he had been 4.5 and very cold and very afraid. He thought about the way wanting felt, a small bright pressing thing, slightly behind his sternum, slightly to the left. He let the pressing thing move from his sternum outward slowly, the way he had let it move once before, and he let his attention go to the bulb on the table, and he let the pressing thing meet the bulb. The bulb lit. The filament inside it glowed a soft warm orange, the orange bright. The bulb was for 2 seconds the brightness of a small candle. Then Harry's attention slipped and the bulb dimmed and the bulb went dark. Wintergreen, who had served in 3 wars and who had not been visibly surprised by anything since 1962, blinked twice. Slade Wilson held very still. He had been told to expect something. He had not been told to expect something this clear. He had expected, given the parenthetical sentence in the 1982 folio, something furtive, something inconsistent, something at the margin of perceptibility. He had not expected a 5-year-old to light an unattached bulb in his kitchen by an act of conscious will in the 3rd trial of his adult acquaintance. He absorbed the new datum. He folded it into his planning. He did not allow the absorbing to register on his face. He said, "Good, well done. You did exactly what I asked." Harry looked at him. "You're not angry. Number, I'm not in trouble. Number, you aren't going to put me away because of it." Number, Harry's chest rose. It rose with a breath that was, Slade saw, with the particular tactical attention of a man trained to read the small involuntary signs of soldiers in cover, the first deep breath the child had taken at the table that morning. The breath was the kind of breath that a person takes when they have been holding a piece of themselves above an unsafe surface for a long time and have just been told they can put it down. Harry put it down. He did not weep. He did not laugh. He simply, and Slade observed this also, sat back in the kitchen chair very slightly, by the precise amount that the chair allowed his small back to relax into the slat behind it, and he looked at the bulb and he looked at Slade and he said, "Can I do it again?" Later, Slade said, "We will do many things later. For now, eat the rest of your tea, and then we will go and see the doctor." Harry drank the rest of his tea. He drank it slowly. Slade Wilson watched him drink it. Wintergreen watched Slade Wilson watching him. In Wintergreen's pocket, the small leather notebook he had been carrying for 31 years contained. Slade did not know it yet, but Slade did not need to know it yet. A fresh first line and a fresh first page, written in the neat copperplate hand Wintergreen had been writing in since boyhood. It said, "The boy lit the lamp." It was the first entry of a record that would, over the next 12 years, fill 31 notebooks. The doctor's surgery was in a small town 15 kilometers away. The doctor was an old man with a long, bony face and a remarkably steady hand. He spoke 5 languages. He had been struck off the medical register in 2 of them for unrelated reasons, both of which Slade Wilson considered ridiculous. He had been on retainer to Mara Consulting BV for 9 years. The doctor was named Visser. Dr. Visser looked at Harry. He looked at him for a long time. He asked him to take off his shirt. He asked him to take off his trousers. He left him in his vest and his pants, and he looked at the small body in the consulting room. And he did the small examination he had been doing for 40 years on children that other men had passed across the threshold of his clinic, with the careful and unspoken understanding that any account given of the child's history was to be regarded as a closed matter unless Dr. Visser himself raised it. He did not raise it. He raised, instead, his eyebrows. He raised them at Slade Wilson, who was sitting in the chair by the door. "Mr. Wilson," Dr. Visser said. "Yes." "This child has," Dr. Visser said in the careful register of a doctor who has been doing his work long enough to know how to phrase a thing, the constitution of a child raised by people who did not consider his constitution important. Yes, there is mild calorie deficiency. Yes, there is a healed fracture in the left third rib that was not properly set. How old? 18 months, perhaps 2 years. Yes. There is recent bruising consistent with blunt trauma at the time of intake within 72 hours. Yes, there is some retardation of long bone growth. Yes, there is some hypovitaminosis. Yes. There is, Dr. Visser said, and his voice did not change in volume but changed somewhere underneath the volume, a small cigarette burn between the second and third toe of his left foot. It is several months old. Slade Wilson did not move. He sat very still in the chair by the door of Dr. Visser's consulting room. He looked at the small boy in the vest and pants in the middle of the room, and he looked at Dr. Visser. And Dr. Visser looked back at him, and the room was very quiet, and Dr. Visser had been in many quiet rooms with many quiet men in his career, and he recognized the quality of the quiet that had descended in this room, and he did not press it. All correctable, Dr. Visser said after a moment in his medical register. Nutrition will solve most of it. The rib will not be reset. It does not require resetting. The growth will catch up. The bruising will resolve over the next 10 to 14 days. The toe will continue to be a toe with a small scar between the second and third metatarsal. Everything else is well. Thank you, doctor. There is one further matter. Yes, his pupillary response is exceptional. What? His pupils dilate when I shine a small light past them and constrict with an extreme rapidity. They constrict in approximately 1/3 the time of a normal child's pupils. His patellar reflex is similarly altered. His grip strength is at the upper end of normal for a child 2 years older than him. His resting pulse is slightly above what I would expect, 66 beats a minute, but his recovery from exertion is, when I had him climb up onto the table, extraordinary. He returned to his sitting pulse in 11 seconds. Dr. Visser looked at Slade Wilson. He is, Dr. Visser said, not an ordinary child. Number, you knew this. I did. He is the kind of child, Dr. Visser said, that I would not normally be told about in a consultation in my office in a small town in the south of the Netherlands on a Thursday morning in the first week of June. You are not normally told about him. Number, I am asking you to forget this conversation. I am already forgetting it. Thank you, doctor. You will look after him. Yes, he requires it. Yes, many men are unequal to such a requirement. I am not many men. No, said Dr. Visser, you are not. Get him dressed, take him home. He should eat 4 small meals a day for the next 10 weeks. If you can find him children to play with, find him children to play with. He should not be a small adult for at least another year. After that, do as you must. Slade Wilson stood. He took the boy out into the consulting room hall. He dressed him. He picked him up, though the boy could walk, and the boy was a child who had carried his own weight in laundry. But Slade Wilson picked him up, on a quiet impulse that was not for the boy but for Slade Wilson, and the boy did not protest, and he carried him out of the consulting room. On the drive back to the farmhouse, he set the boy beside him on the passenger seat. Wintergreen drove. Wintergreen had been driving Slade Wilson for many years, and Wintergreen knew the road. The road went between flat green fields. The cows were still in the fields. The cows had moved a little since the morning. Harry watched the cows. He had not seen many cows in his 5 years, because the cows of Privet Drive had been the cows of supermarket cartons and the cows of small storybook illustrations, and he had not been clear in his 5-year-old mind that the cows of supermarket cartons and the cows of small storybook illustrations had been versions of an actual quadruped that existed in fields. What are those? He said. Cows, Slade said. What do? They eat grass. They give milk. That milk. Yes. Oh, have you seen a cow before? Number, you will see many cows here. Will I see other things? Yes. What things? All things, Harry. You will see all things. You will see what is in this country, and you will see what is in many other countries. You will see weapons and machines and books and maps and tools, and you will see the inside of a great many rooms in which men of various professions practice their disciplines. You will see all of it. You will see it slowly. You will see it the way one sees a new city, which is to say, district by district, and you will eventually know your way around it, the way one knows one's way around the streets of a city in which one has lived for many years. But not today. Today you saw cows. Yes. Was it a good thing to see? Yes. Good. They drove on. That evening Slade Wilson did 3 things. The first thing was that he sat with Harry at the kitchen table for an hour and a half, and he read aloud from a small green-bound book called The Wind in the Willows, because Wintergreen had set the small green-bound book on the table at supper time with the polite suggestion that a boy of 5 did not necessarily go to bed only from the experience of having been examined by a doctor, and Slade had received the polite suggestion in the spirit in which it had been given. Slade read aloud. He read in the same flat, clear voice in which he had read intelligence briefings to junior officers in 3 wars. He read at the pace of a man who had not previously read children's literature aloud and who had no instinct for the cadences of it. The text was foreign to his mouth. He pronounced the names of the animals with the same neutral care with which he pronounced the names of arms dealers. He paused at the end of every sentence to ensure he had not lost his place. He did not modulate. He did not perform. He read. Harry sat at the table beside him. Harry leaned, after the first 10 minutes, very slightly against the arm of Slade Wilson's chair. He did not lean any further than that. He kept the lean within the permissible space of a small body politely sharing the volume of a kitchen with a much larger and much more dangerous body. He listened. He listened to a book for the first time. He listened to the small, even unmodulated voice of Slade Wilson telling him about the mole and the ratty. And Slade Wilson's voice was not, as a matter of professional craft, well suited to the rhythm of the prose. But the boy did not know it, and the boy had nothing to compare it against. And the boy by the end of the chapter had, without taking his small attention off the page for so much as an instant, slid slowly downward and sideways until he was. When Slade reached the end of the chapter at 8:30 in the evening, sitting on the floor of the kitchen with his head propped against Slade Wilson's right thigh, asleep, Slade closed the book. He looked down at the small boy asleep against his leg. He did not move for a long time. Wintergreen, who had been sitting at the far end of the kitchen mending a small piece of saddlery he had been mending in the evenings for 30 years, did not look up. Slade Wilson sat. He set his right hand very carefully on the small black head against his thigh. He left it there. The second thing he did that evening was that he carried the boy upstairs and put him to bed. He did this without comment. He undressed the boy down to his vest. He laid the boy under the blankets. He drew the blankets up to the boy's chin. He looked at the boy for a moment. He turned off the light. He went to the door. He stood in the doorway. He looked back at the small dark room with the small breathing in the bed and the small bar of moonlight on the floor coming through the window. He left the door very slightly ajar. He did not, by the leaving of the door ajar, intend any specific gesture. He had thought to close it and had not. He filed the knot as data. The third thing he did that evening was a thing he did in the kitchen alone, with Wintergreen across from him at the long pine table and the lamps low. It was the thing he had been preparing himself to do all day. He had been preparing himself to do it since the moment in Dr. Visser's surgery when Dr. Visser had observed that the boy's pupillary response was exceptional. He took out from the inside pocket of his waistcoat a small black case. He opened the case. The case contained a small glass ampule. The ampule contained a clear amber liquid. The liquid was the Myracure serum, the metahuman enhancement formulation that had made Slade Wilson what he was, and that had been refined over the 18 years since his own intake into a small family of related compounds. The ampule in the case was not the full dose. The ampule in the case was a derivative. It had been compounded 3 months before by a chemist in Frankfurt at Wintergreen's instruction, before there had ever been a contract or a flight to England or a small black-haired boy in the kitchen of the farmhouse. Slade Wilson had not at that time known what he had been preparing. He laid the ampule in the case on the table. "Do you have the figures?" Slade said. "I do," Wintergreen said. "Read them to me." Wintergreen took out his notebook. He turned to a back page. He read, "Standard adult intake protocol calls for 5 milligrams per kilogram body weight at first administration, twice that at second, with successive monthly increments until tolerance is established. Pediatric tolerance is unestablished in clinical literature, as no clinical literature exists. The chemist's recommendation, based on first principles pharmacokinetics for a subject of approximately 17 kilograms body weight and approximately 5 years of physiological age, is subclinical microdosing, 0.1 milligram per kilogram monthly, for a minimum of 18 months before any escalation. The intended outcome is gradual recalibration of the somatic baseline without provoking the immune escalation that has, in 2 of the 4 adult intakes, produced acute febrile reaction. The chemist further notes that the subject is not, at this age, a fully calcified skeletal system, which means that effects on long bone development cannot be predicted from adult data. He advises caution. He advises radiographic survey at 6-month intervals. He advises monthly serum panels. He advises most particularly that the program be discontinued immediately upon any indication of distress. Understood. There is a syringe in the case. The dosage in the ampule is 0.1 milligram per kilogram. It is intended for a child of 17 kilograms. We will need to weigh him in the morning. If he is closer to 16, the dose will be adjusted downward. Yes. Slade, yes. You are not obliged to do this. I know. The boy is not your son. I know. The boy was not delivered to you for enhancement. He was delivered to you for protection. I know. You have in your career occasionally erred on the side of doing more than the protection requires. Slade Wilson looked at the small ampule on the table. He looked at the lamp over the table. He looked at the line of Wintergreen's notebook open between them. He thought about a small cigarette burn between the second and third toe of a left foot. He thought about a healed fracture in a left third rib. He thought about a small boy lifting an unattached bulb to orange brightness with nothing but the focused wanting of him. He thought about the parenthetical sentence in the 1982 folio. He thought about $1 million and a Channel Isles account and a smell of old beeswax. He thought about a small, dark, efficient proposition in the eyes of a 5-year-old who had assessed Slade Wilson, Deathstroke the Terminator, killer for hire, the deadliest mercenary alive, at 1:15 in the morning, and had decided to take his hand on the grounds that the calculation favored it. He thought, finally, about a long, quiet hall full of doors. He thought about which doors had opened in the last week, and which doors had not, and which doors he had been knocking on very softly for a very long time without ever expecting them to open at all. He thought about which door had just opened. He thought about what he intended to bring through it. There are, Slade Wilson said, parties who will come for him. We do not know how many. We know one paid $1 million for his death. We know now that the boy is anomalous. We know also that the anomaly is precisely the variable along which the parties will pursue him. The boy will need every margin he can be given. He will need the body that can take the kind of force a small body cannot ordinarily take. He will need the recovery that can come back from the wounds an ordinary child cannot come back from. He will need the perception that can read the room when the room contains him as its target. He will need all of these. He will not get them by sentiment. He will get them by deliberate construction. He picked up the small ampule. He turned it once in the lamplight. Tomorrow, he said, we begin. He set the ampule back in the case. He closed the case. Wintergreen closed his notebook. The lamp guttered briefly as a small breeze came in through the kitchen window, the only breeze the kitchen had received that evening, and the breeze brought with it the smell of grass and the smell of cows and the smell of the slow flat fields of Zealand and the faint smell of bread still rising from the small kneaded loaves Wintergreen had set on the rack to prove for the next day's breakfast. Slade Wilson smelled the bread. He turned off the lamp. He sat in the dark for 1/4 hour. Then he went upstairs and he stood for a moment outside the room of the boy who had been sleeping by his leg, and he pressed his palm to the slightly ajar door without opening it any further, and he stood there and the boy breathed, and Slade Wilson said under his breath into the dim corridor of the farmhouse outside Veer a single word. He did not know to whom he had said it. It might have been said to Joseph. It might have been said to himself. It might have been said to the small breathing thing on the other side of the ajar door. The word was yes. Chapter 3, 5-10. The 5 years of Harry Potter's instruction did not have a name. Slade Wilson, who named his rifles and his knives and his safe houses but did not name the periods of his life, declined to give the 5 years a name. Wintergreen, whose notebooks would eventually account for 9 volumes of those 5 years, gave them no name either. Harry himself, looking back on the 5 years much later in life, would say only that they had been the 5 years he had been put together. He meant by put together that he had not been together before, and he meant by put together that he had been put together by another person, and he meant by put together that the putting together had been intentional and slow and methodical and very kind. The 5 years went in the broad shape of it like this. The first 6 months Slade kept Harry at the farmhouse outside Veer. The first 6 months were nutrition, sleep, the slow reacquaintance of a small body with the proposition that it had a right to occupy space. Slade did very little instruction in the first 6 months. He read aloud. He had Harry assist with small kitchen tasks. He took Harry on long walks across the flat Dutch fields. He sat with Harry by the canal and pointed at the boats by their flags and by their cargoes and named them. He taught Harry to ride a small bicycle that Wintergreen had bought in Middleburg, and on the day Harry rode the bicycle the length of the long farm lane and back without falling, Slade stood at the gate with both hands behind his back and watched the small black-haired boy come pedaling toward him through the late September light, and the boy was laughing. The first laugh Slade had heard from him 4 months after intake, and Slade Wilson did not weep, but he did in his head write down the date. The first injection of Myricure at subclinical dose was administered on the 11th of July, 1986, the second on the 11th of August, the third on the 11th of September. By the third, the boy's resting pulse had moved from 66 to 61. His grip strength had moved up a sixth. His night vision, Slade tested it in the long farmhouse hall with a black cloth and a faint candle, had improved to a level that Slade had previously associated with the better adult intakes. The boy reported no discomfort. The boy reported only that he could see, when he opened his eyes in the dark at night, the fold of the bedspread by his bedroom door when before he had not been able to. The chemist's surveys were normal. The bloods were normal. The bone scans were normal. The The chemist, in his quarterly report, used the word remarkable 3 times. At the end of the 6th month, the 11th of December, 1986, Slade moved. The safe house network of Slade Wilson was not, like the safe house network of a state intelligence service, an arrangement of properties registered for the use of agents passing through them. It was instead the slowly accumulated holdings of a single man over the course of 30 years, who had bought what he had bought when the buying had been opportune, who had registered his buys under names that were no longer connected to him by any traceable thread, and who had set up the maintenance of each holding under a separate small corporate veil, so that the holdings did not, when examined together, suggest a single owner. The holdings included the farmhouse outside Veer in Zealand, a 2-story flat in a quiet street in Geneva in the Upper Rovires with a view of the lake and a small balcony, a walled compound on a desert road outside Manama in Bahrain with a 600-meter shooting range cut into the dunes, a long single-story bungalow on the edge of the Karoo in South Africa with no neighbors within 12 kilometers, a small apartment in a residential building in the 8th arrondissement of Paris, a converted barn in the hills above Florence in Tuscany, a 4-room flat above a coffee house in the old quarter of Istanbul, 3 streets back from the Bosphorus, a high-altitude cabin in a forest in northern British Columbia, 60 kilometers along a logging road that did not appear on any map after 1971, a discreet beach house on the Gulf Coast of Costa Rica in a small bay with only 1 road in, and the principal residence, which Slade had not visited in 3 years and which he had no current plans to revisit, a coastal property on Skiathros in the Sporades which had been Adeline's choice once and which Slade had not been able to bring himself to sell. The boy would see 8 of these in the next 5 years. He would see none of Skiathros. In Geneva in the winter of 1986-87, the boy began languages. The instruction was wintergreen's. Wintergreen had, between his various postings under various commanding officers, accumulated a personal interest in modern languages that was rivaled, in Slade Wilson's acquaintance, only by Wintergreen's personal interest in saddlery. Wintergreen spoke 7 living languages competently and 2 more well enough to read in. He kept on a shelf in the Geneva flat a row of language manuals he had taught himself out of, each marked at the front cover with the date he had finished it. He began Harry on 3, French, German, and Russian. He began them simultaneously, on the grounds that a child of 5.5, lacking the rigid grammatical instincts of a literate adult, would not find 3 confusing in the way an adult would, on the grounds that Wintergreen said, watching Harry over the rim of his tea, a child of 5.5 can, if you let him, pick up the basic vocabulary of 3 languages at the rate an adult would pick up the basic vocabulary of 1.5, on the grounds that, Wintergreen further said, a person who learns 1 language late thinks of every language as a translation, and a person who learns 3 at once thinks of every language as a separate room. Slade Wilson, who had himself learned a great many languages by the latent-as-needed method, did not disagree. By Easter of 1987, the boy could say in French the names of the small streets in the Upper Rovires and the items on the small list Wintergreen sent him to buy at the corner epicery. By Easter of 1987, the boy could say in German the small set phrases of a polite child greeting a polite shopkeeper. By Easter of 1987, the boy could read, in Russian, 3 letters of the Cyrillic alphabet and could write his own name in them, which he did in unsteady block capitals on the back of a postcard Wintergreen had sent him to himself from Lausanne. By the end of 1987, the 11th of December, 18 months after the intake, the day of the 25th injection at 0.1 milligram per kilogram, the boy was conversational in all 3. He was reading children's storybooks in French. He was naming, in German, the parts of small machines Slade had begun to lay out for him on a workbench in the basement of the Geneva flat. He was speaking in Russian, with a slow, careful accent that made Wintergreen, who had learned his Russian in Vladivostok in the winter of 1953 from an old broken-handed sergeant who had been kind to him, close his eyes once at the kitchen table on a December evening briefly, with a faint pleasure he did not name. In Bahrain in the spring of 1988, the boy began weapons. The walled compound outside Manama had been Slade's for 19 years. The shooting range cut into the dunes had been cut by Slade himself with the help of 3 men who had not lived to see the 2nd decade of the range's existence, for reasons not connected to the range. The range had a 100-meter pistol section, a 400-meter rifle section, and a 600-meter rifle section. It had a small steel-plated alley for indoor work. It had a soundproof concrete room at the back of the compound for hand-to-hand. Slade did not begin Harry on firearms. He began him on weight. He began him on weight because, Slade told Wintergreen in the kitchen of the Manama compound the first morning, with the desert sun coming through the high east-facing window and the boy still asleep upstairs, A child who had not previously been allowed to develop musculature in proportion to his frame was a child who would need to be carefully unwound from the small habits of accommodation that had become his skeleton. The unwinding took 3 months. The unwinding was a regimen Slade had designed in consultation with Dr. Visser and with the chemist in Frankfurt, and with 2 strength coaches Slade had used in the recovery from particular old injuries of his own. It was not the regimen of a soldier. It was the regimen of a child whose growth plates were still open and whose endocrine system was still finding its baseline. The regimen consisted of carries, of pulls, of presses, of squats with very light loads and very slow repetition, and of an enormous quantity of carefully calibrated rest. The boy carried small kettlebells across the compound. The boy lifted a small wooden bar with small steel discs. The boy did chin-ups on the lintel of the back door in 3 sets of as many as he could manage, with Slade counting from a folding chair against the opposite wall. The boy did not complain. The boy had been carrying laundry baskets bigger than himself at 5, and the boy did not yet have, at 6, the concept of complaining about a physical task he had been given by an adult. The boy did the task. The boy did the task until the task was finished. The boy was, Slade observed, a child who had learned obedience in a school of considerable cruelty, and one of the early disciplines of Slade's instruction, the one he came back to most often, the one that frustrated him most often, the one he could neither force nor accelerate, was the discipline of teaching the boy to say number. He worked on the no in the kitchen in the evenings. He worked on it like this. He set down on the table between himself and Harry 2 glasses of orange juice. He pushed both glasses toward Harry. He said, "Drink them both." Harry drank them both. "That was a mistake," Slade said. He did not say it harshly. He said it the way one says it is raining. "You did not want a second glass of juice. You drank it because I said to. You may not in the future drink anything you do not want only because I have said to. I do not want a son who is a hand to do what I tell him. I want a son who is a man and who tells me what he thinks." Harry looked at the empty glasses. "What if you really want me to do it?" he said. "Then I will tell you the reason and you will assess the reason. If the reason is good, you will do it. If the reason is not good, you will tell me. You will tell me even if it is difficult. Do you understand?" "Yes." "What if you tell me and I am angry?" "You may be angry. I will not be hurt because you are angry. I will continue to be your father. Do you understand?" "Yes." It took the boy 2 years to learn it. By the end of the 2 years, he could refuse an orange juice. By the end of the 2 years, he could also refuse Slade Wilson a request more substantial than orange juice, and could refuse it without his pulse rising, and could refuse it without his hands going to the small protective fold against the rib cage that Slade had observed in the first months after intake, and could refuse it in the careful, clear sentences he had built for himself in 3 languages. The 2 years of teaching the boy to refuse him, Slade would later say, had been more difficult than the 2 years of teaching him to take a man down with a knife. By the end of those same 2 years, the boy could fire at 100 meters with a customized small frame. 22 Slade had ordered from a friend in Brno, a 5-shot group of approximately 7 centimeters. By the end of those same 2 years, the boy could clear a Browning high-power, field strip and reassemble it, blindfolded, in 48 seconds. By the end of those same 2 years, the boy could throw a balanced knife at 6 meters and put it within the circumference of a saucer 8 times out of 10. The Myra-Cure helped. The Myra-Cure helped in the way the Myra-Cure had been designed to help, by sharpening the small reflexive arcs along which a fine motor task is performed, by lengthening the duration during which a concentrated attention could be sustained without fatigue, by very slightly altering the small chemistries of the eye and the inner ear so that the body's information about itself in space was clearer than it would otherwise be. The Myra-Cure did not make a child a marksman. The marksman the Myra-Cure produced had to be made out of a child by training. The Myra-Cure made the training take. By Harry's 8th birthday, the 31st of July, 1988, which Slade had researched in the back of the 1982 folio, and confirmed against a small entry he had had wintergreen retrieved from a hospital archive, the boy was on the chemist's 3rd upward adjustment of the protocol. He was being administered 0.3 milligrams per kilogram monthly. His resting pulse was 52. His standing vertical jump was 53 centimeters. He could climb the inside corner of the Manama compound's eastern wall 4 meters up in 5 seconds. He had not yet, however, killed anything. This was deliberate. Slade Wilson had, very early in the planning of the 5 years, established that the boy would not be permitted to kill anything until the boy was old enough to make of the killing a thing he had chosen, not a thing he had been incrementally trained into. Slade Wilson had observed in his career many instructors of children who had moved their pupils up the kill ladder by way of small animals and then larger animals, and then a person presented as a threat, and Slade Wilson had observed of those instructors that the children they had produced were a particular kind of broken, and Slade Wilson did not intend that his son be broken in that direction. Slade Wilson did not want a small assassin. Slade Wilson wanted a small son who was, when he chose to be, an assassin. The distinction would prove in time to be significant. Between the ages of 6 and 8, Harry's life ran in a slow loop along the safe houses. They lived 3 months at a time in each of 6 properties. They moved on the second Sunday of each season. They moved with what could be packed into a single black duffel each. Slade's principle this, and what arrived at the new house was what had been ordered ahead by Wintergreen from a network of contacts whose names Harry had begun to memorize against the day he might need them. The pattern of a day was nearly always the same. At 6 in the morning, Harry rose. He ran for 30 minutes along whatever terrain the current safe house offered, across the dunes in Bahrain, along the lakeshore in Geneva, up the long farm lane outside Vere, across the rocky scrub of the Karoo, through the cobbled side streets of the 8th arrondissement, along the high pine path above the river in British Columbia, across the warm sand of the Costa Rican beach, up the steep stone track behind the Tuscan barn. He returned. He bathed. He dressed. He breakfasted with Slade and Wintergreen, bread, butter, fruit, eggs when there were eggs, oatmeal in the colder months, never any sweetened cereal, never any sugar in the milk. He read for 1 hour from whatever book Wintergreen had set him: history, geography, biology, chemistry, mathematics, and increasingly in the 8th and 9th years, philosophy and political theory and the careful reading of newspapers. At 10, he had instruction with Slade. From 10 until noon, he worked at one specific skill that day: fieldcraft, marksmanship, hand-to-hand, lockpicking, knife-handling, demolitions, vehicle work, climbing, swimming, free-running, the precise rendering of unconsciousness to a target with a hand or a needle or a pinch at the carotid. From noon to 1 he ate. From 1 to 2 he rested. From 2 to 4 he had languages with Wintergreen. From 4 to 5 he had practical tactical analysis, which Slade administered out of a small leather notebook of his own design, with the small scenarios printed out in narrow type, and with Harry required to write his answers in pencil in the margins, and with Slade reviewing the answers in red ink at the kitchen table that evening. The tactical analysis hour was Slade's favorite hour of the day. It was also, Slade had observed, by the autumn of Harry's 8th year. Harry had begun, by then, to bring his own scenarios to the table. Harry had begun to ask, in the small, concentrated voice he used for these conversations, very precise questions about the small variations between 2 superficially similar problems. Harry had begun to question Slade's solutions. Harry had begun to question them not, Slade noted with steady approval, out of any general adolescent impulse to dispute his father, which Harry did not yet have because Harry was 8, but out of the small, relentless intellectual conviction that the solution might not yet be the best one, and that the best one was therefore still to be found. "Father," Harry said one evening in November of 1988 at the table of the Geneva flat, with the kitchen window full of low winter rain and the small lamp throwing his face in shadow, "the scenario from yesterday." "Yes, you said the operator goes through the front." "Yes, I think it is wrong. Tell me why." "There are 2 cameras at the front. You propose disabling both with a single phone line cut into the security cabinet. You assumed the cabinet is downstream of the building's main service entry. I have looked up the building. The building has a redundant security panel in the basement that does not run on the phone line. It runs on a dedicated coaxial. The cabinet you propose to cut feeds only the lobby. The basement panel feeds the perimeter. The basement panel will detect your operator coming through the front whether or not the lobby cabinet is intact." Slade did not move for a moment. "Where did you find the dedicated coaxial?" he said. "In the building's planning application from 1979. The application is held by the surveyor of the City of London. The application is public. Mr. Wintergreen helped me obtain a copy." Slade looked at the boy. He looked at the boy for a long time. He looked at the boy for so long that Wintergreen, who was sitting at the far end of the kitchen mending the same piece of saddlery he had been mending in the evenings for 30 years, and which would continue to be mended in the evenings for several years more, set down the awl and waited. "Then how does the operator go in?" Slade said. "He doesn't," Harry said. "He persuades the target to come out. The target's secretary takes the dog at 6:30. The target goes with the secretary in the car as far as the corner of the park. The corner of the park is a public corner with no cameras on a route the target takes 4 days a week. The operator goes there, he waits, he acts. He leaves, the building is not entered at all." Slade Wilson reached across the kitchen table. He set his hand on the back of Harry's head. He did not say anything for a moment. He looked at Wintergreen. Wintergreen looked back at him. "My son," Slade Wilson said, "is going to be very good at this." The summer of 1989 was the summer of psychology. Slade had told Harry on the first morning of the season at the Carew bungalow that the boy was now sufficiently into his work that the work could no longer be only physical. The work would, from now on, have a layer that was conducted within the boy himself. Slade would administer the layer. Slade had administered the layer to himself once long ago with a different teacher. The layer was not pleasant, it was however necessary. "I am going to do things to you," Slade said on the first morning at the kitchen table with the bungalow's wide windows full of the long red horizontal of the Carew dawn, "to teach you to withstand them. Some of the things will not be pleasant, none of the things will be cruel, none of the things will be punitive. I want to be very clear about this. I am not punishing you, I am training you. The distinction matters, do you understand? Yes, the things will include the following. I will deprive you of sleep for short periods. I will deprive you of food for short periods. I will hold you in cold water. I will hold you in pain not from injury but from the small stress positions you have already been training in. I will shout at you. I will threaten you. I will use the words your uncle used on you because the words must lose their power. I will at no time strike you. I will at no time put you in danger. I will at all times know exactly what I am doing. You understand? Yes. If you tell me at any time to stop, I will stop. Yes. You will not be punished for telling me to stop. Yes. You will, however, find that you are increasingly able to bear what I am doing. You will find that your tolerance grows. You will find that the things which seem unbearable on the first day become bearable on the 10th and ordinary on the 30th. You will find that you become harder to break. The point of all of this is that there are people who will try in your life to break you. I will not allow them to succeed. Neither will you. The two of us together will see to it. Yes. Are you afraid? Yes. Of what? Of you, Harry said, and of the things you are going to do. Slade nodded. Both of those fears are appropriate. He stood, he cleared the breakfast plates. He looked out the wide windows at the long red horizontal of the Carew dawn. He turned back. "We begin tomorrow," he said. He began the next day. The summer of 1989 went in the broad shape of it like this. 3 weeks of progressive sleep deprivation, staggered 4 hours short, then 6 hours short, then a single rolling block of 36 hours awake with continuous demand for tactical performance, then a controlled recovery. 2 weeks of caloric restriction with concurrent physical training, monitored by the chemist in Frankfurt via daily faxed blood work. 10 days of cold water immersion at progressively colder temperatures, with a strict time cap on each session and a controlled rewarming protocol. 3 days of stress position instruction in the back room of the bungalow, with strict time caps and continuous monitoring. 4 days of what Slade called the words, in which Slade sat across from Harry at the kitchen table and recited calmly and slowly the catalogue of cruel things Vernon Dursley had once said to Harry Potter, line by line in Vernon Dursley's voice, and required Harry to listen without flinching, and required Harry to repeat the cruel thing back in his own voice, in a flat, clear tone with no rise and no break, until the cruel thing had been worn into a small, smooth pebble that Harry could pick up at will. The boy did not break. The boy came very close twice. Once in the second week of caloric restriction, when Slade had spent an hour and a half in the kitchen frying onions for the dinner that Harry would not be allowed to eat, and Harry had, Wintergreen later noted in the notebook, sat at the kitchen table and watched the onions and his pupils had dilated, and Slade had set a small bowl of cold rice in front of him and Harry had picked up the spoon and Slade had said, "Tell me what you would like to do to that bowl," and Harry had said, "I would like to throw it at your face," and Slade had said, "Go ahead." Harry had not. Harry had eaten the rice. He had eaten it slowly. He had finished it. He had looked up. He had said, "It was a fair test, father." Slade Wilson had not closed his eye, but he had, Wintergreen would record, held it closed in spirit for the duration of perhaps a second. The second time the boy came close was on the third day of the words, when Slade, adhering to his own protocol, had recited the entire repertoire of a Vernon Dursley evening in 1986, in Vernon Dursley's voice slowly 3 times, and on the third recitation Harry's shoulders had begun to do a thing they had not done in 3 years, which was the small involuntary tightening up to the ears that small bodies do under unsafe weather, and Slade had stopped mid-line. And Slade had put down the script, and Slade had walked around the kitchen table, and Slade had crouched in front of Harry, and Slade had taken Harry's face in both hands, and Slade had said, "You are not in that house." And Harry had said, "I know. He is not coming through the door. I know. He cannot come through any door. He has not been able to come through a door since June 1986. The doors he might have come through have all been closed by me. The doors that remain closed are closed by me. I am sitting in front of every door he could come through. Do you understand? Yes. Do you want me to keep going? Yes. You are sure? Yes." Slade had taken his hands away. He had returned to his chair. He had picked up the script. He had begun again in the flat voice. Harry had listened. Harry had repeated. Harry's shoulders had stayed down. At the end of the day, Harry had said, "Father, Yes, the words don't hurt anymore. Slade had nodded. That is the point, he had said. By the end of the summer of 1989, Harry Potter was 9 years old. He could speak French, German, Russian, Italian, Mandarin, and Arabic well enough to hold a conversation with a native speaker. He could read in 3 more. He had a working pistol grip and could fire a Browning high power from a draw out of concealment in under 1 second. He could fire a Steyr SSG-69 at 400 meters with a 5-shot group of 11 centimeters. He could climb the outside of a 4-story building in under 30 seconds on a rough stone facade with no equipment. He could go 3 nights without sleep and remain functional. He could go 4 days without food and remain functional. He could handle the cold of a Bahraini night and the heat of a Karoo afternoon with equal indifference. He could pick a 6-pin Yale in 9 seconds, a Schlage in 12, and most commercially available padlocks in under 5. He could hotwire a 1980s Ford. He could field strip a Glock 17 in 32 seconds and an AKM in 41. He could administer a precise carotid choke in less than 3 seconds. He could throw a balance knife at 6 meters and place it within a saucer 10 times out of 10. He had also read the complete works of Sun Tzu, the complete works of Clausewitz, the complete works of Machiavelli, the complete works of Marcus Aurelius, all the Sherlock Holmes stories, and the first 3 Hardy Boys books, the last of which had been Wintergreen's quiet concession on the grounds that the boy was 9. He could not yet read the future, but he had begun that summer to read other people. Slade had taught him to read other people in the way Slade had once been taught, by long observation, by the patient cataloging of small involuntary tells, by the deliberate and laborious building up of a small internal library of human types, by the practice of asking at every encounter 3 silent questions. What does this person believe? What does this person want? What does this person fear? Slade had walked Harry through this practice in markets in Manama, in cafes in Geneva, in restaurants in Florence, in the small lobby of a hotel in Paris, where Slade had once shot a man through a window in 1974. Harry had at first laboriously, with notebooks of his own, and then with steadily less and less labor, begun to assemble the internal library. By the end of the summer of 1989, Harry could, at 3 meters distance in a crowded cafe, identify with reasonable accuracy the man at the bar who was carrying, the woman at the corner table who had been waiting for someone who was not coming, the waiter who was lying about the day's special, the plainclothes police officer who had walked in and ordered a coffee, the American couple at the window who were not, despite appearances, Americans. He could do all of this in approximately 17 seconds. Slade Wilson had taught him. Slade Wilson had not, before the boy, taught any of this to anybody. The 10th birthday came on the 31st of July, 1991. It came at the bungalow in the Karoo. Slade had baked a cake. He had baked it himself. He had baked it from a recipe in a book Wintergreen had bought him in a small bookshop in Cape Town 2 years before against the eventuality. The cake was a Victoria sponge with strawberry jam in the middle and a dusting of icing sugar across the top. It was, Slade said, the first cake he had made since 1971, and he made it without comment, and he set it on the long bungalow table, and Wintergreen brought out a small pile of brown paper-wrapped parcels, and Harry came in from his evening run and stopped in the doorway. Father, Harry said, yes, there is a cake. There is. I thought we did not have cake. It is your birthday. Oh, Harry sat down. He looked at the cake. He did not immediately eat any of it. He looked at it for a long time. Slade Wilson did not press him. Slade Wilson sat at the head of the table and Wintergreen sat at the foot, and the small black-haired boy of 10 sat between them and looked at the cake. What is it, Harry? Aunt Petunia, Harry said. What about her? On Dudley's birthday she made him a cake. Yes, she did not make me a cake. I knew there was a cake in the kitchen every year on my birthday. I always knew. Because there was a cake in the kitchen the day after Dudley's birthday, and Dudley's birthday is 1 month and 1 day before mine. So I would smell the cake on the day after Dudley's birthday, and I would know there had been a cake. And 1 month and 1 day later on my birthday, I would smell my birthday in the kitchen also, but the smell would be the smell of bacon for Uncle Vernon and not the smell of a cake, because there was no cake. There is a cake now. Yes, eat the cake, Harry. Harry took a fork. He cut a small wedge for himself. He put it on a plate. He set the plate in front of himself. He took a small bite. He chewed. He swallowed. He looked up at Slade Wilson. It is a good cake, he said. Thank you. I am 10. Yes, tomorrow is the 1st of August. Yes, you said the chemist would adjust the dose for the 11th year. He will. I will tell you tomorrow what the new dose is. You said we would have a conversation about what comes next. We will tonight if you wish. Yes, Harry took a second bite of the cake. He chewed, he swallowed, he looked at the small pile of brown paper-wrapped parcels on Wintergreen's end of the table. Are those for me? They are, all of them, all of them. Oh, he unwrapped them slowly. The first was a book, the second was a book, the third was a book, the fourth was a book. The fifth was a small folding lockpick set Slade had made in Switzerland out of a particularly fine grade of spring steel, and which would fit, when folded, into the smallest pocket of a child's jacket. The sixth was a small balanced throwing knife in a small sheath. The seventh was a small steel wristwatch that had been Slade's father's, which Slade had not previously been able to give to anyone, and which Slade gave now to Harry without comment. Harry held the watch for a long time. He did not say anything for some minutes. He held the watch. He looked up. "Father," he said. "Yes. Thank you. You are welcome." "Father, yes. There is a thing I have wanted to ask you." "Ask it." "When am I going to find out about the magic?" Slade Wilson set down his fork. He had been waiting for this question. He had been waiting for it for almost 4 years. He had been waiting for it ever since the boy had lit the unattached bulb on the kitchen table of the farmhouse outside Veer. And he had been waiting for it especially since the boy had, at 6:30 in Geneva on his own initiative, made a small wooden top spin in the air above his palm during a quiet half-hour after lunch, and had then asked, that evening very politely, whether the spinning had been all right. Slade had said it had been all right. Slade had then explained to Harry that the spinning was, for the time being, a thing they would do only at home, only in the presence of Slade or Wintergreen, and only when no third party was within the building. Slade had said that the reason for this was not that the spinning was bad, but that the spinning was a tool which Slade and Harry did not yet know how to use, and that one did not use a tool one did not yet know how to use in front of strangers, on the same general principle that one did not draw a pistol one had not yet been instructed in. Harry had understood. Harry had not in the 4 years since performed any visible act of magic in front of any third party. Harry had, however, Slade was very well aware, been performing small inquisitive experiments in private, at intervals, the records of which he had kept in a small notebook in his bedside drawer. Slade had read the notebook on a regular basis without comment. The notebook contained, in Harry's small, careful handwriting, several pages of observation. The temperature of a glass of water raised by an act of will, by a measurable amount, with the temperature recorded on a small thermometer, the bending of a thin wire by an act of will, the temporary alteration of the color of a small swatch of cloth, the calling of a small bird to the windowsill, the small but reliable improvement of his own grip strength, by an act of will for the duration of a particular set of chin-ups, by a percentage Harry had estimated at 15. The notebook had been the small evidence Slade had needed. It had been the evidence that the boy was not only a child capable of magic, but a child who had, without instruction, without a teacher, without any other reference point than his own internal sense, begun to develop a discipline around it. The boy had been doing applied research on himself for 4 years. Slade Wilson, who was not a man capable of pride in any conventional sense, having had it scoured out of him a long time ago, had something resembling pride about it. He said on the evening of the 10th birthday, with the small wedge of Victoria sponge half-eaten in front of him, "You are going to find out about the magic," he said. "Next year, there is a school. The school exists. It is in Scotland. It is called Hogwarts. It is for children of your kind. It is the school your mother went to. The school will send you a letter on or about your 11th birthday. There is some indication that the letter is automatic and that it will find us wherever we are. We will go to a market in London called Diagon Alley. We will buy what is required for the school. You will go to the school. You will be a student. You will be a particular kind of student. You will be the kind of student who, when he arrives, will have been preparing for the arrival for many years. Yes, there are parties at the school who will be glad to see you. There are parties at the school who will be very glad to see you. There are parties at the school who will not be glad to see you at all. The parties who will not be glad to see you are the parties who took out the contract on you in 1986. They have not gone away. They have been quiet. They have been quiet because they have not found you. They have been looking. They have not found you because of certain measures Mr. Wintergreen and I have taken, measures which include never twice using the same name for you in writing, never registering you with any state for any purpose, and never allowing you to be photographed by any commercial process. The school will, however, locate you. It will locate you by means which are not subject to my measures. It will locate you because the school is, by its nature, a magic school, and the school's location of children is performed by means I do not understand and which I am not in a position to obstruct. Yes, this is acceptable to me. Why? Because by the time the school locates you, you will be 11 and you will be ready to be located. Harry sat with the watch in his hand. He turned it over. He looked at the small engraved initials on the back, A.W. They were the initials of Adam Wilson, who had been Slade's father, who had been a long-haul mechanic on the Cape to Cairo line in the 1930s, and who had died when Slade was 4. Slade had not previously told Harry about Adam Wilson. Slade told him now briefly at the kitchen table in 5 sentences with no inflection. Harry listened. At the end of the 5 sentences he said, "Thank you for the watch, Grandfather Adam." Slade Wilson did not move for a moment. He had not expected the boy to say that. He had not, in fact, expected the boy to address his dead father across 43 years. He was not, however, surprised that the boy had. The boy was the kind of boy who, by the age of 10, had begun to assemble the small details of his father's family, the way a careful scholar assembles a long manuscript out of fragments. The boy had a sense of where he had come from. The boy had a sense of what he had been taken into. The boy had, by the careful arrangement of Slade and Wintergreen over 5 years, a sense that the people who had taken him in were people with a history, and the history had names, and the names were now, in the small ceremony of a 10th birthday with a cake and 7 parcels and a watch, his names also. "You are welcome," Slade Wilson said from him. He picked up his fork. He looked at the cake. He cut a small wedge for himself. He ate it. "It is," he said after a moment, "a tolerable cake." "It is very good," said Wintergreen, who had said almost nothing for the duration of the meal, for a man who has not made one in 20 years. "I am aware of my margins of error," Slade said, "as ever, as ever." He looked at the small boy with the watch in his hand. He looked at Wintergreen. He looked at the candles he had not, after all, put in the cake, because he had, for reasons he did not explain, felt that candles on this cake would be a kind of intrusion the cake did not need. He had baked the cake. He had set it down. He had not lit it. He looked at the small black head bent over the watch. He set his fork down. He spoke quietly in a voice that was, in the entire range of Slade Wilson's recorded vocal output, perhaps the softest he had ever produced. "Happy birthday, son." "Thank you, father." The kitchen was very quiet. The karoo was very quiet. The cake, by the slow, inevitable mathematics of cakes, and the small, slow 10-year-old who had spent 5 years being taught to eat slowly, took the boy and the man and the old aide-de-camp until almost 9:30 to finish. When it was finished, Slade Wilson took the empty plate to the sink. He washed it. He set it on the rack. He turned. He looked back at the kitchen table. The small lamp threw a soft yellow circle on the wood. Wintergreen was helping the boy refold the brown paper from the parcels. The boy was setting the books in a small stack. The boy was holding the watch in his left hand, the way a boy holds a thing he intends to keep for the rest of his life. Slade Wilson, who had not, in 1986, in the kitchen of a flat in Tilehurst with a contract burning in an ashtray, been able to imagine this room, or this kitchen, or this cake, or this boy, or this watch in this boy's hand, Slade Wilson looked at all of it. He looked at it for a long time. In his head, very quietly, the way a man speaks to a person who has not been present for a long time and to whom he has not previously said the thing he is about to say, he said, "Joseph, I have a son. He is doing well." Then he turned away from the kitchen and went out into the cool South African evening. And he stood on the porch for a quarter of an hour, and he looked at the stars, and he did not weep, but a thing in his chest that had been folded for 7 years unfolded by perhaps 1/8 of a turn. And he allowed it to unfold, and he watched the stars. And the stars did not say anything because stars do not say things, and Slade Wilson did not require them to. Chapter 4: The Letter. The letter found Harry Potter on the morning of his 11th birthday in the kitchen of the converted barn outside Florence. Slade had known the letter was coming. Slade had known the letter was coming because Slade had been told by Wintergreen, who had been informed on a particular and discreet basis, by an acquaintance of an acquaintance, that there existed in the magic school's administrative office in Scotland an enchanted ledger that updated itself on the 11th anniversary of each enrolled child's birth, and that the ledger generated, by mechanisms not currently within Slade's epistemic reach, a paper and ink letter that arrived in the immediate physical vicinity of the child to whom it was addressed on the morning of the day in question, by means of an owl. Slade had instructed Wintergreen 2 months in advance to obtain a stand for the kitchen window of the Florence barn that was suitable for the temporary perching of a medium-sized owl. The stand had been obtained. The stand had been installed. The stand had stood empty for 2 months, drawing no comment from Harry, who had observed it and inferred its purpose and elected to wait for Slade to mention it. Slade had not mentioned it. The owl arrived at 22 minutes past 7. Harry was at the kitchen table eating an orange. The orange was in 8 wedges on a small plate, and Harry was eating them slowly, one at a time, in the rhythm he had developed over 5 years for the careful consumption of fresh fruit, when a soft thud at the window announced the arrival of an owl on the stand outside. Harry did not jump. Harry looked up. Harry looked at the owl. The owl was a tawny owl. It was wet. The morning had begun in light rain, which had since stopped, and it shook itself once mildly, and it regarded Harry with the steady yellow eye of an owl that had come a considerable distance and which expected to be paid in attention. The owl had a letter in its beak. Harry stood. He went to the window. he opened the window. The owl extended the letter with what Harry could only describe as professional courtesy, and Harry took it. The owl waited. "Father," Harry called without looking away from the owl. "Yes, the letter has come. Is there an owl?" "Yes." "Does it appear to be waiting?" "Yes." "There will be a stipend for the owl in the small jar on the dresser by the kitchen door. There are also some pieces of bacon in the icebox. Offer both. The owl may have a preference." Harry took the small jar from the dresser. The jar contained a small handful of bronze coins which Slade had obtained, by means Harry had not asked about 6 weeks before. Harry had not previously seen the coins. He looked at them. They were unfamiliar coinage. He took one out. He extended it to the owl. The owl considered the coin. The owl did not take the coin. The owl looked instead at the icebox. Harry, who had been observing animals as he had been observing people for the better part of 3 years, and who had assembled a small internal library of avian preferences, went to the icebox, retrieved a strip of bacon, and offered it. The owl took the bacon. The owl ate the bacon. The owl gave Harry, after eating the bacon, a slow blink that Harry recognized as the owl equivalent of a polite handshake at the conclusion of a satisfactory transaction. The owl unfurled its wings. It departed. Harry shut the window. He came back to the table. He set the letter unopened on the table between his orange plate and Slade's coffee cup. Slade looked at it. "You are not opening it," Slade said. "I wanted you to be here." "I am here. Open it." Harry opened it. The wax seal, a deep red with a crest of 4 animals and a Latin tag, broke under his thumb. The paper inside was heavy. The script was a hand he did not know. He read it aloud at Slade's gesture in the flat, clear voice he used for reading anything of consequence. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sorc, CHF, Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Conft, of Wizards. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on 1 September. We await your owl by no later than 31 July. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Harry set the letter down. He picked up the enclosed list. He read it through. He set it down also. "Father, yes, the names are real." "Which names?" "Dumbledore." "McGonagall." They were names in the parenthetical sentence. Slade did not look surprised. Slade had read the 1982 folio many times. Slade had, over the past 5 years, by inquiries he had directed Wintergreen to make through the most discreet possible channels, accumulated a small dossier on the principal figures of the British Magic School. Slade had committed the dossier to memory. Slade had then burned the paper. "Yes," Slade said. "Have you met them?" "Number, have you exchanged any communications with them?" "Number, are they your enemies?" Slade considered the question. He considered it with the slow respect he applied to all of Harry's questions. He set down his coffee. "They are not, as of this morning," he said, "anyone's enemies in the formal sense. They are the persons running the school you are about to attend. They will be your teachers. They will have opinions about you. They will have, in particular, opinions about you that they have already formed in advance of meeting you on the basis of who they think you are. We will need to disabuse them of those opinions, slowly and politely, over the course of several years. We will need to disabuse them in such a way that they continue to be useful to you while no longer harboring the misapprehensions that would otherwise have made them dangerous. Do you understand?" "Yes. There is a particular figure at the school who I want you to be very careful of." "Dumbledore?" "Yes. He is, by all the evidence I have gathered, a man who has been the principal architect of a particular plan for the management of a particular boy who he believes will need to do a particular thing at a particular time. The boy is you. The plan is his. The particular thing he has been planning the boy to do is not, as far as I have been able to ascertain, in the boy's interest. The plan involves significant cost to the boy. The plan may have included in its early phases an instruction to a certain Surrey household which was intended to produce in the boy a particular kind of malleability. He sent me to the Dursleys. I believe so, on purpose. I believe so." Harry put down his orange wedge. He sat very still at the kitchen table. He looked at the wall behind Slade's head for some time. He did not move. The kitchen of the Florence barn was a sunlit kitchen, and the long view through the south window included the cypresses on the ridge and the long stone wall and the small dark spires of the cypresses against the cobalt of the late July sky. And Harry Potter looked at all of these things without seeing any of them, because what he was seeing was the inside of his own head, in which a great many things were rearranging themselves. He had been trained for this rearrangement. He had been trained, by long evenings at kitchen tables with Slade Wilson across from him, to receive a piece of information that altered his model of the world without first dropping the rest of the model. He had been trained to set the new information beside the old and to let his model recompute. He had been trained, above all, not to react in the rearrangement. The rearrangement was internal. The rearrangement did not have, in Slade Wilson's pedagogy, any output to the external world that was not deliberate. He sat for 63 seconds. He picked up his orange wedge. He ate it. He set it down. "What is the plan?" he said. "I do not know it in detail. I know its broad outlines. I have inferred the broad outlines from a small set of public actions and private signals. I will explain what I know on the long drive to England. When do we leave? 3 days. Where do we go first? London. There is a market called Diagon Alley. There is a bank. There is a wand shop. There is a robe shop. We will visit all three. We will buy what is required. We will also, and this is important, be observed during those visits. There will be many parties at Diagon Alley who will be observing you. There will be many parties who will not be observing you, who will simply be present, and who will become observers as soon as your presence is announced. Your presence will be announced approximately 15 seconds after we cross the threshold of the bank. What name am I going by? Your own. Yes, there is no benefit to disguising it. The school will already have the name. The bank will already have the name. The shopkeepers will already have the name as soon as the wand shop locates a wand for you. The point of the next 3 days is not concealment. The point of the next 3 days is to introduce one Harry Potter to a market in London under a particular set of presenting characteristics, and to have those presenting characteristics be the characteristics by which one Harry Potter is thereafter remembered. We are setting the prior. We are setting it on purpose. We are setting it in such a way that the parties who have been planning around a different prior, a malleable Surrey child, will be required to recompute. Harry nodded. "What characteristics?" he said. Slade Wilson put down his coffee. He stood. He walked to the dresser. He opened the long lower drawer. He drew out a folded garment in dark wool. He unfolded it. It was a coat. It was a coat that had been made for Harry over the past 2 months, by a tailor in Florence whom Wintergreen had located by circuitous route. And the tailor had taken Harry's measurements 3 weeks ago without being told who Harry was or where he came from. And the coat had been delivered on a small handcart by the tailor's apprentice on a Wednesday evening, and Slade had set it in the drawer against the morning of the letter. The coat was a long, single-breasted black overcoat. It was lined in dark gray silk. It was unornamented. It had no buttons except where the buttons were necessary. It had been cut so that it fitted a small boy with the precision with which a sword scabbard is cut for a sword. Slade laid the coat over the back of Harry's chair. He returned to his own chair. "These characteristics," he said. Harry looked at the coat. He looked at Slade. "Yes," he said. "Do you accept the characteristics?" "Yes." "You are sure?" "Yes." "You will not be the Harry Potter the school expects." "I have not been the Harry Potter the school expects since June 1986. "True." "What is the school's expectation?" "The school is expecting," Slade said, "an undersized, undereducated, socially malleable orphan boy, modestly accustomed to deprivation, conditioned to trust authority figures who present themselves as kind, and habituated by his upbringing to disliking the values and aesthetics of any household other than the most prosaic English domestic norm. The school will, in particular, be expecting a child who is hostile, in advance, to the house at the school which most strongly correlates with magical lineage and ambition, and conversely a child who will gratefully take direction from the headmaster on the grounds that the headmaster will appear to him as the first kind adult who has ever paid him any attention. The school will, in particular, be expecting a child whose aesthetics are those of a small thatched English country garden and whose moral instincts are those of a small chapel sermon. And what is the school going to get? The school is going to get, Slade said, you. Harry did not smile. Harry had not smiled, as a matter of habit, in front of any third party since 1986. He had reserved smiling for Slade and Wintergreen and certain animals. But the corner of his mouth moved a particular eighth of an inch. Slade saw the eighth of an inch. Slade allowed himself the same eighth of an inch in return. They flew to England on the 28th of July. They flew under a passport in the name of Henry Adam Wilson, a name Slade had taken some time on. The name had a small history attached to it in 3 jurisdictions, including a deposit account at a bank in Vaduz and a small standing order with an Italian school supply firm. The name had Henry as a first because the school would expect to write the letters to the parent of a Harry. The name had Wilson as a last because the boy who was about to be photographed by a great many magical newspapers would benefit, in Slade Wilson's view, from having walked into Diagon Alley with the surname of his father very visibly on his ticket. The name had Adam in the middle for the same reasons that the boy held in his trouser pocket the small steel wristwatch of Adam Wilson. They landed at Heathrow. They took a black car into central London. They checked into a suite at a small private hotel in a quiet street off Albemarle. Wintergreen had been there for 2 days already. He had laid in tea and a small box of biscuits. He had laid in on the desk in the sitting room 3 folded files, one labeled D, one labeled W, one labeled G. Slade had Harry read all 3 files that afternoon. The file labeled D was Albus Dumbledore. It was 40 pages long. It contained Dumbledore's biographical particulars, his published statements over the past 30 years, his current political offices, his known associates, his known opinions, his estimated tactical instincts, his estimated weaknesses, his estimated levers, and a small section labeled Likely Approach to HP that Slade had drafted himself. The file labeled W was Voldemort. It was 12 pages long because much of the information about Voldemort had been removed from any publicly accessible record. Most of what the 12 pages contained had come from a single very expensive private investigator in Bucharest whom Wintergreen had contracted on a quiet basis the previous year. The file contained Voldemort's original name, his school record, his early biographical particulars up to 1955, the broad outline of his subsequent rise, the broad outline of his subsequent fall, and a section, drafted again by Slade, on the available evidence that the fall had not been a death and the rise was likely to recur. The file labeled G was Gellert Grindelwald. G file was 3 pages long. It had a single sentence at the bottom of the first page in Slade's handwriting that said, "Predecessor pattern. Read for context only. Do not assume current relevance." Harry read all 3 files. He read them with brief breaks between 2 in the afternoon and 6 in the evening. He took notes in the small leather notebook Slade had given him for his 10th birthday. He set the notebook down. He looked up. "Father, yes, there is a thing I want to confirm. Yes, Voldemort is alive. He is, by your analysis, in a non-corporeal but coherent state. Yes, he took out the contract on me. Probably not. The contract was paid out of a Channel Isles account. Voldemort in his non-corporeal state would not have the operational capacity to administer a Channel Isles account. The contract was probably issued by a third party acting on intelligence that Voldemort would be returning to embodied state in due course, and who wished to deprive him of his canonical target before his return. Lucius Malfoy. Possibly. There are 3 other candidates. Read the notes. Yes, what else? Dumbledore is also a candidate. Slade did not move. He had not expected the boy to say this so quickly. He had himself reached the conclusion 3 years ago and had not put it on paper. He had set it aside as a low-probability hypothesis to which he had not been able to apply enough corroboration to justify operational planning. He had thought he would, when the time came, raise the hypothesis with Harry over a long conversation that would last several days. The boy had reached it from 4 hours of reading. "Explain," Slade said. "He sent me to the Dursleys." He knew what the Dursleys were. The dossier shows 2 prior interactions between Professor Dumbledore and the Dursleys, one in 1972 and one in 1976. He had testimonial evidence of their character. "He sent me there anyway. He must have known what would happen. He was indifferent to it or he wanted it. If he wanted it, the question becomes why he wanted it. There are 2 plausible answers. The first is that he wanted me damaged. The second is that he wanted me dead. Why dead? There is a thing in the file about the prophecy. The phrasing is opaque, but the implications are not. The prophecy required me to die in some fashion in order for Voldemort to die. If Dumbledore inferred that, and if he wished Voldemort dead, then a child sent into a house where the child might plausibly be killed by accident is a child who is, from Dumbledore's perspective, an acceptable cost. That is correct. I am not, in this scenario, a person to him. I am a means to an end. That is correct, but it does not follow that he wants me dead now. Why not? Because he has had 10 years to send a man for me and there is no evidence that he did. If he wanted me dead by direct intervention, he could have arranged it. He has not arranged it. He has in fact been searching for me for the past several years. The dossier shows 3 coordinated inquiries by the Department of Mysteries that read as searches for a missing child. He has been looking for me. He has not been looking for me to kill me. He has been looking for me to put me back into his plan. The plan is now disturbed because the boy he was planning around is not the boy he expected. That is also correct. So Dumbledore is not, on the 11-year-old day, an active threat. He is, on the 11-year-old day, an active planner whose plan is in disarray and who will be trying to repair it. The repair will involve building a relationship with me. He will be kind. He will be patient. He will appear to be the first kind adult I have ever met. He will, by the end of my first year, have begun to position himself as a substitute father. Yes, he will be unsuccessful. Yes. Slade Wilson stood up from the desk. He went to the window of the suite. He looked down into the small, quiet London street. He stood there for perhaps 30 seconds. He turned back. "There is one other thing," he said. "Yes, Voldemort in his non-corporeal state will be at the school this year. Harry sat very still. How do you know? Because of the file. The defense against Darkhart's post has had a 1-year turnover for 9 consecutive years. The current incumbent took a sabbatical year in Albania last year. Albania has been associated with 3 particularly inconvenient categories of postmortal residue since the early 18th century. The incumbent is now back. The incumbent is to be observed. Quirrell, Quirinus Quirrell, yes, he will be physically at the school. Yes. He will be the principal channel through which Voldemort in his current state attempts to act. Yes. Then he is to be neutralized. Slade did not answer immediately. He had known he would have this conversation with Harry. He had not planned for it on the second day of the trip to London. He had planned for it later in the autumn after the boy had been at the school a few weeks. He had planned for it as a long conversation in which the question would be approached carefully, with options laid out, with consequences considered, with the legal and tactical and ethical dimensions weighed against each other in detail. The boy had bypassed the conversation. The boy had bypassed it the way the boy bypassed everything, by sitting at a desk for 4 hours and reading. That is a decision, Slade said carefully, for the boy who has him in proximity. It is not a decision I will make for that boy. I will, however, give him the parameters. Yes, the parameters are these. First, if you assess that he is an active threat to you or to any third party, you may neutralize him. Second, if you neutralize him, you will do so in a manner that does not produce attention. Third, if you cannot do it in a manner that does not produce attention, you do not do it. Fourth, if the attention cannot be avoided, you do it anyway if the threat justifies it, but you do it at a time and place I have selected, not you. Fifth, you do not do it for revenge. The man Quirinus Quirrell prior to last year was a marginally competent academic with an aptitude for Muggle studies. He is not a man you have a grievance against. He is a vessel currently occupied by a hostile party. Your operational target is the hostile party. The vessel is collateral. The collateral may be necessary. The necessity does not make it a satisfaction. Do you understand? Yes. Repeat, Harry repeated. He repeated the 5 parameters without alteration, in the order Slade had given them, in the small, careful tone in which he had spent 5 years repeating sequences of instruction back to his father. Slade nodded. Good, he said. Father, yes, if Voldemort returns to embodied state during my school years. Yes, will it be me who kills him? Slade looked at his son. Yes, he said, eventually, yes. Why me? Because of the prophecy. You do not believe in the prophecy. I do not believe prophecies. I believe configurations of events that, having begun, will tend to run a particular course. The configuration of events that began on the night your parents died has a particular shape. The shape in tactical terms is that there is between you and the man who killed your parents a small unresolved physical knot, a residue of magic that was not properly discharged on the night in question, and the knot will by its nature resolve only when the 2 principles are in proximity to each other under particular circumstances. The knot is not destiny. The knot is physics. The physics will require, when the time comes, that the resolution involve you. You are not obliged to be the killer. You are obliged to be present. The killing may be done by someone else if the someone else has the means. You, possibly me. I would prefer it be me. I do not yet know whether it will be possible for me to be the one. I do not know enough about the physics, but I am operating for the moment on the working assumption that the physics will require you. We will plan for that. If it turns out otherwise, we will plan for that too. Yes. Are you afraid? Yes. Of what? Of being the one. Slade nodded. That is appropriate, he said. The fear is useful. It will keep you from being the one in any avoidable way. He sat down again at the desk. For tomorrow, he said, we go to Diagon Alley. You will wear the coat. You will not wear the eye patch. You will. Yes, you will wear the eye patch. Covered, the kind of eye patch that does not look like an eye patch, a thin black band lying along the cheekbone presenting as a small fashion. I have a man who has made it. It will not draw attention. I will be entering Diagon Alley as a foreign parent of a half-blood child. I will be unremarkable. You will not. Yes. The next morning, Slade Wilson and Harry Potter and William Randolph Wintergreen entered the Leaky Cauldron at 10:25. They had walked up the small set of stairs from Charing Cross. Harry had been wearing the long black overcoat. Under the coat, he had been wearing a fine white shirt and dark trousers and the small steel wristwatch of Adam Wilson. He had been wearing, over the white shirt, a slender black silk tie. He had been wearing on his feet a pair of leather Oxfords. His hair, which Slade had cut 3 days before in Florence by a barber who specialized in the heads of small diplomats, had been combed neatly back from his forehead in a way that exposed, very deliberately, the small, thin scar in the shape of a lightning bolt above his right eye. Slade Wilson had been wearing a long dark wool coat over a charcoal 3-piece suit, a black silk tie, and a thin black band over the socket of his left eye that resembled, to the eye of an inattentive observer at 3 meters, the slim spectacle frame of a man who had pushed his glasses up against his forehead. Wintergreen had been wearing his usual quiet gray. They entered the pub. The pub was poorly lit. It smelled of beer and old wood. It had in the corner by the back stairs a small barman with a bald head and a tooth missing. The pub had a half-dozen patrons at the bar at 11:45 on a Tuesday morning. The patrons looked up. The patrons saw the small boy and the tall man. The patrons did not look down again. Harry walked across the pub without breaking stride. He did not look at the patrons. He did not pretend not to see them. He had been trained in 5 years of cafes and markets and lobbies to do neither. He noted them in the small, careful inventory of his peripheral vision. 6 patrons, 4 standing, 2 seated, 1 with a wand on the bar in front of him within easy reach, 2 not yet wearing their cloaks, 1 drinking what looked like brandy at 11 in the morning, 1 watching the boy with eyes that had narrowed past initial shock into something Harry recognized as recognition. That patron, a tall, thin man with sallow skin and dark hair receding at the temples, Harry did not name, but Harry did file against the column of his memory marked Diagon Alley First Crossing. Tall, thin, sallow, dark, narrow-eyed. Slade Wilson would later identify him from the description as one Mr. T.M. Riddle, an unrelated junior official of the Department of Mysteries, who is however not unrelated in another sense, but that information would come in due course. The barman came forward. "Mr. Potter," the barman said very softly. It is well, welcome to—" "Thank you, sir," Harry said. He inclined his head, the small, precise inclination Wintergreen had taught him for the polite greeting of a stranger in a public place, and he did not break stride. "Could you point us to the entrance, please?" The entrance, yes, back here, this way, yes, this way." The barman walked them to the back of the pub. The patrons watched. Slade Wilson, without moving his head, had inventoried each patron in the time it took to cross the floor, and had filed each face against 3 known dossiers, and had matched 2 of them, and had filed the matches against future operations. The boy, without moving his head, had done the same. The barman tapped a series of bricks in the back wall. The wall opened. Diagon Alley unfurled itself before Harry Potter in the bright late July sunlight. He stood at the threshold for half a second. He did not gasp. He did not exclaim. He did not, in any of the small ways that the architecture of Diagon Alley was constructed to produce in 11-year-old visitors, react. He simply absorbed the place. He absorbed it as he had absorbed the souk in Mainama on the morning of his 8th birthday, and the Place Vendôme on the afternoon of his 9th, and the Galleria in Florence on the morning of his 10th. He absorbed the angles, the throughways, the lines of sight, the small alleys leading off, the visible second-story windows that overlooked the principal traffic, the small clusters of shoppers, the placement of the bank at the upper end with its high white steps and its small bronze doors. He absorbed all of it. He turned to Slade Wilson. "Bank first," he said. Yes, they walked up Diagon Alley. The alley noticed them. The alley did not at first know precisely who it was noticing. The alley saw a small boy in a long black coat, and a tall foreign-looking man in a charcoal 3-piece, and a quiet older gentleman in gray. And the alley considered these 3 figures, and the alley elected, in the small commercial way of an alley of shops in late July, to consider them carefully without committing yet to interrupting its commerce. Then a witch with a basket on her arm dropped the basket. She did not pick it up. She had been looking at the boy. She had seen the lightning bolt. A second witch beside her followed her line of sight, a third beyond. Within 15 seconds of crossing the threshold of the alley, the small radial wave of attention that Slade Wilson had been anticipating for 2 months had begun to propagate up the alley, ahead of Harry, in advance of him, the way a small fire propagates through dry grass under a light wind. By the time Harry mounted the high white steps of Gringotts, every shopkeeper for 60 meters knew that the Potter boy had arrived in Diagon Alley, was alive, was 11, was wearing a coat, and was walking up the steps of the bank with 2 men in attendance. The goblins of Gringotts looked up. The senior goblin at the front desk regarded the small boy. "Potter," the senior goblin said. "Yes. You have a key. Number, I have a letter. My father has a copy of the original probate filing of 1981. He has also the affidavit of one Sirius Black, godfather, dated October the 29th of that year, deposited with this institution in escrow. He has the standing power of attorney from the Wilson Family Trust of Liechtenstein for matters of fiduciary administration on behalf of minor Wilson heirs. He believes the documents he carries should suffice for the purposes of verifying my identity and accessing the Potter family vault." The senior goblin held up a long, thin finger. The senior goblin smiled in the goblin manner, which is the showing of all of the teeth without movement of any other portion of the face. "It will," the senior goblin said, "suffice splendidly." The goblin's eyes flickered to Slade Wilson. The goblin took in the eye-band. The goblin took in the cut of the coat. The goblin took in the small, careful stillness in which Slade Wilson stood at the boy's left shoulder. The goblin had been a goblin a long time. The goblin had read many men. The goblin's smile, for the first time in 17 years of administering the Gringotts front desk, became, briefly, in a fashion that none of his colleagues observed, sincere. "Welcome to Gringotts, Mr. Potter," the goblin said, "and welcome also to your father." The wand shop was last on the day. It was last because Slade had wanted Harry to be tired and to be hungry, and to have already accumulated the small acquisitive load of robes and books and instruments. 5 hours of shopping in the alley, which Harry had completed with the small steady efficiency of a child practiced in market work, before he stepped into Ollivander's. Slade had wanted Harry tired because Slade had read in the dossier of a particular quality of attention that the wandmaker Garrick Ollivander brought to a child, and Slade had wanted the boy to be in a state where the boy's natural defenses would not be heightened, because Slade had wanted to see on the boy's face what the wandmaker did to him. They stepped into Ollivander's. The shop was small, it was dusty, it had a long counter at the back. The counter had behind it stacks of small narrow boxes that reached up into a dimness in which the boxes ceased to be individually visible and became instead a kind of striated wall, like the cliffs of a quarry from which one course had been mined. A figure came out of the dimness. The figure was an old man. He was small, he was thin, he had eyes the color of moonstones. "Mr. Potter," the old man said. He did not look at Slade. He did not look at Wintergreen. He looked only at Harry. "I have been expecting you for some time. Have you? 11 years. Yes, holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, brother to the wand that gave you that scar. I have been wondering every day for some years how that wand would sing for you." Harry looked at the old man. He looked at him for a moment. Slade saw the moment. Slade had, for the moment of perhaps half a second, held a very particular silence in his peripheral attention. He had let Harry alone in the moment. He had set Harry the parameters of the moment in advance. Harry said quietly, "I do not want a holly and phoenix feather wand, Mr. Ollivander." Mr. Ollivander did not move. "I see. I would like to try other wands, please. I would like to try those that have not, to your knowledge, had owners or expected owners. I would like to be selected by a wand on the basis of who I am now, and not on the basis of who I was at the age of 1. Mr. Ollivander's pale eyes moved for the first time to Slade Wilson. Slade Wilson did not move. Mr. Ollivander's eyes returned to Harry. "That is," he said very slowly, "an unusual request from an 11-year-old. Yes, sir. It is also, I find, a request I am very glad to receive." He turned. He went into the dimness. He came back with 7 boxes. He set them on the counter. He opened the first. Harry took the wand. The wand did nothing. He set it down. He opened the second. Harry took the wand. The wand did nothing. He opened the third. Harry took the wand. The wand emitted a small, dispirited puff of dust. He opened the fourth, the fifth, the sixth, the seventh. Mr. Ollivander hesitated briefly before opening the 7th. He looked at the box. He set his finger on the lid. He looked up at Harry once. He opened the box. "You," he said, 13¼ inches, inflexible core of basilisk fang. "I made it 82 years ago. It has been on this shelf for 82 years. It is, Mr. Potter, a wand for which I have not, in 82 years, been able to imagine an appropriate hand." Harry picked up the wand. The wand fit his palm immediately. He felt, and he later wrote in the small leather notebook that night in the suite off Albemarle, a small warm settling in the bones of his forearm, as if a coat that had been a half-size too small for his entire life had finally fit. The wand emitted no sparks. The wand made no sound. The wand simply belonged to him. Mr. Ollivander watched. "You," he said again very quietly in basilisk fang, "Mr. Potter. Yes, you have made," Mr. Ollivander said, "an unusual choice." "The wand chose me, sir. I have only accepted the choice." "That is so in the formal sense of every wand and every wizard. It is, in this case, particularly so. I will be quite interested to follow your career." Slade Wilson stepped forward. He paid for the wand in gold from a small leather pouch. The pouch contained gold from the Potter Vault and gold from the Wilson Trust and a small additional sum from a third source which Slade did not name. The total was 7 galleons. Slade paid 8. He left the change on the counter without comment. Mr. Ollivander watched the change. He looked up at Slade Wilson. "Sir," Mr. Ollivander said, "yes. He is a fortunate boy. He is. I trust you will look after him." "I will. The world will not always. I know." They left the shop. They walked down the alley in the late afternoon light. The alley had not yet stopped looking at them, but the alley was beginning by then to find new things to look at, because the alley had a great many small fascinations, and Harry Potter had been one of them for half a day. By 6 in the evening they were back in the suite off Albemarle, and Wintergreen had ordered up tea and a small dish of muffins, and Harry was at the desk with the UN basilisk fang wand laid in front of him on a folded white napkin. and Slade Wilson was in the chair by the window with his coat off and his sleeves rolled up and his coffee on the small table beside him. Slade looked at the boy. The boy looked at the wand. Father. Yes. Slytherin. Yes. You think Slytherin? I think Slytherin. The sorting is not strictly mechanical. The sorting is, however, predictable in the case of a boy of your temperament and education. You have ambition, by which they mean the disposition to set goals and pursue them. You have cunning, by which they mean the disposition to favor indirection over confrontation. You have self-preservation, by which they mean the disposition to keep yourself alive. You also have a substantial overlap with the values of 2 of the other 3 houses, but the substantial overlap will not, I think, outweigh the central match. You will be sorted into Slytherin. Are you content with that? Yes. Why? Because the people who took out the contract are in that house. Because the people who will be the most useful to me to learn to read are in that house. Because the people who buy the dossiers will be the most surprised to receive me, and the most reliably surprised, because their expectations are the most rigid, are in that house. And because, Father, the values of the house are values I do not disagree with. Yes, and because my mother was in Gryffindor, and I do not wish to be only my mother's son. Slade Wilson held very still. He had not expected the boy to say this. He had, over 5 years, let the boy decide with his own pace when to ask questions about Lily Potter. The boy had asked very few. The boy had taken in what he had been given. The boy had assembled his small picture of his mother out of 2 photographs, a small bundle of letters Slade had retrieved from a solicitor's office in Godric's Hollow in 1987, and a fragment of recollection Slade had been able to elicit from an elderly Hampshire wandmaker who had known James Potter at 15. The boy had carried the picture of his mother quietly, internally, for years. This was the first time the boy had named her in connection with himself. Slade Wilson set his coffee on the small table. You are, he said carefully, not only your mother's son. You are also not only your father's son. You are also not only my son. You are Harry Potter, who has had 3 fathers and 2 mothers and who has inherited from all of them. You are not obliged to choose. You are not obliged to make any particular choice and emblem of any particular loyalty. You may be sorted wherever you are sorted. The house will not change who you are. You are who you are. The house will only change what you call yourself in the corridor. Yes. Are you content? Yes. Good. Now drink your tea. Harry drank his tea. Wintergreen, in the corner, opened the notebook in which he had been recording, for 5 years, the principal events of Harry Potter's instruction. He turned to a fresh page. He wrote in his neat copperplate, the wand chose you, basilisk fang 13 1/4, inflexible. He turned to the next page. He wrote, he told the wandmaker number. He told him no without raising his voice. He turned to the next page. He wrote, tomorrow we put him on the train. The train pulled out of King's Cross at 11 o'clock in the morning of the 1st of September 1991. Slade Wilson stood on the platform. He stood very still. He stood in the long dark coat and the thin black eye band. He did not move as the train began to move. He watched the small black-haired boy in the long black coat through the window of the 3rd compartment of the 4th carriage. The boy was sitting alone. The boy had his trunk on the seat opposite. The boy had a book open in his lap. The boy looked up at Slade as the train began to move. The boy did not wave. Slade did not wave. The boy looked at Slade for the length of perhaps 8 seconds. The boy lowered his head 1/4 of an inch. The 1/4 of an inch was a salute. It was a salute Slade had been taught by a Royal Marine in 1957, and which Slade had taught to Harry on the porch of the bungalow in the Karoo on the evening of the 10th birthday. It was the salute by which a subordinate in the field acknowledges the order of a superior with whom he will not, for the foreseeable future, be in physical communication. Slade lowered his head 1/4 of an inch in return. The train pulled out of King's Cross. The boy was gone. Slade Wilson stood on the platform until the last carriage was gone. He stood for another 90 seconds after that. Then he turned and he walked down the platform, and Wintergreen fell in beside him without comment, and they went out through the small magical column of platform 9 3/4 into the ordinary morning of London. And Slade Wilson did not speak for the next 4 hours, and Wintergreen, who had been with Slade Wilson for 36 years, did not require him to. 3 months later, on a cold evening in late November, Harry Potter walked along the 3rd floor corridor of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry on his way to the library. He was alone. He had been at the school 11 weeks. He had been sorted into Slytherin on the 1st of September. The sorting hat had asked him, in a small, dry voice that only he had heard, whether he was certain he did not wish Gryffindor, and Harry had said yes, certain. And the hat had said, you have made an interesting choice, Mr. Potter. And the hat had said Slytherin out loud, and the green table had received him with a long, quiet curiosity that he had reciprocated with the small, careful inclinations of a child of 11 who had been raised in 8 different languages by a man who had taught him not to give anything away. He had made in those 11 weeks 2 acquaintances of operational interest, a greengrass girl in his year and a knot boy a year above, and a small loose circle of polite associates whom he had been observing with care. He had attended every class. He had been at the top of every class except astronomy, in which he was second. He had been called to the headmaster's office once for tea, which he had drunk politely, and during which he had said almost nothing while taking in everything. He had written 4 letters to Slade Wilson at a holding address in Geneva. He had received 4 replies. He had also, over the course of those 11 weeks, been observing Professor Quirinus Quirrell. The observations had begun on the 2nd of September. The observations had accumulated by the end of November into a thick small notebook of bound sheets which Harry kept in a false bottom of his school trunk, locked, in addition to its small physical lock, by a charm Slade had taught him to apply to the bottom of trunks before he had ever stepped into the school. The observations had included the small involuntary turn of Quirrell's head in the 3rd corridor toward the staff room every time the 3rd corridor's western turning produced a small draft. The pattern of Quirrell's stammer, which broke, by the 7th observation, at the same syllabic positions in the same prepared sentences in the same lectures across the 7 weeks Harry had measured. The small darker patch under Quirrell's turban at the back of the head, which was visible only at certain angles in certain lights, and which corresponded, in Harry's reading of the dossier, to a particular conjectured anatomical feature. The fact that Quirrell, in the presence of garlic, did not flinch in the manner that the school gossip had attributed to him, but in fact flinched at a very slightly different timing, a flinch that occurred a half-second after the garlic was placed, rather than at the moment of placement. The fact that the flinch was, by Harry's careful measurement, directed not toward the garlic but past it, toward something behind Quirrell. The fact that when Quirrell believed himself unobserved in the corridor outside his office on the evenings of 7th-day rotations, he murmured to himself in a voice that occasionally, 3 times across 11 weeks, all in early November, answered itself in a different register entirely lower, more sibilant, with a different rhythm of consonants. The conclusion confirmed. Operational pattern established. Window for action identified. Time of action this evening in the 3rd floor corridor at the 7th chime of the clock tower, when Quirrell would be making his weekly inspection of the corridor leading to the unused classroom in which the stone had been hidden. Harry walked along the corridor. He had been walking it casually on every 7th evening for the past 5 weeks. He had been mapping its blind spots. He had been mapping its acoustic signatures, the precise rooms in which his footstep would carry, the precise alcoves in which it would not. He had been mapping the staff patterns, the prefect routes, the small chance of meeting any third party. The corridor at the 7th chime of the clock tower on a Tuesday evening in late November was empty in every consistent direction. He had verified this on 5 consecutive Tuesdays. He had verified it again that morning at 7:30, when Professor McGonagall had passed him in the entrance hall and remarked, with a faint warmth that she had not previously extended, that he had handed in an exemplary essay on the animagus transformation. He had thanked her. He had then asked her, with the small careful interest of a quiet boy, whether she would be patrolling on Tuesday evening this week. She had said with a small surprised smile no, she would be elsewhere. The headmaster had asked her to attend to a matter in Hogsmeade. Harry had thanked her again. He had filed the information. Now he stood at the 7th chime at the small alcove in the 3rd floor corridor, 12 meters from the unused classroom door, in the long shadow of a tall stone column. He carried with him a book, 2 quills, an inkwell, and his small wand of yew and basilisk fang. He carried no other ostensible equipment. In the inner pocket of his Slytherin robe he carried, in addition, a small folded length of cloth, lightly weighted, that Slade had sent him in October in a parcel marked for the November dust. A cloth Harry had been instructed to use only in conditions of perfect privacy, on a target of negligible mass, with both hands. Quirrell came up the corridor at 7:12. He came alone. He came with the small, uneven step of a man with a slight limp. He came past the alcove without seeing the boy. Harry let him pass. He let him pass by precisely 4 meters. He let him pass into the angle of the corridor at which any sound made from the alcove would not, by Harry's careful 5-week mapping, carry to the staircase at either end. He stepped out behind Quirrell. He stepped out very quietly. Quirrell, who was, in the underlying anatomical sense, a vessel currently occupied by a second consciousness that had a great many sensitivities, but which was at this moment turned toward the locked door of the unused classroom and not toward the corridor behind it, did not turn. Harry covered the distance in 4 steps. He was, by his 11th birthday, taller than he had been at 5 by a measure that surprised Dr. Visser, faster than he had been at 5 by a measure that surprised the chemist in Frankfurt. and stronger than the chemist had projected by a margin of approximately 12%. The mercenary had taken in the years since intake, with a uniformity that the chemist had described in his most recent report as exceptional. The boy had also, since the age of 8, been studying in 18 scheduled lessons a year, with Slade the precise mechanics by which a small operator could place a larger man without warning into a fatal lock. He arrived behind Quirrell. He set his left hand at the base of Quirrell's skull, just below the back of the turban. He set his right hand under Quirrell's chin. The mercenary had given his grip the strength of a man twice his weight. Slade had given him the angle. He executed the angle. He executed it as he had been trained, not as a wrench, not as a violence, but as a single clean rotational acceleration applied to a hinge that in the human cervical spine has a particular maximum angular tolerance, beyond which the bony architecture fails and the spinal cord is severed at a precise location between the first and second cervical vertebrae. There was a single small dry sound. It was not loud. It was the sound of a small dry branch breaking on a still afternoon. Quirrell collapsed. Harry caught him under the arms. He lowered him to the floor. He did so with the careful efficiency of a small operator who had been instructed in the proper management of a collapsing body in a corridor where there were no co-conspirators to assist him. He arranged the limbs so that the body lay flat. He turned the head gently with both hands to maintain the appearance to the angle that would, when the body was found, be consistent with a fall, with a heart attack, with any of a small number of available naturalistic explanations. He stood up. He listened. The corridor was quiet. The clock tower struck the 7:03. He felt, for the first time since he had stepped out of the alcove, his pulse. It was elevated. It was elevated very slightly. He drew in air for a count of 4. He held it for a count of 7. He let it out for a count of 8. His pulse returned to baseline. He looked down at the body. He looked in particular at the turban. The turban had begun in the seconds since Quirrell's collapse to emit a thin, faint vapor at its back edge. The vapor was the color of wet smoke. The vapor was rising slowly out of the turban and beginning very slowly to coalesce into a small, irregular column of pale gray that did not, Harry observed, with the steady neutral interest he had brought to everything he had been observing for the past 5 years, appear to be governed by any of the ordinary thermodynamic laws. The column hovered. The column wavered. The column began to coalesce faintly at its upper end into a shape. The shape began faintly to suggest a face. The face turned faintly toward Harry. It said nothing. It did not have a mouth yet. It had, however, for the briefest moment Harry had to see them, 2 small red points in the upper portion of its emerging configuration, which were perhaps eyes and perhaps not eyes. The points found Harry's eyes. The points held them. Harry held the points back. The points wavered. The points dispersed. The column rose toward the ceiling. The column moved. The column passed through the wall at the eastern end of the corridor and was gone. Harry stood for 9 seconds. He looked at the wall. He looked back at the body. He drew from his inside pocket the small folded length of weighted cloth. He unfolded it. He used it in the precise circular motion he had been taught to wipe the small dust of the corridor floor from the small soles of his own boots, and then to wipe the small palms of his own hands. He refolded it. He put it back in the inner pocket. He stood. He turned. He walked back up the corridor to the alcove. He picked up the book and the quills and the inkwell. He walked the long way around, through the western turn, down the spiral stair, along the second-floor corridor, past the entrance to the library, across the courtyard into the dungeons, through the corridor of moving portraits which were at this hour mostly asleep, into the slithering common room, and he sat down in his usual armchair by the small green fire, and he opened his book. He read for 40 minutes. At 8:15, a small commotion began somewhere far above. A shout. Footsteps on a stair. 2 prefects ran past the common room entrance. 5 minutes later, a teacher passed. 10 minutes after that, the boy beside Harry, Theodore Knott, lowered his quill and looked toward the entrance and said in his quiet voice, "Something has happened upstairs." "It would seem so," Harry said. "What?" "I do not know." He turned the page. He read for another 20 minutes. That night, in the small black notebook in the false bottom of his trunk, he wrote in his small, careful hand, Quirrell, age 38, terminated 1917. Vessel only. Hostile party departed eastward through wall. No witnesses, no traces. Pulse returned to baseline within 3 breaths. Father will be told. He closed the notebook. He placed it in the false bottom. He locked it. He went to bed. He slept. That morning, in the post on the breakfast table of a small flat in Geneva, an envelope arrived for Slade Wilson. The envelope contained a single half-sheet of paper. The paper contained 4 words. The 4 words were, "Father, it is done." Chapter 5, Diary, Godfather, Tournament. The diary arrived in the second-year potions classroom on the 14th of October, 1992, in the hand of Ginevra Weasley, who had not been the original possessor of it, but who had been, for some weeks, the principal courier and the principal voice through which it was speaking. Harry observed it before she did. He observed it because he had been observing every new object brought into his orbit since the 11th of December 1991, when an envelope containing 4 words had been posted at a discreet address in Geneva to a man at a flat in Bahrain who had been waiting for those 4 words with a patience that had not been visible on his face. Slade Wilson had read the 4 words. Slade Wilson had folded the half sheet of paper. Slade Wilson had placed the paper in a small fire grate. Slade Wilson had said to Wintergreen very quietly, "He has done his first work." Slade Wilson had said nothing else for some minutes. Then Slade Wilson had stood and gone to the small dresser by the door of the Bahrain flat, and he had taken out a small white envelope, and into the small white envelope he had folded a small white card on which he had written in his careful flat hand, "Good, continue to be careful, Father." He had posted the envelope that afternoon by an indirect channel that had brought the card to Harry by the morning of the 15th of December, 3 days before the end of his first term. Harry had kept the card. The diary did not, in the autumn of Harry's second year, present itself directly to Harry. It presented itself instead to a small red-headed girl whose hands shook slightly when she held a teacup, and whose attention had, in Harry's careful observation of the Slytherin breakfast hour, in which he watched the Gryffindor table because it contained the family of a boy whose hostility he had assessed as low priority but worth tracking, declined over the course of September and October into a fluttering inwardness that Harry recognized. He recognized it because he had been trained to. He had been trained by Slade Wilson in the small physical signs of a person whose interior was being slowly altered by an external pressure. He had read in his second year, at Slade's recommendation, in a parcel of books that had arrived in early August, 3 monographs on the manipulation of vulnerable subjects, 2 by recovered subjects themselves and 1 by a Swiss neuropsychiatrist whom Slade had once spent a long evening with in 1973. He had cross-referenced what he had read against the dossier on Voldemort which he had committed to memory the previous summer in the suite off Albemarle, and he had, by the second week of October, formed a hypothesis. The hypothesis was, there is a Horcrux at this school. The hypothesis had several supporting observations. The principal observation was that the small red-headed girl had begun to lose time. Harry had observed her on 3 separate occasions sitting at the Gryffindor table mid-meal with a fork in her hand, looking at the wall for periods of between 40 seconds and 2 minutes. She had not been speaking to anyone. She had not been listening to anyone. She had been in the small dispassionate medical category Harry had built for the observation of dissociative states away. She had been carrying at all of those meals a small black book in the side pocket of her robe. Harry had observed the book. He had observed it for 6 weeks before he acted. He acted on the 14th of October because on the 14th of October in the morning, a small girl from Hufflepuff named Justin Finch-Fletchley had been found stiff in the second-floor corridor. He did not act on the diary directly. He acted on the channel by which the diary was being communicated to. He approached the red-headed girl in the entrance hall after the dinner she had failed to attend, and he said to her, in the quiet, courteous voice he had been using on his classmates for the whole of his first year and a half, "Miss Weasley." She looked at him. She did not focus. She looked through him. He saw the not focusing. He filed it. He held out a small white handkerchief in his palm. "You dropped this," he said. She had not dropped it. She took it anyway. The contact of her hand with the handkerchief was, by Harry's measurement, 3/4 of a second. In those 3/4 of a second, Harry registered, with the careful peripheral attention of a 5-year trained observer, the small dilation of her pupils that he had been hoping to see. A pupil response not to the handkerchief but to the small thing he had concealed in the folded corner of the handkerchief, which was a small charm Wintergreen had sent him in a parcel 3 weeks before, marked, in Wintergreen's neat hand, for unknown influence detection. The charm, a small flat stone about the size of a thumbnail threaded on a brown leather cord, was a tracking device. It had been calibrated by a witch in Geneva whom Wintergreen had consulted on Slade's behalf the previous summer. It was the kind of device a parent might use in the magical world to keep loose track of a child of 7. It was not a standard piece of equipment for an 11-year-old to be deploying, but Harry was not a standard 11-year-old. The charm bonded at 3/4 of a second of contact to the most magically active object on Ginevra Weasley's person. The most magically active object on Ginevra Weasley's person was not Ginevra Weasley. It was the small black book in her side pocket. Harry felt the bond complete itself. He withdrew his hand. He said, "Good evening, Miss Weasley," and he turned and he walked to the Slytherin entrance. He had located the diary. The destruction of the diary was a problem he worked on for 9 weeks. He worked on it in his head. He worked on it in the small notebook in the false bottom of his trunk. He worked on it by correspondence with Slade Wilson, in letters routed through 3 holding addresses and written in the simple cipher Slade had taught him at 7. He worked on it by careful library reading, undertaken in slow stages on the topics of fragmentary soul work as understood by medieval continental practitioners, of which there was, surprisingly to Harry, less surprisingly to Slade, a small but consistent literature in the Hogwarts restricted section. He worked on it in particular on the problem of destruction medium. He had identified, from a passage in a 1583 Polish monograph translated into French in 1722, the principle that a Horcrux could be destroyed only by an agent of sufficient destructive intent that the soul fragment could not repair itself in the moments after the destructive contact. He had identified in the same monograph the small number of available agents: fiend fire, basilisk venom, certain rare poisons of dragon and chimera origin, and the killing curse applied by a wizard capable of issuing one with full intent. He had also identified, by inference, by correspondence, by his own steady experimentation in the small basement charms room of the Tuscan barn in the summer between his first and second years, a fifth available agent. The fifth agent was Myrecure amplified intentional magic, channeled through a wand of basilisk fang core, directed at a Horcrux by a wizard of unusual reservoir. The fifth agent had not been in any monograph. It had been in a small letter from Slade Wilson dated the 2nd of January 1992, which had said, among other things, "There is no reason in principle why your wand, which contains a basilisk fang, should not be capable of doing what the fang in its native location did. Test it carefully. Begin at the lowest scale. Do not test it on anything sentient." Harry had tested it. He had tested it on a small dried scorpion husk in which he had, with the assistance of a small school-prepared spell from his first-year textbook, temporarily anchored a small fragment of his own magical signature. He had then directed at the husk a particular pulse of a particular intent through the UN basilisk wand. The husk had been destroyed. The anchored signature had been destroyed with it. The test had worked. He had not been able, by any of the small magical sensors in the school basement, to detect any residue of his anchored signature in the husk's remains. He had filed the result. He had written to Slade. Slade had replied in a card sent from a holding address in Istanbul. "Then you have your tool." The night Ginevra Weasley took the diary into the Chamber of Secrets was the night of the 17th of December, 1992. Harry had been expecting it within a window of approximately 6 days. He had been monitoring the small charm, which Wintergreen had taught him to read by the small variations in temperature it produced against the inside of his left wrist where he had been wearing it, threaded on its leather cord, since the 14th of October. The charm went cold at 23 minutes past 9 on the evening of the 17th. It went cold because the diary had been taken below ground, beneath the school's principal warding strata, into a section of the building from which the standard magical signals of the upper school did not propagate. Harry stood up from the green fire in the Slytherin common room. He did not say anything to Theodore Nott, who was opposite him with a chess book. He went to his dormitory. He retrieved from the false bottom of his trunk the small black notebook, the small folded length of weighted cloth, a small pouch containing 3 vials of a clear potion Slade had sent him in November, and a small dark item that resembled a pocket knife but was not a pocket knife. He put the items in the inside pockets of his robe. He went out of the dormitory. He went down the corridor. He went out of the common room. He went up to the second-floor girls' bathroom, the location of which he had identified by careful research in the 3rd week of October, and he stood in front of the long mirror over the small stone basin. And he said, in the small, careful sibilant Slade had been having him practice in the basement of the Florence barn the previous summer with the assistance of a recorded set of phonetic samples obtained from a Croatian academic, the word, open. The basin slid back. The shaft descended. Harry, who had been trained by Slade in the rappel and the controlled fall and the entry into unknown architecture protocol, did not jump. He examined the shaft. He examined the angle. He produced from his robe a small length of climbing line, anchored a small cam at the lip of the basin, fed the line down the shaft, hooked it through a small harness Slade had made for him in Geneva over the summer, and rappelled down at controlled speed. He arrived at the bottom of the shaft in 18 seconds. He stood up. He listened. The chamber below the shaft was vast. The chamber smelled of old water and old stone. The chamber had a small distant light at the far end of it that was moving. He did not draw his wand yet. He moved. He moved as he had been trained, low light, with the small steady step of a man who had walked along walls and roofs and tunnels for the larger part of his short life. He moved without sound. He moved in the dark of the chamber below Hogwarts, the way Slade had moved through the back garden of Number 4 Privet Drive at 1:15 in the morning on the 4th of June, 1986. He came to a wall. He went around the wall. He came to a second wall. He went past it. He came to a long, open chamber with a high stone face at its far end. And at the foot of the high stone face there was a small body in a red wool jumper. And beside the small body there was a small black book. And beside the small black book there was a figure standing. The figure was not solid. The figure was the partial coalescence Harry had seen briefly in the third-floor corridor a year ago, this time more substantial, more articulated, more nearly a man. He was tall. He had dark hair. He had a face that had once been handsome and that was now, in the small, flickering torchlight of the chamber, beginning to thin at the edges into something like a half-overlay between two ages. He was Tom Riddle. He had not been Tom Riddle for many years and would not be again. He looked up as Harry entered the chamber. He smiled. "Harry Potter," he said. Harry did not stop walking. He walked directly toward the figure at a steady pace. He did not slow. He did not speed up. He did not allow his stride to alter. The figure regarded him with interest. "You know who I am?" The figure said. "Yes. You came here to save the girl." "I came here because the small charm I planted on her 2 months ago went cold at 23 minutes past 9. I am here for the diary." The figure paused. The figure had not been spoken to in this fashion in some decades. "You are an unusual child," the figure said. "Yes, how are you going to take the diary, Harry?" "I am going to walk to it. I am going to pick it up. I am going to destroy it. The order of the operations is in principle flexible. I have not yet decided which order." The figure smiled again. "I do not think you will." "I do. Harry, there's a particular kind of magic at work here. The diary is bound to me. The diary cannot be destroyed by a schoolboy." "It is not going to be destroyed by a schoolboy. Then by what?" "By me." The figure considered him. The figure raised a hand. The hand was not yet entirely solid. The hand began slowly to coalesce into something that could direct a curse. Harry was already at 12 meters. He had drawn his wand at 9. He drew the wand in the small, unfussy motion Slade had been having him practice for 2 years. Out of the holster strapped along his left forearm under the robe, into the right hand, into the firing position, all in approximately 42 hundredths of a second. The way Slade drew a pistol from concealment. He did not aim at the figure. He aimed at the diary. He spoke the pulse. He spoke it with the full reservoir he had been accumulating for 9 weeks at the small black object on the floor, and the Yuan basilisk fang wand emitted in a single flat colorless line, the agent he had been preparing for this destruction since January. The line struck the diary. The diary on the floor opened by itself. A great pale flame the color of bone began to burn at its center. The flame was not hot in the ordinary sense. The flame was a flame in the magical sense, a flame that consumed not paper but pattern. The pages did not blacken, they thinned. The thinning ran outward from the spine. The thinning ran inward toward the center. The figure of Tom Riddle screamed. The scream was thin. The scream did not propagate well in the dense air of the chamber. The figure's hand wavered. The figure's face began to come apart slowly in long pale ribbons that drifted upward and dispersed against the cold stone of the ceiling. The diary thinned. The diary went transparent. The diary in 11 seconds ceased to be. The figure of Tom Riddle in 11.5 seconds ceased to be. The chamber became silent. Harry walked the remaining 10 meters to the small body of Ginevra Weasley. She was breathing. She had been breathing all along, in the small shallow way of a body whose interior had been hollowed out and which was about to be filled back in. Harry felt at her pulse. The pulse was 62. He felt at her temperature. The temperature was warm. He looked at her face. The face was beginning slowly to relax out of the small tension it had been carrying all autumn. He picked her up. She weighed slightly more than he had expected. He carried her without complaint to the foot of the shaft. He attached the harness in the small inverted configuration Slade had taught him for the upward extraction of a casualty. He activated the small mechanical winch he had clipped to the lip of the basin above, a small device Slade had assembled in Lausanne for purposes like this, and he ascended slowly with the girl strapped to his chest into the empty second-floor bathroom. He laid her on the tiles. He drew from his robe a small bottle of restorative draft wintergreen had posted to him in the second week of November. He administered by careful drop 6 drops to the girl's tongue. She opened her eyes. She looked at him. She did not at first see him, then she saw him. "You're Slytherin," she whispered. "Yes. You saved. Lie still. Did I do anything bad?" "You did not. A book did." "The book has been destroyed. The book will not do anything again. Go up to the hospital wing. Tell Madame Pomfrey you fell asleep in a corridor and woke up not knowing how you got there. Do not mention the book. Do not mention me. Do you understand?" She looked at him. She nodded. "Why won't you say anything?" "It is not my interest." He stood up. He helped her to her feet. She wobbled. He waited. When she was steady, he walked her in the small, careful procession of a Slytherin escorting a Gryffindor who had been unwell to the foot of the staff staircase. He left her at the foot of the staircase. He turned. He walked away. She would, in the next day, tell Madame Pomfrey precisely the story he had told her to tell. She would also, on the 22nd of December, the morning of her departure from the school for Christmas, send Harry a small folded note by the morning owls. The note said in a small, careful schoolgirl hand, "I do not understand, but thank you." He kept the note. He kept it in the false bottom of his trunk beside the small white card from his father that said, "Good. Continue to be careful." The Sirius Black affair began in the late summer of 1993 and resolved itself by the end of November of that same year, by a route that did not involve the Hogwarts grounds. The affair began when Slade Wilson, in the safe house outside Veer on a slow August morning, was given a thin folder by Wintergreen. The thin folder contained 4 documents. The first was a copy of a Daily Prophet article reporting the escape from Azkaban of one Sirius Orion Black. The second was a brief biographical sheet on Sirius Black, drawn from the dossier on the Potter family Slade had been maintaining since 1986. The third was a copy of a small handwritten letter dated the 29th of October 1981, sent by Sirius Black to the Wilson Family Trust in Liechtenstein, the trust whose existence Slade had used in 1991 to provide a fiduciary justification for accessing the Potter vault, in which Sirius Black had named himself as godfather to Harry James Potter, and in the eventuality of his own incapacity, had named 4 contingent guardians. 3 of whom were now dead and one of whom, a great-aunt of James Potter's in Australia, had been struck off the document by a small ink stroke that Slade had himself made in 1987 for reasons of operational security. The 4th document was a single sheet, drafted by Wintergreen, listing the names of 3 members of the Wisengamot whose financial affairs had, on Wintergreen's slow, patient investigation over the past several years, proved susceptible in 3 different directions to the application of careful private pressure. Slade read all 4 documents. He set them down. He went to the kitchen window of the farmhouse outside Veer and looked across the long, flat green of the cow field, and he thought for some time. He had not previously moved to free Sirius Black. He had not previously moved to free Sirius Black for several reasons. The first was that he had not previously known with certainty that Sirius Black was innocent of the crime for which he had been imprisoned. The second was that he had not wished to introduce, into the carefully managed environment of Harry's childhood, a third party who would inevitably have opinions about Harry's upbringing and the means by which it was being administered. The third was that, in his correspondence with Wintergreen on this question in 1987, and again in 1989, both men had concluded that the optimal time to recover Sirius Black would be after Harry had reached a developmental stage at which he could meet his godfather as a peer rather than as a dependent. The escape of Sirius Black on the 22nd of August had, by removing the principal obstacle of physical incarceration, made the recovery operation cheaper. The escape had also created an emergency. Sirius Black, at liberty and traveling toward his godson, was a wild variable in Slade's environment. He could not be permitted to remain a wild variable for long. Either he had to be neutralized, which Slade had no intention of doing without first interviewing the man, or he had to be brought formally into the operational structure of the Wilson household. Slade chose the second. He posted a letter to Harry by ordinary owl that afternoon that read, "I am traveling to England for an unrelated matter. Continue your work. I will write again when the matter is concluded." He then put on a coat. He had Wintergreen drive him to Skiffle. He flew to London under a name he had not used in 11 years. He arrived in London on the 28th of August. He went to the home of one Tobias Eldritch of the Wisengamot. Mr. Eldritch was a wizard of 71 years, a moderate by his own description and a member of the bench of 3 on the Black case. Mr. Eldritch had, Wintergreen's sheet had noted, a substantial private debt to a particular Muggle bookmaker in Bayswater, which he had been servicing for the past 9 years out of a small concealed account that drew on funds his wife did not know existed. Mr. Eldritch had also, Wintergreen's sheet had further noted, a daughter who had married a French wizard and now lived in Marseille, with whom Mr. Eldritch was on terms of considerable affection. Slade did not call ahead. He rang Mr. Eldritch's bell at 20 minutes past 4 on the afternoon of the 28th of August. Mr. Eldritch's wife opened the door. Slade asked in his polite English of the continent to speak with Mr. Eldritch on a matter of private business. Mrs. Eldritch after a moment admitted him. Slade was in Mr. Eldritch's study for 42 minutes. He emerged. He thanked Mrs. Eldritch. He took his coat. He went out into Bedford Square. He hailed a taxi. He went to the residence of one Madame Octavia Burroughs, also of the Wisengamot, in St. John's Wood. He was with Madame Burroughs for 36 minutes. He emerged. He took a second taxi. He went to a club in Pall Mall, where he was greeted by name, a name not his own, at the door, and where he sat in the lounge until 20 past 7, at which time he was joined by one Sir Henry Crowe, also of the Wisengamot, for the small social purpose of an apéritif. He sat with Sir Henry for 28 minutes. He did not drink the apéritif. Sir Henry drank both. By 8 o'clock in the evening of the 28th of August, Slade Wilson was sitting in a private booth in a small Italian restaurant in Soho, having dinner alone, and 3 members of the Wisengamot had, over the course of the afternoon, entered into a quiet understanding regarding their voting intentions on a particular procedural motion that was, in the event, raised at a special closed session of the Wisengamot on the 31st of August. The procedural motion was for the granting of an emergency trial under Veritaserum to one Sirius Orion Black, who had been declared by Auror dispatches that morning to have been sighted in the vicinity of Stoke Manville and who was now in custody. The motion passed. The trial was held on the 2nd of September behind closed doors with no press and no observers. The Veritaserum confirmed, in the manner of a tool that confirms whatever the question requires of it when administered to a truthful witness, that Sirius Black had not been the secret keeper for the Potter family, that the secret keeper had been one Peter Pettigrew, that Sirius Black had not murdered Peter Pettigrew on the 3rd of November 1981, that Peter Pettigrew was alive, and that the 12 Muggles killed in the explosion that had been blamed on Sirius Black had been killed by Peter Pettigrew himself in the act of his escape. The court ruled on the evening of the 2nd of September that Sirius Black was innocent of all charges, that his property and titles were restored, and that he was at liberty to leave the courtroom. He was met in the lobby of the ministry by a tall man in a long dark coat with a thin black band over his left eye. The tall man inclined his head. "Mr. Black," the tall man said, "who are you?" "My name is Slade Wilson. I have been Harry's guardian for the past 7 years. I would like to invite you for a drink to a small private establishment 2 streets from here, where I would like to make your acquaintance properly, and where I would like, over the course of the conversation, to determine whether you and I are going to be friends." Sirius Black looked at him. Sirius Black had been in Azkaban for 12 years. Sirius Black had not, in those 12 years, ever expected to meet, in the lobby of the Ministry of Magic on the day of his release, a one-eyed foreign man in a long dark coat claiming to have been raising his godson. Sirius Black laughed. He laughed for the first time since the 3rd of November, 1981. Sirius Black said, "I would very much like that drink, Mr. Wilson. Yes." The Triwizard Tournament was, from Slade Wilson's operational point of view, a problem with 3 clean parameters and 1 parameter that was not yet clean. The clean parameters were the 3 official tasks. Slade had studied the official tasks before they had been announced. He had studied them on the basis of 3 decades of accumulated knowledge about the magical fora in which such tournaments were planned, and on the basis of the small folder of correspondence he had been maintaining since 1992 with a particular minor official of the French ministry, whose hobby was the historical scholarship of the tournament. Slade had been able to predict, in broad terms, the structure of all 3 tasks before the goblet had even fired. He had given Harry the predictions in advance. Harry had trained accordingly. The unclean parameter was the one Slade had identified in October of the previous year, when the goblet, by a mechanism that Slade had not been able to investigate in advance, although he had several hypotheses, had fired a 4th name, which was Harry's. Harry had received the firing of the name with the same flat unsurprise with which he had received every other significant event of his school career. He had stood up from his Slytherin breakfast plate. He had walked the length of the Great Hall, in the long black and green robe of his 4th year, taller now 14 and 4 months, with shoulders that were beginning to broaden into the small heavy build the chemist had projected, with a small thin scar above his right eye that had ceased to be his identifying feature in the same way it had once been, and he had entered the small chamber at the back of the hall to which the other 3 champions had been sent. He had taken in the room. He had logged Madame Maxime. He had logged Igor Karkaroff. He had logged the 3 other champions. He had logged Bartemius Crouch, who was not Bartemius Crouch, but who was, by Harry's 17-second internal cross-reference against the small inventory he had been maintaining of Hogwarts personnel anomalies for the past 4 years, a figure whose stance, whose verbal cadence, and whose small involuntary tongue flick to the upper lip when his name was spoken did not match the stance, the verbal cadence, and the small involuntary tongue flick of the man identified as Bartemius Crouch in the photographic file Slade had supplied him in August. He had logged the imposter. He had said nothing. He had stood in the small chamber and listened with polite quietness to the official ruling of the tournament. He had then returned to the Great Hall. He had finished his breakfast. He had written a letter to Slade Wilson that night in their cipher in which he had identified the imposter, had named 4 available hypotheses for the imposter's identity, and had concluded with a single line: "It is Pettigrew or it is one of the Lestrange-attached operators. Investigate both. Father, advise." Slade had advised by return letter 3 days later, "It is neither. The imposter is one Barty Crouch Jr. He was reported dead in Azkaban in 1996. He is not dead. There has been a complicated domestic arrangement. He is also a deep operator for the hostile party. Do not act yet. The tournament proceeds. The end of the tournament is the operation. We will work on this together." They had worked on it together. Throughout the autumn of 1994 and the spring of 1995, In a steady cipher correspondence between Hogwarts and the 7 safe houses, father and son had developed a small, careful tactical plan around the end of the Triwizard Tournament. The plan had several components. The first component was to permit Harry to complete the first 2 tasks in the ordinary fashion. The second component was to arrange that Slade Wilson would, by the 3rd task, be physically present in the country of England, at a location of his choosing, with operational support from Wintergreen, with a clean set of fallback positions, and with a particular kit of equipment Slade had been assembling for 3 months. The third component was to arrange that the small loose end of Peter Pettigrew, whom Slade had identified as the operator of the imminent ritual by which Voldemort intended to return to embodied form, would be neutralized at the precise moment that he was no longer required by Voldemort's plan, but had not yet completed Voldemort's plan. The fourth component was Cedric Diggory. Cedric Diggory was, Slade had identified by the careful reading of the 3rd task ritual structure in a French monograph of 1718, the optimal collateral target for an enemy operator, who intended to disorient and demoralize the principal target while preserving the principal target's body for the ritual. The collateral target had to be a friend or near equivalent of the principal target. The collateral target had to die at the moment of arrival. Slade Wilson did not intend to allow Cedric Diggory to die. Slade Wilson did not have any particular affection for Cedric Diggory. Slade Wilson had had a single brief conversation with Mr. Diggory, the father, 2 months before the 3rd task, in a small public house in Hogsmeade, and had taken the measure of the family in the conversation. Slade Wilson had decided on the basis of the conversation that Cedric Diggory was not a person he was willing to let die for the operational convenience of an enemy. Slade Wilson had also decided that allowing Cedric Diggory to die would leave a body that would be the principal source of a wave of attention and grief that the enemy intended to weaponize. Slade Wilson did not intend to let the enemy weaponize anything. He communicated all of this to Harry by ordinary cipher. Harry communicated back his agreement. The 3rd task was on the 24th of June, 1995. Slade Wilson was at 9:20 that evening, 2 miles outside the village of Little Hangleton, in a small concealed observation post that Wintergreen had prepared in the upper room of an abandoned cottage that overlooked, at a distance of approximately 400 meters, the cemetery in which the ritual was, by Slade's intelligence, going to be conducted. He had with him a Steyr SSG-69 with a thermal scope, a Browning high power, a small selection of edged weapons, and a particular kit of magical equipment that included 2 charm stones of Wintergreen's design, a vial of restorative draught, a small length of fine-grain anchor cord, and a sword. The sword was not yet, at this date, the sword Harry would later see Slade carry into the final battle at Hogwarts. That sword Slade had not yet acquired. The sword in the cottage on the 24th of June, 1995, was a long, balanced thing of unornamented steel that had been Slade's professional sword for 19 years. He set himself, with the rifle, at the cottage window. Wintergreen was at the south wall, watching the access road. The hands of his watch crossed 11. The portkey activated. Slade, scoping the maze at long range through the trees, saw the small bright flicker at the maze's center. He moved the scope to the cemetery. He had already prearranged it. He had prearranged it at 397 meters from the cottage. He had calibrated 3 times that afternoon for windage, for humidity, for the small drop of the bullet at his selected load. He set the crosshair on the small ring of yew at the cemetery's eastern edge. A figure stumbled into the small ring of yew. The figure was small. The figure was carrying something. The figure was Peter Pettigrew. The figure was carrying a small wrapped bundle. The bundle was Voldemort in his interim infant form, which Slade had been briefed on by a Bulgarian witch in March. 2 further portkey arrivals followed, 4 seconds apart: Harry Potter and Cedric Diggory. Cedric Diggory stood up. He blinked. He turned to look at Harry. Slade Wilson took up the slack of the trigger. A voice, the small, thin voice of Voldemort and Bundle, said from the cemetery the small phrase Slade had been listening for: "Kill the spare." Pettigrew raised his wand. Slade Wilson fired. The shot took Peter Pettigrew through the upper sternum, slightly to the left of the small notch at the base of the throat, with a 168-grain hollow point that opened on contact and traveled through the heart in the spinal column and exited the back of the body in a single clean line. The shot did not produce a magical signature. The shot did not produce a wand-detectable signature. The shot was a physical event. The cemetery, and the wards around the cemetery, which had been designed to deflect or detect approaching magic, had no apparatus by which to register the small, clean physical event of a metal-jacketed projectile arriving from a wooded ridge 400 meters away. Peter Pettigrew collapsed. The small wrapped bundle in his arms fell to the ground. Slade chambered the next round. Slade fired again. The The second shot took the small wrapped bundle through the center of its mass. The small wrapped bundle screamed, a thin, furious sound that was inhuman and ancient, and the screaming continued for some seconds, and then it ceased. Voldemort's interim infant form, which had been the precursor to his planned embodied return, ceased to be functional. The plan ceased to proceed. Slade chambered a third round. He did not fire a third round. He kept the rifle on the cemetery for another minute and 40 seconds with the scope trained until he was certain there were no further hostiles in the vicinity. He scanned the periphery of the cemetery. He scanned the trees. He scanned the access road. He saw, in his peripheral vision through the scope, Harry Potter step forward into the small ring of view, with the small composed walk of a 14-year-old who had been briefed on the precise sequence of events that would occur in this clearing on this evening. And Slade saw Harry Potter take Cedric Diggory by the upper arm and steady him. And Slade saw Cedric Diggory turn to Harry and say something. And Slade saw Harry nod. And Slade saw both boys walk toward the body of Peter Pettigrew. Harry crouched. Harry confirmed Pettigrew's death. Harry then crouched beside the small wrapped bundle. Harry confirmed that also. Harry stood. Harry turned in the direction of the cottage, 400 meters away, and looked at the wooded ridge with both eyes wide open and a faint trace of what was nearly a smile on his mouth. Harry raised his right hand to the side of his head. Harry brought it down 1/4 of an inch in the small salute he had given Slade on the platform at King's Cross 4 years before. Slade, through the scope, returned it. He lowered the rifle. He stood up from the window. He said in the small, empty room of the cottage outside Little Hangleton, "Well done, son." He picked up the rifle. He cleaned the chamber. He cased the rifle. He packed the room. He walked down the small wooden stairs of the cottage, and out into the cool June evening, and into the small black car Wintergreen had parked behind the cottage, and they drove back through the dark of Yorkshire toward the airport. And the boy at the cemetery, who had been given a portkey by a man impersonating Bartemius Crouch and who had been intended to die in this cemetery in this hour for a particular purpose, was alive, and Cedric Diggory was alive, and Voldemort's plan was. On the night of the 24th of June, 1995, in a state of recoverable but expensive ruin, the owl Slade had been awaiting at the hotel in London arrived at 4 the next morning. The letter said, "Father, both alive. Pattern confirmed, pieces remaining by my estimate 3. Harry." Slade folded the letter. He set it in the small fire. He poured himself a single measure of whiskey. He drank it. He went to bed. He slept that night for the first time in 11 days with the small, steady ease of a man whose son had done his second large piece of work and his third in a single evening. Chapter 6. The fourth year expanded. The summer between the fourth and fifth years was, in the Wilson household's internal calendar, the summer of acceleration. It was the summer of acceleration because Harry Potter, on the morning of the 25th of June 1995, walked into the kitchen of the Tuscan barn at 7:30 and laid on the table in front of Slade Wilson a thin folded sheet of paper that contained, in his small careful hand, the operational map he had been refining in his head all the way home from Yorkshire. He had written it on the train. Slade picked up the paper. He read it. He read it again. He set it on the table between his coffee cup and the small dish of jam. "Show me the reasoning," he said. Harry showed him the reasoning. He showed it for 2 hours. He showed it standing at the small chalkboard Wintergreen had nailed to the wall of the barn's main room 2 years before. He showed it with the small precise diagrams he had been making in his head since the 3rd week of 4th year, with the small named anchor points of an enemy who had, Harry had concluded, fragmented his soul into a particular number of pieces. The particular number was 7. The 7 pieces, by Harry's analysis, were these. 1. The diary destroyed in the Chamber of Secrets on the 17th of December, 1992. 2. The small wrapped bundle in Pettigrew's arms in the cemetery at Little Hangleton on the 24th of June 1995, neutralized by the second shot from the Stayer SSG-69. Although Harry noted with care, the small wrapped bundle had not been a Horcrux in the formal sense but the interim vessel of the principal soul fragment, and the shot had eliminated the interim vessel but had not eliminated the soul fragment, which would now be searching. In the small thin wraith form it had been reduced to, for a new vessel. 3. The ring of Marvolo Gaunt, which Slade had located by small careful correspondence with a Polish antiquarian over the past 9 months, and which would be retrieved by Wintergreen alone in late July. 4. The locket of Salazar Slytherin, current location unknown but provisional theories 4. 5. The cup of Helga Hufflepuff, located in the Lestrange vault at Gringotts, retrieval problem identified, retrieval plan in development. 6. The diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw, located in the room of requirement at Hogwarts, retrieval problem of minor difficulty, retrieval pending September. 7. The Snake Nagini, current location with the principal wraith, retrieval to be coordinated with terminal operation. There was also, Harry had concluded, and this was the part of the map he had been most careful to bring to Slade, an 8th anchor. The eighth anchor was Harry himself. Slade read the eighth anchor on the chalkboard. Slade did not move. Slade had hypothesized the eighth anchor in 1992. Slade had spent 3 years quietly investigating it, on the basis of the small, unusual properties of the boy's scar and the small, unusual range of magical signatures the boy had been emitting since the age of 7. Slade had concluded with very high confidence by 1994 that there was a fragment of the principal hostile party lodged in the body of his son. Slade had not raised the conclusion with Harry. Slade had been waiting to see whether Harry would reach the conclusion himself. Harry had reached it. He had reached it, by his account at the chalkboard, on a particular evening in March, on the basis of a particular small dream he had had in the early hours of a Saturday, in which he had been moving through a corridor that was not Hogwarts, and through a chamber that was not in any of his memory, and in which he had been listening to a voice that he had recognized by tone, by cadence, by the particular small thin sibilance that had been his single auditory clue in the third-floor corridor of his first year. As the voice of the principal hostile party, he had woken at 4 in the morning. He had taken his notebook from the false bottom of his trunk. He had written in his small, careful hand, "The access is bilateral." He had set the notebook down. He had reached the conclusion. He had filed it. He had taken 5 months to bring it to Slade. He had taken 5 months because he had wanted, before bringing it, to be able to bring it with a complete proposal for how to handle it. Slade looked at the chalkboard. He looked at the small final box at the bottom of the diagram in which Harry had written in his own careful hand the small phrase, "Removal mechanism under research." "Tell me," Slade said. "Two approaches," Harry said. "One is that I take the killing curse in a controlled environment at a moment of my choosing with the sole fragment in residence. The fragment is destroyed by the curse because the fragment is the weaker of the two consciousnesses in residence. I survive because of a separate mechanism, the protection my mother extended, which I do not yet entirely understand but which I have several working hypotheses for. This is the conventional solution. It is the solution Dumbledore is, I believe, planning for. I do not prefer it. It requires the active cooperation of the hostile party, which is uncertain, and it requires that I be the one who is shot, which limits my operational flexibility. The alternative is that we extract the fragment without my dying. The fragment is bound to me by a particular set of conditions that, by my research in the restricted section over the past year, are dissolvable by a particular combination of Myra-Cure amplified intentional magic and a Basilisk Fang application. The combination is, by my notebook on the diary, within my own current operational capability. The risk is that the dissolution will damage other adjacent neural and magical structures. The risk is mitigable. I have a procedure. Show me. Harry showed him. He showed him for an hour. He showed him with diagrams of the small brainstem area at which, by his research, the fragment was lodged, in close adjacency to a small region of his own magical core that had, by the chemist's most recent scan, developed in the past year a small protective sheath that was, the chemist had been able to confirm to no greater specificity, of unknown origin. The protective sheath, Harry believed, was the maternal residue. The protective sheath would, Harry believed, isolate his own core from the destructive pulse during the extraction. The protective sheath had been confirmed by the chemist as present, dense, and stable. Slade read all of this. Slade considered it. Slade thought of 2 questions. He asked the first one, "What is the failure mode?" "Death." "Yours?" "Yes." "Probability?" "By my current estimate, 14%. Recoverable to less?" "Yes." 6 to 8 weeks of further preparation. 3 additional confirmatory tests on the protective sheath. 2 additional rounds of Myra-Cure at the upper margin, which the chemist has approved provisionally subject to the September blood work. Then we do not act for 6 to 8 weeks. Agreed. Slade asked the second question, "What is the timeline of the principal hostile party in the same interval?" "He is in wraith form. He has lost his interim vessel. He has lost Pettigrew, who is his principal operator. He has the snake. He has, as of last week, limited Imperious relayed access to 2 surviving Death Eaters in Britain. He cannot return to embodied form for at least 8 months on the basis of the materials I believe he still has access to. He must, in the 8 months, acquire a new operator, secure a new ritual site, and assemble a new ritual. His operational tempo is therefore slow. He is constrained. We have time. Good. There is, Father, one other component. Yes, he knows my address now. Where? Inside my head, not literally, but functionally. The bilateral access has, since June 24th, become hostile rather than only observational. He has been attempting since the night of the cemetery to push images into my dreams. I have been intercepting them. I have also twice sent images back. What images? Once an image of a small wrapped bundle being shot through the chest at 400 meters. Once an image of a small Polish ring on a brown felt cushion with the ring already destroyed. Slade looked at his son. Slade had not laughed in some years. Slade had not been the laughing kind of man for some years. But the corner of his mouth moved very slightly for the briefest interval Slade had ever permitted to register on his face. You sent him both? Yes, he responded. He sent me a great deal of inarticulate hostility. I closed the channel. The channel can be closed when I want it closed. It cannot be opened by him without a corresponding response from me. We have since the night of the 27th of June been in a state of selective contact. I have been the selector. Good. There is a use for the bilateral channel. What use? He does not know that I know he is in residence. He believes the channel is one I have not noticed and which he can exploit. We can use the channel to feed him false information about the locations of the remaining Horcruxes. Yes, and about the location of the final battle. Slade put down his coffee. He looked at the chalkboard. He looked at the boy. Sit down, he said. Harry sat. We have, Slade said carefully, a particular kind of operational opportunity now. We did not have it before. We have it because of the work you have done in the past 9 months. We have it because of the work you did on the 24th of June. We have it because of the work you have, in the past hour, brought to me on a folded sheet of paper. I want to be precise about what we now have, and what we now do, and how we now do it. Do you understand? Yes, you are not going to die in a small ritual at Hogwarts on a night Dumbledore has chosen. Number, you are not going to die at all. Number, you are going to extract the fragment in a clean laboratory operation here at the barn over the summer with my assistance, with Wintergreen's assistance, with the chemist on site. We will reduce the 14%. We will reduce it to a probability I will accept. Yes. And then, in September, you go back to Hogwarts. You will be the same boy you have been. You will not have, however, the small parasite. You will be 10% faster. You will be 12% stronger. You will have, by the chemist's projection, a small further consolidation of your magical core into the region that has been holding the parasite. You will be, and I am not exaggerating, one of the most dangerous 15-year-olds on the planet. Yes, and then we plan the rest of the operation. Yes, pick up the chalk. Harry picked up the chalk. They worked at the chalkboard for the next 11 days. Wintergreen brought meals. Wintergreen wrote in his notebook. Wintergreen filled, that summer, 3 further volumes of the record he had been keeping since the 11th of June, 1986. At the end of the 11 days, the chalkboard contained the most elaborate operational diagram Slade Wilson had ever drawn. He photographed it. He erased it. The extraction was performed on the 17th of August. It was performed in the small basement infirmary of the Tuscan barn, which Slade had built in 1989 to a specification Dr. Visser had approved. The infirmary had an examination table, an oxygen array, a small surgical kit, a small adjacent waiting room, and a fire suppression system that Wintergreen had tested twice in the days leading up to the procedure. The chemist was present. Dr. Visser was present. Wintergreen was present. A second physician, a woman named Lillian Aubergine, who had been a magical pediatric neurosurgeon at the Hôpital Necker in Paris, before quitting the profession in 1981 over an unrelated matter, was present. Harry was on the table. He was awake. He had refused the offer of sedation. He had refused it on the grounds that the extraction was a procedure he intended to participate in, and the participation required him conscious. Slade Wilson stood at the head of the table. He had his right hand on his son's shoulder. He did not speak. The procedure took 31 minutes. It took 31 minutes because, of those 31 minutes, 26 were the careful preparation by Dr. Aubergine of the small magical scaffolding by which Harry's own magical core was further protected during the procedure, and the chemist's careful confirmation that the maternal protective sheath was, at the moment of the procedure, dense and stable. 3 minutes were the careful concentration by Harry of the small reservoir of Myricure amplified intentional magic that he intended to channel through the Yuhand Basilisk Fang wand, which lay on his chest, held in his right hand. 2 minutes were the procedure itself. At the moment of the procedure, Harry, without alteration of expression, directed the wand at the small lateral point at the back of his own skull where the fragment was lodged and pulsed. The pulse was internal. It did not register on any external sensor. Inside Harry's head, the small thin black thing that had been resident there for 14 years began to thin. The thinning was, Harry would later describe it, in the small letter he sent to Wintergreen on the morning of the 18th, like the sensation of a long-standing tinnitus suddenly ceasing. There had been a thing. There was no longer a thing. There was instead a small clean silence in the small lateral point. The silence was the absence of a noise that had been present for 14 years, and which Harry had become so habituated to that he had only consciously identified it in the previous winter. The fragment thinned. The fragment dispersed. The fragment was gone. Harry exhaled. He looked up at Slade Wilson. He said very quietly, "It is gone, father." Slade Wilson, who had not in 58 years cried in front of any third party for any reason whatsoever, did not cry now. But his hand on Harry's shoulder closed, for the briefest of intervals, in a small gesture that the chemist and Dr. Visser and Dr. Aubergine and Wintergreen all observed, and which all four of them silently and independently classified as the relief of a father. The chemist's instruments confirmed over the next 6 hours that the fragment had been removed. The maternal sheath it held, Harry's own magical core, had not been damaged. The procedure had been a success. The remainder of the summer was three things. The first thing was the recovery of the ring of Marvolo Gaunt by Wintergreen, alone, from the small shack outside Little Hangleton, on the 29th of August, by a procedure that involved Wintergreen wearing thick dragonhide gloves and using a small set of long-handled tongs that had been made for him in Geneva by a smith who had also made tongs for the surgeons at the Magical Hospital in Lausanne. The ring was retrieved without incident. The ring was destroyed by Harry in the basement infirmary of the Tuscan barn on the 30th of August by the same procedure he had used on the diary. The destruction took 6 seconds. The second thing was the further training. The further training filled, in the period between the extraction and the start of the 5th year, approximately 50 hours. The training was the consolidation Slade had spoken of in June, the small careful expansion of Harry's capacities now that his magical core was, for the first time in his life, undivided. By the 1st of September, Harry could hold a fully sustained Patronus for 14 minutes. He could disarm an unprepared opponent at 4 meters in 11/100ths of a second. He could, with the UN Basilisk Fang wand, cast a non-verbal shield charm that absorbed 3 successive stunners without diminution. He could perform, by the end of the summer, the small subset of magical operations that Slade Wilson had, over the course of 14 years of correspondence with magical academics across 9 countries, identified as the most directly useful in a small arms and spellful operational environment. The third thing was Sirius. Sirius Black had, since his release in September 1993, been in steady but cautious contact with the Wilson household. He had been welcomed into the Florence barn for 2 weeks at Christmas 1993, for a longer stay at the Carew bungalow for the summer of 1994, and for a quiet evening in Geneva in February 1995. He had slowly made his peace with the fact that the small black-haired boy who had been his godson at 1 year old was now a 14-year-old child of Slade Wilson's, with a manner that was not his own, and a mind that he had not in any way contributed to. He had taken the loss of the canonical fatherhood with the relative grace of a man who had been imprisoned for 12 years and had had a great deal of time to develop equanimity about the things he could not change. The summer between 4th and 5th years was the first time he had been at the barn while a substantial operation was in progress. He had not been told the operation in detail. He had been told enough. On the night of the 17th of August, after the extraction, when Harry had been moved to the small adjacent recovery room and was sleeping under the supervision of Dr. Aubergine, Sirius Black had walked out onto the long porch of the barn with Slade Wilson and Wintergreen, and the 3 men had stood at the rail looking out over the small dark Tuscan valley, and Sirius had said, "He's going to do all right. He's going to do all right," Slade had said. "What you have done, Slade, what you have done with him, I will not be modest and I will not be immodest. I have done what was required. He is a remarkable boy. He was a remarkable boy when I took him out of the cupboard. I have only assisted him in being himself. You are a remarkable father." Slade Wilson had not answered for a moment. He had looked at the valley. He had said very quietly, "I am trying." Sirius had said after a while, "Joseph would be proud." Slade had not looked at him. Slade had said, "Yes." He had said after another moment, "Joseph is better than he was. He is in San Francisco. We have spoken twice in the past year. I have been writing to him. I have told him about Harry. He has indicated that he would like to meet him when this is over." Wintergreen had not moved. Wintergreen had, however, made a small note in his notebook on returning indoors in his neat copperplate that said, "J and S are in contact again." The note was the kind of note Wintergreen had hoped for a long time to be able to make. On the 1st of September 1995, Harry Potter boarded the Hogwarts Express at King's Cross. He was taller. He was 4 centimeters taller than he had been at the end of 4th year. He was visibly broader at the shoulder. His hair, which had previously been impossible, had been cut by the Florentine barber the previous week into a shape that fell neatly on either side of the small thin scar above his right eye, which was now, in the changed proportions of his face, no longer the principal feature. He walked the length of the train. He did not look at the platform. Slade Wilson was at the platform. Sirius Black was at the platform. Wintergreen was at the platform. All 3 of them stood in a line. None of them was waving. None of them needed to. Harry boarded the 3rd compartment of the 4th carriage. He sat down. He opened the book he had brought. When the train began to move, he looked up briefly through the window and met Slade's eye. He gave the small quarter-inch salute. Slade gave it back. Sirius lowered his head with the small fluency of a man learning a new language from his godson's father. The train pulled out of King's Cross. That year at Hogwarts, the following things happened. Harry was made a prefect of Slytherin by Professor Snape at the start of term. He accepted the badge with the small, precise inclination he had used since the morning of his first day in Diagon Alley. He wore it. Harry attended defense against the dark arts lessons taught by one Dolores Umbridge, a ministry appointee, whom he had identified within 9 seconds of her opening her mouth as a sadist of the small bureaucratic class, and against whom he conducted, over the course of the autumn, a campaign of administrative obstruction so subtle that she would not, until the second week of January, identify him as the source of her difficulties. By the second week of January, she would have lost 3 procedural battles in front of the school's Board of Governors, and 1 Wisengamot proceeding which she had not known was pending against her. And she would, in the end, depart the school not in disgrace, but in quiet anonymous reassignment to a small office in the Department of Magical Transportation, where she would remain in administrative obscurity for the remainder of her career. She would never know who had moved her there. Slade had been pleased. Harry continued the Horcrux recovery on a careful schedule he had drafted in August. The diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw was retrieved from the room of requirement on the night of the 3rd of October, by Harry alone, in a single operation lasting 43 minutes. The diadem was destroyed in the basement of the Tuscan barn at Christmas. The locket of Salazar Slytherin was located, by careful correspondence with one Regulus Arcturus Black deceased, via certain letters left in the Black family residence at Grimmauld Place, by the 17th of November. The locket was destroyed on the 22nd of November in a small, careful procedure at Grimmauld Place that involved a basilisk fang application and a particular degree of intentional magic, and was completed in 11 seconds. The cup of Helga Hufflepuff was retrieved from the Lestrange vault by an operation Slade himself led in the late spring, with the cooperation of 2 goblins he had cultivated over the course of 4 years, and the assistance of one Bellatrix Lestrange Black's distant cousin, the operation taking 9 minutes and producing no fatalities. The cup was destroyed in the basement of the Tuscan barn on the 7th of June. By the end of Harry's 5th year, the morning of the 29th of June, 1996, the only remaining Horcrux was the snake. Harry was at the end of his 5th year, 15 years and 11 months old. He could disarm 3 opponents simultaneously at 6 meters in under a second. He could fire a Browning high power from concealment at full draw in approximately 0.4 seconds. He could speak 12 languages: French, German, Russian, Italian, Mandarin, Arabic, Spanish, Portuguese, Dutch, Japanese, Polish, and Greek, at a level sufficient for sustained conversation in any of them. He could compose in his head the operational tactical analysis of an unfamiliar building from 16 photographs taken from different angles, in approximately 3 minutes, with a margin of error in his predicted blueprints of less than 2%. He could read by their involuntary small tells, the deceit, the fear, the desire, the small pre-tact tension, and the 8 major modes of cognitive dissonance, in any human being he had been in a room with for more than 30 seconds. He was also still in the small, unguarded moments at the breakfast table with his father, a child. He was a child who took his tea with milk and 1 sugar. He was a child who, on the morning of his 16th birthday, the 31st of July, 1996, was given by Slade Wilson a long, thin parcel wrapped in plain brown paper, which contained a small Beretta M9, custom-fitted to his grip, in a polished holster that had been made for him in Geneva by a leather worker who specialized in concealed holsters for diplomats. He was a child who took the pistol and the holster and stood up from the kitchen table and walked around to Slade Wilson's chair and embraced his father for the 2nd time in his recorded life. The first time, Wintergreen's notebook would later record, had been on the morning of the 18th of August, 1995, in the small adjacent recovery room of the basement infirmary, when Harry had woken from his post-extraction sleep and Slade had been the first face he had seen. The second time the notebook would record was the morning of the 16th birthday. Both times the embrace had been short. Both times the embrace had been complete. That summer, the summer of 1996, was the last summer before the final operation. It was the summer in which Slade Wilson, Harry Potter, and William Wintergreen, with the occasional auxiliary of Sirius Black and Joseph Wilson, who had flown from California to the Tuscan barn for 2 weeks in August, and who had met his adoptive younger brother Harry Potter at the kitchen table of the barn at 8:30 in the evening of the 2nd of August, with the small, precise sign language sign for hello that Harry had learned for the occasion, laid the final small careful plans for the operation that would, in the spring of the following year, conclude on the grounds of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Slade did not call the operation by any name. Wintergreen, in his notebook, called it the closing. The closing had 3 parts. The first part was the field activation of the small set of assets Slade had been cultivating slowly over the past 5 years inside the British magical and Muggle institutions. The assets included 2 Aurors, 1 ministry undersecretary, 1 editor of the Daily Prophet, 2 journalists at the same paper, 1 officer of the Magical Law Enforcement Patrol, 1 goblin of senior administrative rank at Gringotts, 2 Muggle police inspectors at the Metropolitan Police, 3 members of the Wisengamot, the same 3 from the Serious Affair, and 1 curator at the British Museum's Department of Medieval Manuscripts who did not know he was an asset but whose information Slade had been farming for years through a small social proxy. The activation was timed to occur over a window of 4 hours on the morning of the operation. The second part was the prepositioning of Slade Wilson, William Wintergreen, Sirius Black, and Joseph Wilson within a particular 2-kilometer radius around Hogwarts, by a route Slade had been mapping for 5 years. The prepositioning included 2 sniper hides, 3 concealment positions for hand-to-hand operators, 1 observation post for Wintergreen with a small bank of radios, and a set of communication channels routed through a private encryption protocol that Joseph had assisted in designing. The third part was Harry. Harry, in the third part, was the principal operator. Slade had built the operation around Harry as the principal operator, because Slade had concluded, by long correspondence and by long observation, that Harry was at this point superior in every operationally relevant dimension to every adult professor at Hogwarts, including Professor Dumbledore, with the partial exception of Slade Wilson himself, against whom Harry remained, by Slade's affectionate but uncompromising assessment, approximately 3 years short of full parity. 3 years short of full parity against a man of Slade Wilson's caliber was not a small distinction, but it was no longer a parental distinction. It was the distinction between an apprentice master and his master in a craft in which both were operating and in which the apprentice was, in his particular specialization, already the most dangerous practitioner of his generation. Slade Wilson had not told Harry this directly, but Slade had told him on the porch of the Tuscan barn on the last evening of the summer of 1996, with the long valley below them and the small, slow sunset turning the cypresses on the far ridge into a row of small, dark spires against the cobalt. "You are ready, son. Whenever they come, you are ready. And you, father, I will be there. I will always be there. I know." They had drunk a small measure of brandy together. It had been Harry's first. Harry had not coughed. Slade had nodded once with the small, steady satisfaction of a craftsman who had seen the last of the small adjustments confirm itself. "Good," he had said. "Good," he had said again. The Tuscan sun went down. The cypresses were no longer visible. The long porch became the long porch in the dark. The boy and the father had not said anything else for a quarter of an hour. The boy and the father had not needed to. Chapter 7: The Battle of Hogwarts. The bilateral channel which Harry had been managing for 2 years carried the news at 14 minutes past 1 in the morning of the 2nd of May, 1997. Voldemort had at last reconstituted. He had reconstituted by means of a ritual conducted in a small marshland in Norfolk, with the assistance of 3 Death Eaters who had been recruited by Imperius over the preceding 8 months, and who had supplied the body of an unwilling Muggle laborer, and 3 pints of phoenix tears that had been stolen from a private collector in Belgium. The body was not optimal. The body was, in fact, a body that had been assembled out of 3 sources, by a process that produced a creature that was anatomically functional but visibly wrong, pale, lean, snake-faced in a way that the original Tom Riddle had not been, with red eyes and slitted pupils and a small thin voice that did not entirely belong to any one of the contributing sources. Harry, lying awake in the prefect's room at Hogwarts on the night of the 1st to 2nd of May, felt the reconstitution through the channel as a small, slow brightening of a window he had been keeping mostly shut. He sat up. He drew on his clothes. He took his watch from the bedside table. He fastened it. He opened the false bottom of his trunk. He took out the Yuan Basilisk Fang wand and the Beretta M9, fully loaded, in the small leather holster Slade had given him on his 16th birthday. He clipped the holster under his left arm. He drew on the long black coat. He set in the inside pocket the small folded length of weighted cloth, 2 vials of restorative draft, 3 further magazines for the Beretta, and a small folded note in his own handwriting that said, "Father, I am ready." He went to the window. He activated the small charmstone Wintergreen had given him in September, which sent a single short pulse to a receiver 4 kilometers away in a small shed in the village of Hogsmeade. The receiver was a small device that, in receiving the pulse, transmitted in turn to a second device in a small concealed observation post outside Aberdeen, which transmitted in turn to a third device at the Florence barn, which would by the end of the next 4 hours have made known to Slade Wilson, in any of the 7 specific locations Slade was currently anticipated to be, the contents of the pulse. The contents of the pulse were a single word. Tonight, Harry closed the false bottom. He looked at his watch, he went out of the room, he went out of the dungeons, he went up the staircase to the Great Hall. By 2 in the morning, the school was at the alarm. By 2:30, the wards were under continuous pressure from the south. By 3, the first of the giants had broken the outer line. By 3:30, the Death Eaters had entered the grounds in 3 waves from 3 directions, with Voldemort himself in the center of the third wave on a high black Thestral, and Bellatrix Lestrange at his right and Lucius Malfoy at his left, and Nagini coiled at the base of his throne. The students had been evacuated, most of them. Some had not gone and were on the ramparts and in the entrance hall and in the lower corridors with their wands. The professors were on the field. The Order of the Phoenix was on the field, including one Sirius Black, who was on the field by his own arrangement in front of the gates, with a long red scarf around his neck that he had refused to remove. Slade Wilson was on the field also. He had arrived by an extremely small portkey that Wintergreen had constructed and that Joseph Wilson had calibrated, and that had placed him precisely at the small flat patch of ground at the southwest corner of the lake, 620 meters from the front gates, in a stand of beach that had been mapped down to the centimeter, at 2:20 in the morning. He was wearing the long black coat of his Diagon Alley appearance. He was wearing under it an unornamented black combat shirt and dark trousers and a pair of soft-soled boots that he had broken in 2 months before. He was wearing, over his left eye, the simple plain eye patch he had not worn in public since 1989, black leather plain band, no other ornament. He had with him, on a sling, the long sleek shape of a sword that was not the sword of his earlier career. The sword was a recent acquisition. It was an unusual sword. It was a sword whose blade was, in the proper light, faintly iridescent, chromatic, as the smith in Damascus had said when handing it to Slade in the back room of a small workshop on the 2nd of March that year, sliding back and forth through a small spectrum of color as the angle of the light upon it changed. It was a sword that had been forged by a method Slade did not entirely understand, with materials Slade did not entirely identify, by a smith whom Slade had been paying over 12 years of slow accumulating consultations to make him, at the end of those 12 years, the sword Slade Wilson would carry into the last fight of his life. The smith had delivered. The sword sat in its sling on Slade's back. It was not yet drawn. He also had the Steyr SSG-69, which was in Wintergreen's hide 300 meters to the east, the Browning high power on his right hip, a second Browning in the small of his back, 4 reload magazines for each, 2 throwing knives at his belt, 1 knife in each boot, the small folded length of weighted cloth in his inside pocket, and a single small charmstone of Wintergreen's design, which was at his throat on a leather cord. He stood at the edge of the beech grove. He looked across the open ground toward the castle. The castle was burning at one of its towers. The grounds were full of running figures. The grounds were full of the small, distant flashes of curse fire. The grounds were full of giants, of acromantulas at the far edge of the forest, of small dark figures moving in the manner of trained operators among the trees. Slade Wilson breathed out once slowly. He drew the sword. The sword caught the orange light of the burning tower and shifted briefly into a paler color that was almost blue, and then into something close to green, and then back to its base steel. He walked out of the beach. The center of the field at 4 in the morning was a small ring of stone where 4 paths met. The 4 paths led, respectively, to the front gates of the school, to the lakeshore, to the forest, and to the Quidditch pitch. The small ring of stone had been, in some other era, a footpath bench. It had no bench now. It had only the stone. Harry Potter stood at the ring of stone. He had come down from the castle 10 minutes earlier. He had moved through the corridors with the small, careful gait Slade had taught him for the navigation of an active combat environment. He had passed 3 sets of dueling students and 1 ongoing fight between Professor Flitwick and a masked Death Eater, in which the small wizard was holding his own, and which Harry had assessed in 4 seconds as not needing his intervention. He had moved through the entrance hall, which was empty save for 2 stunned acromantulas and a small Hufflepuff girl on the floor who was conscious and whose injury Harry had assessed at glance as the result of a curse, which he had countered with a single pulse from the UN Basilisk Fang wand without breaking stride. She had inhaled. She had sat up. She had said his name. He had not stopped. He had walked out the doors. He had walked across the open lawn toward the ring of stone, because the bilateral channel had told him. with the small, careful, unwilling clarity of a hostile party who did not realize his channel was bilateral, that Voldemort intended to be at the Ring of Stone at this hour, with Bellatrix at his right and Nagini coiled at his throat and Lucius Malfoy at his left. Harry had communicated his expected route through the channel the night before. The route had been a route through a corridor that did not, in the actual castle, lead anywhere near the Ring of Stone. Voldemort, having read it through the channel, had positioned himself at the Ring of Stone in the belief that he would be intercepting Harry on his way to a different location. The position had been Voldemort's choice. The position had also been, by the small, careful misdirection through the bilateral channel, Harry's choice. Voldemort did not know it. Bellatrix did not know it. Nagini did not know it. Slade Wilson, walking through the southern end of the grounds at the same hour with the chromatic sword unsheathed and a small steady stride that consumed the open distance, had known it for 9 hours. He had moved on his own schedule. He had calculated his arrival to coincide within 30 seconds with the arrival of his son at the Ring of Stone. He came within sight of the ring at 3 minutes to 4. Harry was already there. So was Voldemort. So were Bellatrix and Lucius. So was Nagini. Voldemort raised his head. Voldemort in his thin, pale face smiled. "Harry Potter," he said. His voice was thin. His voice was the voice from the cemetery, refined now, articulated his own again. "Tom," Harry said. The smile vanished. "What did you call me?" "I called you by your name. It is the name you were given. It is the name your mother gave you. I prefer it. I have always preferred a man's true name. I find the chosen ones to be vanities." Lucius Malfoy, in his dark robe at Voldemort's left, glanced briefly at the small black-haired boy on the other side of the Ring of Stone with a face that was, for the first time in his career as a Death Eater, uncertain about the boy's status. Bellatrix Lestrange at Voldemort's right did not look uncertain. Bellatrix Lestrange looked delighted. "My lord," Bellatrix said. "May I?" "You may not yet," Voldemort said. "Stand. I would like to look at the boy." "He has, Harry. He has been giving me a great deal of trouble. Have you not, Harry?" "Yes," Harry said. "You have killed my Horcruxes. Most of them. The snake remains. We will get to the snake." Voldemort's smile vanished a second time. "You are confident, Harry." "I am prepared." It was at that moment that Slade Wilson stepped into the Ring of Stone from the south. He stepped in a motion that involved no haste into the open ground between Bellatrix Lestrange's right shoulder and the small dark beech tree at the periphery. He stepped into the small angle Bellatrix's vision did not cover. He carried the chromatic sword loose at his right side. He did not announce himself. He arrived at Bellatrix's right at a measured pace. Bellatrix turned. Bellatrix raised her wand. Bellatrix had time, by Slade Wilson's precise pre-calculation, to begin one syllable. The chromatic sword came up in the precise, rising diagonal arc that Slade had been drilling for 39 years, and which entered at the small triangle below the rib cage and exited at the right collarbone in a single continuous motion that was, by the precision of its execution, more nearly a single still moment than a movement. Bellatrix did not finish her syllable. The chromatic sword turned, in the burning light of the eastern tower, from steel to a deep arterial color that the smith in Damascus had referred to in his accented English as the color it likes most, which Slade had not at the time understood. He understood now. The blade ran with a moment of red along its iridescent length and then, by the small alchemy of the chromatic steel, shed the red as completely as if it had not been there. Bellatrix Lestrange fell. Lucius Malfoy raised his wand. Slade Wilson, without breaking the line of his motion, completed the arc of the sword into the small upward sweep that Slade Wilson had been drilling for 39 years, and which terminated in a single motion, in the small wrist flick that the smith in Damascus had taught him to use to send the sword's blade through the air at a particular small frequency that produced, in the chromatic steel, a sound, a faint singing, for the duration of approximately 1 second. The singing carried in the still air of the small ring of stone at a frequency that was, by Slade Wilson's design, exactly the frequency that the principal wandwood of Lucius Malfoy's wand was most susceptible to. The wand in Lucius Malfoy's hand on the second beat of the singing cracked. Lucius Malfoy looked down at his cracked wand. Slade Wilson stepped past him, set his offhand at the back of Lucius Malfoy's head, set the front of his right shoulder against Lucius Malfoy's chest, and laid Lucius Malfoy down on the small ring of stone with the same care he had once laid a boy in a bed in the farmhouse outside Veer. That is, with a single careful motion, in a manner that produced no fracture and no laceration, but which produced a complete and continuous loss of consciousness that would, by Slade Wilson's pre-calculated estimate, last between 5 and 7 hours. Lucius Malfoy's eyes closed. Lucius Malfoy did not die. Slade had decided in February that Lucius Malfoy was worth more alive than dead, for purposes that Slade had not yet disclosed to anyone but Wintergreen. He turned. He looked at Voldemort across the ring of stone from the position of Bellatrix Lestrange's right shoulder, which Bellatrix Lestrange was no longer using. He inclined his head very slightly. "Lord," he said, his voice was flat. His voice was the voice that had been used many times in many rooms with many men in many languages for the purpose of conveying particular information at a particular moment. The voice was the voice of a professional in his 60th year speaking to a hostile party in a small ring of stone at 4 in the morning. Voldemort regarded him. Voldemort did not, in his thin, pale face, register surprise. Voldemort had developed in the decades since his school days a deep institutional disregard for surprise. Voldemort had not been surprised by the death of Bellatrix Lestrange because Voldemort had not, in any operational sense, valued Bellatrix Lestrange beyond her usefulness, and the usefulness was, at this moment, expended. Voldemort had not been surprised by the disarming of Lucius Malfoy because Voldemort had not valued Lucius Malfoy. Voldemort had not been surprised by the appearance of Slade Wilson at the Ring of Stone, because Voldemort had, in the small steady reading he had been doing of the bilateral channel, concluded 8 hours ago that there was a tall foreign man somewhere on the grounds who was significant to his target. Voldemort had not, however, known the tall foreign man's particulars. Voldemort now knew them. "Mr. Wilson," Voldemort said, "you know me. I know of you. I have known of you for some years. I have been informed of you by certain ministry sources, the boy's adoptive father. Yes, you have been instructive in the boy's development. I have. He is, Harry, I have to say, you are not what I expected." "No," Harry said. He had not moved during the exchange. He had stayed at his position at the eastern edge of the Ring of Stone. He had been observing his father with the small, calm attention with which he had been observing his father for 11 years. He had been observing Voldemort with the small, calm attention with which he had been observing him for 2 years. He had been observing the snake which was at the base of Voldemort's robes in a small, slow coil, and which had not yet, by Harry's reading of the bilateral channel, been instructed to attack. He had been observing the sky in the east, which was now, at 4 in the morning of the 2nd of May, beginning to gray. "You have come a long way," Voldemort said. "From the cupboard." "Yes, do you remember the cupboard?" "Yes, I did not send you to the cupboard. That was Dumbledore." "I know. I will kill Dumbledore for you, after you, as a courtesy. You will not get to Dumbledore." "I will. You will not. I will not let you get to anyone." Voldemort smiled. "You are, Harry," he said, "very confident. You have been confident from the moment we first faced each other in the cemetery 2 years ago when I did not yet know who you had been raised by. I should have known then. The look on your face was not a child's. The look on your face was, well, you are an interesting boy, Harry. It is, Harry, I will be almost sorry." He raised his wand. Harry raised his. Voldemort issued the killing curse. The curse traveled in the small, unmistakable green arc of its kind across the Ring of Stone in approximately 11/100ths of a second. Harry, who had been observing the body language of the principal hostile party for 2 years, who had been mapping the small involuntary tells of the wandarm for 2 years, who had been computing in his head the small lateral arcs of the possible trajectories for 2 years, was, at the moment Voldemort raised his wand, already moving. He moved 1/8 of a meter to his left. The curse passed his right shoulder. The curse passed beyond the Ring of Stone into the open ground behind him and dissipated against the small protected stand of beech. Harry did not fire back yet. Harry, with his right hand, drew the Beretta M9 from its holster under his left arm. He drew it in approximately 0.4 seconds. He did not look at the Beretta. He kept his eye on Voldemort. He kept his wand in his left hand. He held both wand and pistol at the loose ready. Slade Wilson had been having him drill for 2 summers in the basement of the Tuscan barn. He took in his head the small breath. He counted 4. He counted 7. He counted 8. He spoke. "I have studied you for 2 years, Tom," he said. "I know by your involuntary signal sequence what your next 2 curses will be. I know the order. I know the timing. I know the small left foot pivot you make when you cast the 3rd in a sequence. I know the very small adjustment of your shoulder when you do not intend to cast and only intend to appear to cast. I know the way you breathe when you have decided to lie. I know your tactical pattern. I have known it since I lived inside your head before I removed the small piece of you from my head in the August of 1995. You taught me your pattern. I had a great deal of free time while you were teaching it to me to study it. I have not been wasting the time." Voldemort did not move. Voldemort did not, in his thin, pale face, smile. Voldemort spoke, and the voice was no longer thin, and the voice was no longer the voice of refined intelligence. The voice had become, in 2 seconds, the voice of a creature, and the voice said, "Then come, Harry, come and finish it." Harry moved. He moved across the small Ring of Stone at a speed Slade Wilson watching, from the position of Bellatrix Lestrange's right shoulder, with the chromatic sword held loose at his side, observed with the small, steady satisfaction of a father whose son has been measured in the moment of action to the standards of his instruction, and has been found by a single passing glance to have exceeded them. The Beretta in Harry's right hand fired once. The bullet entered the small triangle of skin at the side of Voldemort's neck, very precisely at the location Harry had identified, in his 2-year mapping of the anatomical anchoring of the principal hostile party's reconstituted body, as the small temporary join between the reconstituted vessel and the principal soul fragment in residence. The join was the small surgical weakness Harry had been preparing his shot for. The bullet was a particular custom round made for him by a smith in Sarajevo, in which the core was a basilisk fang ground to a small, dense projectile shape. The fang struck the join failed. The principal soul fragment of Tom Marvolo Riddle came out of the reconstituted vessel. In the small, thin, pale wraith form Harry had seen in the third-floor corridor of his first year and again in the chamber below the school in his second year, and the wraith form began to rise from the ruined body. The body fell. The wraith form in rising had a small, surprised expression on what was briefly the face of Tom Riddle at 16. The surprised expression said, "It is the boy." It said, "I should have known." It said no third thing. Harry, with the UN Basilisk Fang wand in his left hand, directed at the wraith form the same pulse he had directed at the diary and at the locket and at the ring and at the cup and at the diadem. The wraith form in 11 seconds thinned. The wraith form in 12 seconds ceased to be. The body of Voldemort, which had been a temporary construct of 3 contributing sources and had been, in the absence of the principal soul fragment, no longer animated, collapsed into itself in the small, slow collapse of a thing that had only ever been partially organized matter and lay on the small ring of stone and did not move. Harry stood. He stood at the eastern edge of the ring. He kept the Beretta low in his right hand. He kept the wand in his left. He scanned the periphery of the ring. He scanned the perimeter in the small, steady inventory of a trained operator, confirming the absence of further hostiles. He looked at the snake. The snake was already dead. The snake had been killed at the moment Voldemort's body had collapsed, by a small, clean stroke of the chromatic sword executed by Slade Wilson in the 11 seconds Harry had been concentrating on the wraith. The chromatic sword had passed through Nagini at the small, narrow point behind the head in a single motion without the snake in its diminished post-Horcrux state, no longer protected by Voldemort's animating attention, being able to react. The snake lay across the small ring of stone in 2 pieces. Slade Wilson stood beside it. His sword was at his side. His face, the face that had been beaten and stitched and burned and frozen too many times to bother with the small grammar of human expression, held an expression Harry had not seen on it in their 11 years of acquaintance, and which Harry, in his careful internal inventory, took some seconds to identify. The expression was pride. It was not the kind of pride men wore. It was the kind a craftsman wore when, on the small workbench of a quiet evening, the last piece of a long-planned object had fitted home cleanly, and the craftsman had only the closing inspection left, and the closing inspection had not yet, but would in a moment, confirm the work. Slade Wilson lowered his head 1/4 of an inch. "Well done, son," he said. His voice was, in the small, empty ring of stone at 4 in the morning of the 2nd of May, very quiet. It was very steady. "Father," Harry said. Slade Wilson nodded. Harry took in his head the small breath, count of 4, count of 7, count of 8. He let his pulse return to baseline. He holstered the Beretta. He sheathed the wand. He stood for a moment longer. He looked at last at the body of Voldemort. The body, which was no longer a body but a small, unorganized configuration of dark cloth and pale tissue and the thin bone of a creature that had not been finished properly, was already, in the moments since the wraith had departed, beginning to fade. The fading was not the natural fading of a corpse. The fading was the small, slow withdrawal of the magical scaffolding by which the principal soul fragment had been holding the body together. With the soul fragment gone, the body was returning, by a process Slade Wilson did not understand and Harry only partially understood, to a state that the contributing source materials had been in before the ritual. By 4:15 it would be 3 small piles of disorganized matter. By dawn it would be nothing at all. Slade looked at it. He looked at his son. He looked across the small ring of stone toward the burning tower of the eastern wing of the castle, where the fight was, by all the signs, beginning to break. There were small, distant cheers. There was a small, slow stillness propagating outward from the ring of stone. The small, slow stillness that follows the death of the principal hostile party in a network of compelled subordinates, as the compulsion releases and the subordinates either flee or surrender. The compulsion was releasing now. The fight was ending. Slade Wilson lowered his sword. He wiped the chromatic blade on the small folded cloth at his belt. He returned it to its sling on his back. He extended his right hand to his son. Harry took it. He shook it once in the small, precise English handshake Slade had taught him at 6. Then on impulse he stepped into his father's chest, and Slade Wilson, for the third recorded time in Wintergreen's notebooks, embraced his son. The embrace was short. The embrace was complete. They did not stay at the school. They did not stay because they had not come in any formal sense to be at the school. They had come to perform a particular operation. The operation had been performed. The operation had concluded in the small ring of stone at the meeting of Four Paths. At 13 minutes past 4 in the morning of the 2nd of May, 1997, in the time it had taken for Slade Wilson to kill Bellatrix Lestrange, to incapacitate Lucius Malfoy, to behead the snake Nagini, and to watch his son shoot Voldemort through the small triangle of the join between vessel and fragment with a basilisk fang round at 3 meters. The operation had taken by Wintergreen's small watch, which Wintergreen had been holding open in the observation hide 300 meters to the east, 94 seconds. Slade and Harry walked back across the grounds together. They walked unhurried. They were not stopped. The Order of the Phoenix had its own concerns. Professor McGonagall, far in the distance, was attending to a small group of injured students at the base of the western wing. Professor Snape, for whom Slade had cultivated a particular small respect over the past 3 years through correspondence on potion supply matters that had been arranged on Slade's behalf by a particular Bulgarian intermediary, was at the entrance hall, directing the surrender of the remaining Death Eaters. Sirius Black was at the gates, with a long red scarf around his neck and a small grim grin, embracing Joseph Wilson, who had been at the gates throughout the 4 hours of the battle, and who had not, by Joseph's own quiet preference, taken any direct part in the fighting, but who had been, in his own subtle American Sign Language manner, a kind of conductor of the small radio traffic on which the family had been coordinating. Slade and Harry passed the gates. Sirius nodded once. Joseph nodded once. The two of them, with Wintergreen, fell into step behind. They walked down the road toward Hogsmeade. In Hogsmeade, a black car was waiting. They got into the car. The car drove away. By dawn, they were at the small airfield outside Aberdeen. By 6 in the morning, they were over the North Sea. By 8, they were at a small private airstrip in Tuscany. By 9:30, they were sitting at the long pine table of the barn outside Florence, with a fresh pot of coffee and a small dish of jam, and a loaf of bread Wintergreen had baked the day before, in which he had wrapped in a clean cloth and brought home in a small basket from the Aberdeen airfield, because he had wanted, on the morning of the 2nd of May, to have a thing in the kitchen of the barn that was the same thing that had been in the kitchen of the barn every morning of the previous 11 years. The bread was on the table. Harry was at his place. Slade was at his place. Wintergreen was at his place. Sirius Black, who had been part of the Wilson household intermittently for 4 years and continuously for the last 6 months, was at his place. Joseph Wilson, who had been part of the Wilson household for the past 2 summers, was at his place. The kitchen of the barn outside Florence on the morning of the 2nd of May, 1997, was for the first time in its history a kitchen that contained, at one table, the full assembly of a family. The family had a father. The family had a son. The family had a brother. The family had a godfather. The family had an uncle of sorts. The family had bread. Slade Wilson, who did not as a matter of habit speak at breakfast, set down his coffee. He looked at his son. He looked at his elder son. He looked at the man who had, by an old fragile slow patience that Slade had not entirely understood until he had begun to live in it himself, become his closest companion over 38 years. He looked at Sirius Black, who was no longer the man Slade had met in the lobby of the Ministry of Magic in 1993, but who had in the 4 years since become something Slade had not previously had words for, and which Wintergreen would in due course define in his notebooks by a particular small word of his own quiet selection. Slade Wilson said very quietly, "It is done." "It is done," Harry said. "Yes." "There will be, Father, there will be a great deal to manage in the next year. There will be the ministry, there will be the press, there will be Dumbledore, there will be the school. There will be all of that. We will manage all of that. Together, yes." "And after?" Slade Wilson considered the question. He had not in 11 years considered the question. He had not considered it because he had been, for 11 years, working at a thing the working at of which had consumed his attention. The thing was now done. The thing was on the table in 3 small piles of unorganized matter that had not, at this hour, finished fading. The thing was at the small ring of stone outside Hogwarts, and the thing was in the ground at Little Hangleton, and the thing was also in the small careful work he had done over 11 years of putting together a boy. The boy was put together. The thing was done. Slade Wilson looked at his son. After, he said, "We will see." Yes, we will live. Yes, in the small things. Yes, in the bread, in the tea, in the walks, in the languages, in the long evenings in which we sit at this kitchen table and read books and Wintergreen mends the small piece of saddlery he has been mending for 40 years. Yes, in each other. Slade Wilson did not, in his 60th year of life, ordinarily say such things. But it was the 2nd of May, 1997, and the kitchen smelled of fresh bread, and the boy he had taken out of a cupboard at 1:15 in the morning of the 4th of June, 1986, had killed the man who had wanted that boy dead, and the man and the boy were sitting now at the same table, and the table was full, and Slade Wilson said the small things he said because on the 2nd of May, 1997, in the kitchen of the Tuscan barn, with the long fields below the window and the cypresses against the cobalt and the bread between his coffee cup and his son's, Slade Wilson had decided that he could, at last, say them. Harry Potter, who was, on the 2nd of May, 1997, 16 years and 9 months old, set his hand briefly on his father's hand on the table. He did not speak. He did not have to. Slade Wilson, who had at 1 in the morning of a long ago Tuesday taken the boy out of a cupboard in Surrey, and who had said nothing on the long drive across England, and who had said the word son into 3 telephones at the farmhouse outside Veer on the morning after that drive, turned his hand over. He clasped his son's hand. He held it for the duration of perhaps 2 seconds. He let it go. He picked up his coffee. He drank. He set the cup down. He looked at Wintergreen. "Will," he said. "Yes, cut the bread, please." Wintergreen cut the bread. He cut it slowly. He cut it into thick slices. He passed the slices around. The slices went to the elder son and to the godfather and to the father, and at last, because Wintergreen had been in his small private ceremony of family service, doing this for 11 years now, to the small boy at the head of the table who was no longer small. Harry took his slice. He set butter on it. He took a bite. He chewed. He swallowed. He looked up across the table at his father who was watching him. He smiled. It was a small smile. It was the smile that since the age of 5 had been reserved for Slade and Wintergreen and a very few selected others. It was a small smile that did not, in any of the small ways that adolescent smiles do, claim or perform anything. It was the smile of a son who had been fed bread by his father for 11 years, and who had in those 11 years learned the slow exact mathematics by which the chewing of a slice of bread can become, in the appropriate kitchen with the appropriate company, the small daily acknowledgement of a long good arrangement. Slade Wilson lowered his head 1/4 of an inch. Harry Potter lowered his 1/4 of an inch in return. The kitchen of the Tuscan barn, on the morning of the 2nd of May 1997, was very quiet. The sun came up over the small low ridge of the eastern hills, and reached the kitchen window and lay a warm rectangle of light across the long pine table. And the table with the bread and the coffee and the men around it was, for the duration of perhaps a minute, the only thing in the world. Wintergreen, with his quiet copperplate, would in his notebook that night write, "The work is finished. The boy is a man, the father is the father he became, the household is intact." He would then add on a fresh line, "Tomorrow we will start again." He would close the notebook. He would not open it again for 9 months. When he did open it, on a morning in February of 1998, the first thing he wrote in it would be, "S and H went riding today. 2 hours along the ridge. They came back hungry. They came back laughing." He would set down the pen. He would smile in the small quiet way of an old man who had served the same household for 43 years. He would close the notebook. He would go to put the kettle on.